All right, so here we are. Teams, 2016 Texas State BCAPL Texas State Championships.
You did a good job getting all that out at 9:15 in the morning.
Tell me about it. Okay, so we have a match between Throwbacks 2, they are in the white shirts, and Dazed and Confused, they are in the black shirts.
Excellent.
Throwbacks 2, I'll just quickly run through the names. We'll try to keep track of who's who when they're at the table, and I will at least try to let you know names. It's real hard. We've never had any of these people on our string tables before, so
I might,
we don't have a starting point.
My apologies if I just eventually revert to just saying the team name at the table.
All right, so we have Dave Pearson, Chuck Danheim, Jason McAnally Sr., Pete Danheim, and Latricia Ray. Dave plays with the Josh. Both Chuck and Jason play with Bauschkas.
With a Josh, huh?
With Josh.
And a Bauschkas?
Yep.
Those are some interesting Q names.
Latricia plays with a Mucci. Shut up. And then on Dazed and Confused, we have, if I can read their writing, good Lord, somebody worse than me, Spencer Scott, Staten Scott, Jason Stewart, Butch Meyer, and Mikey Meyer. It looks like we have a couple of icons, a Macy, a McDermott with a Predator shaft, and an OB.
Cool.
And they play out of Legends in Brenham, Texas.
All right.
They think this tournament right here is their best moment in pool. Advice to other players is play simple, and competition keeps them playing.
Okay.
So there we go. All right, so it looks like they're getting started. So let me figure this out. The team in white is breaking.
Throwbacks.
This would be... Is that a Cowboys hat? That's a Cowboys hat. This is Jason McAnally.
Jason has broke for Throwbacks.
On table 1.
He's made a ball.
And we'll also let you guys know we'll probably mostly commentate table 1. We'll try to mention table 2, but you know, with teams, the way they switch in and out, it's a little bit difficult sometimes.
Yep. Hopefully each player gets a chance on table 1,
Yep.
But when there's a lull or a break like this, if there was action on table 2, then we might comment some on that too.
Yep.
So this table is a little bit clustered. He didn't quite hit the rack square, and as a result, there's a little bit of work to be done on this table. But he's got a chance to break some stuff out here.
Mm-hmm. There's the other reason things are a little bit chaotic for these guys here this morning is the team that was originally assigned to this table, their opponent was TBA. And these guys have been moved from another table. So they were all set up at another table, and then they had to pick up and move over here.
Yeah.
So we are giving them some leeway.
Yeah. And this all happened like in the last 25 minutes or so.
Yeah. So we're yeah. Anyway,
unexpected for the team.
Yep. Okay, so on table 2, we'll mention, I didn't see, let's see, the Texas hat. That would be Chuck Danheim broke for Throwbacks, and the gentleman that's at the player right now.
At the table.
For Dazed and Confused. I think that's probably Staten Scott.
Staten?
No, I mean, maybe not. Black.
He's got a little goatee.
Black. Does he have black shoes? They all have the same shirt on.
Yeah. Goatee. Does he have a goatee?
They didn't know goatee.
That would have been what I put on the sheet.
They said short hair.
He's got that.
But that's no. Let's see. Tall, short hair. He must be Jason. Jason Stewart.
Stewart.
Stewart. That's how he told me to pronounce it.
Very good.
Shut up.
I'll show him.
Shut up, Leo.
All right. So this gentleman coming to the table on table 1. Is for what's the team name?
This is Dazed and Confused. This would be Spencer Scott.
Spencer. Okay, so Spencer has a little bit more open of the table. The player on Throwbacks was able to break some stuff up, but then he wasn't able to finish out the rack. So the rack's a little more open, but it looks like he's just going to play safe here. Try to cinch the cue ball in there, but he's really just opened up the rack. This is a good chance here for Throwbacks to finish out this rack. The 9 has a pocket. The 11 has could have a pocket after the 9 goes in. Up table in the top right corner. But the 14 and the 8 are still tied up. So in making these two balls. If he can find a way to break that up, then that'd be good. He's going to grab a bridge real quick. Yeah, that 14 ball could be a problem. I'm not seeing a good way to break it out of there. And it's tough to get position where you could possibly make that ball. Yeah. The only good way I see to make that ball is to carom the 14 off the 6 ball into the side. But you'd have to get into it. If the 11 goes by the 4 and 7, that's an opportunity. I'd like to see the cue ball be a little more to the right. So he's got the 15 down there in the corner, and if he can shoot the 15 in the corner, he can give himself a less steep angle on the 11 in the bottom left corner, and that could break out the 14 ball and hopefully not get it tied up with the 5 ball. So he wants that to slow down, slow down, slow down. So okay, I think he still gets a piece of the 14 here, as long as he, doesn't stroke this firm withdraw. If he rolls this, I think he gets a piece of that 14, and this is kind of the key shot right here. Now he hit a firm withdraw, and yeah, slop doesn't count in this event. So. Oh,
overcut that.
Little first game jitters. This is the first game. Asking players to play at 9 a.m. sometimes takes a few shots to get going.
Well, and who knows how long they've been here warming up on their other table, So
no doubt. And I tell you, I can speak from experience, man. Sometimes the nerves are greater in teams than any other event.
Yeah.
Yep. So it takes a little bit to settle yourself down. But he's got a shot on the 11 ball here. He can draw it over and back like that to get on the 8 in the side. But it was a little touchy of a shot. It was a tester.
It was a tester. We like them testers.
Yeah, I do.
I know you do.
And I feel good when I make them. So he's got options here, but he's struggling a little bit. And the 4 is missable. I'd almost rather him shoot the 5 just to get going. And he's got the 4 in, though. Good enough. And he still has the 5. His balls are all out in the open here, so he's got a good chance to work his way through his rack as long as he doesn't get tied up with anything. He got tied up with something, but he still has some shots he can shoot. This is a little scary here. I'd like to see him shoot the 6 ball because, now he's got more tough shots. If he can hit this with draw and a little bit of speed, he can hold the cue ball for the next shot. There you go. He's a little unfortunate here to be up over the 8 ball.
Yeah, but he's big and tall. He can handle that.
That helps.
You don't worry about being jacked up like that, do you?
I'm big and tall, and I don't like to be jacked up like that.
I wonder, I haven't really noticed. Does he have a giraffe stance, or does he try to make himself small?
I haven't seen any giraffe stance yet.
He's about your size, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. But he bends his knees more like that, so he doesn't spread the legs out. There you go, right there. Boom.
Oh, almost with that second bump.
He actually had a pretty tough out there. He had one tough shot after another tough shot, and he was making them, and he hit the 8 pretty good. That's one thing, if you guys at home haven't played on these tables before, I mean, they're tiny tables, but they're not tables like at your typical bar with nice big pockets. These tables have pretty tight pockets, and if you hit a ball with any speed, it's got to be accurate, or it won't go in. Keep you honest. All right, looks like Throwbacks is going to get game 1 here. And I see Throwbacks on game 2 on table 2 is also on the 8, but from here it doesn't look like the 8 goes by the 4, but I'm not really in a good spot to tell. But he's called the 8 by the 4.
I think it does.
It must. He called it, I guess. Yeah. Must be tight.
Yeah, it must have been a little too tight. He tried to cheat the pocket and came too far over.
Well, he got pretty fortunate there because I think the 8 blocks the 4 ball now. So even if this gentleman makes the 1 ball,
Must be Jason.
yeah, and now I can see his shoes. You were asking about his shoes earlier, huh?
Yep.
I don't know if his shoes
Flex
match.
shoes.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Ooh.
Yeah, he got.
This is going to be fun over here.
He hit that with good speed to give himself a chance to. He'd be a little bit in trouble if he made that ball then, but by missing that ball, he actually got safe here. So we may see a 2-rail kick shot here. If you could do a 2-rail kick shot where you hit off the far end rail and then the right side rail, you kind of going around the top right corner pocket with a little bit of a right-hand spin. You can come right at the bottom left corner pocket. That's an option. And frankly, I think that's the best option to make the ball.
All right, so coming up on table 1, we have from Throwbacks 2, Dave Pearson.
Okay.
And he is playing Staten Scott. Oops.
That's a $30 foul right there.
That's
$30.
right. Uh-oh. Okay, it came back out.
Yeah, it's $3 for every bounce, and it bounced about 15 times. That's $45.
Payable to Rail2Rail Productions.
So Staten or Staten, he's going to take
Staten.
stripes. He's got stripes. And it's interesting kind of little strategy there, but with ball in hand, instead of using ball in hand to make a stripe and break out that pile a little bit, he's using ball in hand to clear all of the
free balls.
Yeah, and now he's got a breakout shot here, but it's a very tough shot. But if he makes this ball, then he gets a breakout. Yeah. And that's like the last thing I kind of want to do is get the breakout on a miss, you know.
Yep.
So there's a chance here for Throwbacks. Looks like he might be able to make the 4 ball off the 6 ball into the corner by the 12. But he figures even if I don't make this ball, I can block that pocket. So he'll hit this softly. Yeah, he made that shot. Good. And it looks like he's got the 2 ball. That also goes in there. No, he's just going to play defense. He won't hit this very hard. It's good. I'm glad the way he hit that, they got the 3 ball out of there a little bit. I was afraid he was going to really baby it and leave the 3 tied up with his other balls. So that was smart. But what he didn't do is actually get a good save. He needed the cue ball to be cinched up either behind the 1 or behind the 6. But he can see the 12 from here, and he can even make the 12 if he hits it thin enough. But he missed, and that was a foul. He hit a solid before a stripe there. And in this league, the opponent gets to pick up the cue ball and put it wherever he wants. So a foul is costly. Especially now, the table is much less cluttered than it was. And with ball in hand, any remaining problems like this 5-1 can be addressed. So there's a good chance here for Throwback to run out this rack. He needs to get the cue ball out from underneath these balls, and he did not. He either needed to draw that or hit it with top left to come around those balls, not run into them. So now he's got a tough shot here.
You know, I was just thinking, we have our Rail2Rail rules shirt that has our 3 rules on it. I think we need to have the Diva's direction shirts. And that would
I've been directed by the Diva.
Don't baby.
Don't baby.
Shots.
Yeah, don't baby.
That would be the one.
It just gets you in trouble.
Yes.
If you're debating about babying a ball or hitting it a little firmer, hit it firmer.
What would the Diva do?
Yes, what would the Diva do? He's yeah, good. He's got a good angle here to make this and just roll forward a little. And well, I kind of thinking he's going to shoot the 7 next, but he rolled forward more than that, so he's going to shoot the 6. But he's got an angle where he get into a little bit of trouble. If he had hit more of a stop shot on that last ball, then he could shoot the 7. See, now this angle on the 7 is a little tougher, and he's going to end up with a longer shot on the 6 or possibly getting hooked. And so, yeah, he's hooked. He just rolled too far forward on that last shot. And where if he had stopped it short of that, then the natural path on the ball he just shot would be to bring the cue ball to the middle of the table, not over to the left of the table. So he's going to have to kick at this ball. And, he's got a good chance to hit the ball, but pocketing the ball is just not likely. So it's tough to be in this situation because when your opponent only has a couple balls left, you kind of figure if I don't pocket this ball, I lose the game.
And just so everybody's aware, we have from Throwbacks 2 on table 2, this is Pete Danheim, and he's playing Butch Meyer, who's coming up to the table right now.
So this is a chance here for Butch. He's got an 11 ball, and if he can stun that cue ball to the left a little bit and draw it back, they'll have a shot on the 12, just like that. The big thing here is he wants to avoid the 9 on the way back out and control his speed. If he could put some left-hand spin and hit it softly, that would do it. Yes, good. It's good to avoid running into balls when you can. Uh-oh.
He's got that funny little downward motion on his stroke.
A little bit. He's a tall guy, too. He's probably not quite warmed up yet. This is a tough cut here. He's going to try to cut that in. Nope, he's playing safe. He's left a shot. Not an easy shot, but you can cut that 9 back into the corner. And from here, it looks like if you make the 9, you don't scratch. If you miss the 9 by hitting too much of it, you might scratch in the corner, not on the opposite side.
It's a good shot.
Yeah, it was not an easy shot. He's just going to roll this in, and he'll be fine. There's no scratch on the side if you just roll it in. Very good.
So that's the first win for Dazed and Confused. It's 2-1.
And I see Dazed and Throwbacks.
This is Pete.
He's got a little more of a giraffe stance. He's trying out my stance. He's just got to
baby giraffe.
He's just got to lower his whole body another 4 inches or so, and really let those legs spread out and take up more room.
So what are the issues with ginormous people like you when you're playing pool? I mean, seriously, I was thinking about that watching these two. They are tall dudes.
Yeah, there's some tall guys on this team.
I'm not short, so but it's pretty. I'm normal. You guys are like huge.
Well, I had a lot of whole milk growing up with some, steroids in it probably, or whatever it is we feed cows in the 70s.
I mean, it's got to be different. It's got to be harder.
Well, what I find, I used to not spread my legs really far and get down. I used to have more of an upright stance, and then I would always have a problem with my knees hitting the table. When I'm trying to get down on the shot, then my knees would hit the table.
Yeah.
But that's something you get used to. I've gotten used to that, and I can still shoot, with my legs closer together and my knees bent, and sometimes I do. But for me, I remember I was having a problem with my mechanics where I wasn't having consistent mechanics. And there was a part of me in a particular event where I just felt like I needed to lower my whole body to be more even with the table. So that by tightening my body up, by getting lower like that, I was eliminating the looseness that was resulting in a bad mechanic for me. And so I just felt like I needed to lower everything and get closer, more level with the table. And that's when I started doing the wider. And when I started doing it, it worked well for me in that event. And so I kind of stuck with it for the last 4 or 5 years or so. And like any funny stance, if you do it often enough, eventually it doesn't feel unnatural anymore.
Right. Right. Your mind and body kind of get in tune again.
Yeah. And that awkwardness of the stance or the tightness of my body stretching out like that, that's part of how I know I'm in alignment. Because I feel a certain way when I'm down there, And so I feel like that's helped me out a little bit.
So this on table 1 here on the right, this is Mikey Meyer.
Okay, Mikey is on Dazed and Confused.
Dazed and Confused, yep. And he is playing Letitia Ray.
Okay. We have a little bit of a cluster here again. Yeah, these aren't little clusters. It's a lot of a cluster. He's got a chance here if he wants to be aggressive to try to break him a little bit, and he has. But coming in from behind like that's always a little bit scary. Now he's tied up. He can see the 12. I don't think he can make the 12 anywhere. So we may see him just kind of nudge the 12 to the rail and try to cinch the cue ball into the pile there. He's telling her what he is planning to do to give her the option if she would like to get a referee, to have a referee come watch it or not. And that's a sportsman-like thing to do.
Very much so.
And I do that. The last thing I want is for there to be a disagreement between my opponent and I. So if I think a call, even if I know I'm going to get a good hit, but it'll look close, then I'll always call my opponent over and say, have a look at this. Let me know. Do you want to get a referee? And I'm perfectly happy to get a referee, because then if there's a dispute, I would rather the referee be the arbitrator rather than me say it was a good hit and my opponent say, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, I hate those disagreements. Because depending on how testy the argument gets, it could throw everybody off. And
arguments can get testy when both people really feel like they were right, you know?
I lose track of what's going on pretty easily. You know, after I shoot, I'm concentrating on the shot, and then I kind of forget to watch everything else, and so I don't always notice.
Yeah.
You know, I don't, and so, you know, I'm like, yeah, I didn't see it. Whatever you think is right.
Yeah.
We didn't get a referee, so there you go.
Yeah, you know, and it's like, what can you do, you know? And
yeah, especially if they get adamant. I don't want to get into any of that sort of drama. So yeah, whatever you want to do, that's cool with me.
That's usually my approach when I am the opponent, or when I'm not at the table. If I think that the shooter fouled, I'll ask him, was that a good hit? But if he says, yeah, it was a good hit, then I really have no recourse. It's up to the shooter. I didn't call a referee over, so you know, then for me, because I don't want drama, I'll be okay. But in my head, I'll be like, I think that was a foul, and you better not miss. Yeah. Because when I get to the table, I'm gonna make sure you sit for a while. You know, is my mindset, you know.
We last night when we had the women's open final. There was kind of a situation where they had a slight disagreement about what was going on, and I was talking to Ricky Casper about it afterwards, and she said, you know, honestly, if I had gotten ball in hand there, I probably wouldn't have gotten out, because I confused myself with I go here and go here and go.
Yeah, I would have had too many options. Sometimes it's nice to be told shoot it from here. And that's true in 8-ball too, man.
Very
especially
true.
In 8-ball, it's like you're almost overwhelmed with choices, and that causes people to struggle sometimes. Whereas like in 9-ball, there's not as many choices. You know what ball you have to hit. You might have a couple of pockets for options, but you don't. You know, straight pool's kind of like that. If somebody is really familiar with straight pool, then they are very used to having, you know, 8, 9, 10 different options, you know, and just dealing with it. And I think that translates well to 8-ball. But if you've only played 9-ball your whole life, then coming to the table right after the break with a lot of options can be a little bit overwhelming to know what the right choice is, because you don't have to deal with that in 9-ball very often. That, I'm not sure what she was doing there. She just fouled, and she could see stripes.
She's solids.
Yeah, well, she just kicked into the 8-ball. Oh, she's solids.
She's solids. Well, Mikey is stripes.
She still committed a foul there. So Mikey had ball in hand there, and he didn't take it.
On the previous shot, Mikey had fouled, and she didn't take ball in hand. So
all right, you know, we saw that.
last night.
Isn't that
kind of
weird?
crazy.
That's very unusual.
Yeah.
If she can put follow left, she can come 2 rails and shoot the 8 in the side. It's like that there, but she'd need to hit it firmer, and then it would come to the side rail and back down.
Yep.
Another option, but she might have been too thin of a hit on the 6 to do it, but if it was a fuller hit, she could put a lot of draw on the cue ball and draw the cue ball straight toward us and get on the 8 for the bottom right corner. All right, he's got that in.
There you go, Mikey. He likes it. Hey, Mikey.
Hey, Mikey, he likes it. He won't eat it. He hates everything. All right,
we are so aging ourselves here. Oh, my goodness. So on table 2, we've got actually Jason versus Jason.
Now, if Mikey wanted to here, he could play defense. He doesn't have an easy shot, it looks like, unless you can see the 14. A good defense you could play here is to thin the left side of the 12 ball, and then the cue ball softly, and the cue ball goes to the side rail and comes underneath the 14. You can either hide underneath the 14, or maybe you let the cue ball get further over and it can hide behind the 8 or the 13, but you would be blocking her ability to see the 6 ball. But he was able to see directly to the 14. If you couldn't quite see enough of the 14 to make it, I really like nicking the 12 ball there and playing defense. But as it is, he's got a tough out here. I kind of wouldn't have minded to see him play the defense anyway.
I think he was afraid he was going to miss that shot. His heart's pounding.
I know how that feels. Like, whew.
Was he going to get it in here?
Yeah,
he didn't
I
call
don't think
it,
that's
but
what he called.
I don't think that's what he called either.
So she has an opportunity here to shoot the 6 in, and if she shoots the 6 in with follow, it's going to come basically straight back at the 12 ball here. It's tough to predict how a player is going to hit the ball, though, but that's hit it just head on with follow would kind of bring it back at the 12, which would give her an opportunity for just like that, right at the 12. Didn't want to come too far, so she's a little bit thin here on the 8 into the corner. If you're comfortable to, you can hit with, like a quarter tip of left hand spin, and then that would have had the cue ball more straight in on the 8 ball here. But that makes the shot a little tougher. So, it depends on how your nerves are, and sometimes you don't want to deal with that. She needs to hit this a little bit of draw, but she should be okay on the scratch. I think the 12's there. That's a good shot.
Yeah, good job. All right, so that now makes it 4-1. Throwbacks 2 up over Dazed and Confused. Okay. So this is Jason Stewart at the table here for Dazed and Confused.
Yep. And it looks like he's working his way through
solids.
What's left of. I jinxed him.
You did.
It's really not a bad thing that he missed that shot because he was running out of shots. I mean, the 6-9 was tied up, and I don't see a way for him to free that out. Nope. And if he had made that ball, I don't think he could see enough of the 1 to make it in the side either. So missing that shot is probably a good thing.
So coming up on table 1 is going to be Chuck Danheim versus Staten Scott. And this is Jason McNally.
Jason has a chance here to break out the 9-6 on this shot, but the shot's a little bit of a tester, and I hate to miss this shot and break out the 9-6. He didn't go for the breakout. Multiple balls down there. The 11 ball, great breakout ball on the 9-6, so he can break that out later. So I'm okay with him not going that shot. That was a tough shot to make. But if you get the cue ball like in the position it is now, or near the 8 or near the 2, then the 11 is very makeable with a breakout, and I like that. I would play shape for that kind of breakout with the other balls. Looks like he's got a little bit of a path to shoot the 2 in between those balls. And with this angle, he could get a breakout here. So if he's going for the breakout, you may see a little bit of speed on this hit. Yeah, he hit that with a little bit of speed, but too much draw. He had a little bit low on the cue ball, and that killed the cue ball's forward momentum, and the draw kept the breakout from happening. He's in a tough spot here because because now he's forced to solve his opponent's problem. His opponent's only problem on the table is that his opponent has a 9-ball that's tied up. And now he's got to solve it for his opponent. His opponent's requested a referee to come over and watch this hit. Make
Zebra
sure
City.
He hits, Zebra City.
You know, we almost have a dazzle going because we've got a referee on table 2 and we've got 2 referees in the chat room.
Oh, interesting.
It's kind of a dazzle.
This means the referees in the chat room will totally be judging the referees' here ability to call a good hit. I know how catty referees are.
Ooh, yes, yes.
Let's see. So throwbacks here. It looks like we have a little bit more open of a table over here. And but the solids have not many available pockets.
This
The
would be
2's tied
Chuck
up,
Danheim.
The 4's a problem. 7's a problem. So he's quickly running out of open balls to shoot.
So it's going to bring State and Spencer back up to the table.
All right.
And I think Jason Stewart has finally figured out how he wants to do this. So Christy Womack is getting herself in position.
Basically, what should happen here is the 9 should not move for the most part. If the 9 moves, it's probably a foul.
That was a good hit.
Yep, it was good. Yeah. 9 moved, but after contact, so. All right, and this guy is running through the rack, but he's got problem balls and nothing near the problem balls to break them out. So he's going to be forced to. He's either going to be forced to play it safe here, which he's not. He's just making it. So he's going to be forced to break up one of his balls if he makes this ball. He's just going to have to. Yeah, I mean, I'd really rather see them not make all these balls if they don't have a plan to solve the rest of them.
Nope.
They're just kind of digging themselves a little bit of a grave. But the good thing is his opponent still has some problems, and it'll be difficult for his opponent to run out the rack without giving him an opportunity back. But he needs to try to make a good hit here, and he's got to go off the right rail near the side pocket. And it's going to be tough to not hit. I don't want to call a referee here. It's going to be tough to not hit the 4 before the. He almost got a good hit.
Almost got a good hit.
So now that this gentleman, he has ball in hand. With ball in hand, where you can strategically place the cue ball somewhere, I'd really like to see him try to solve one of his 2 problems here with this shot. Either make the 5 in the corner and send the cue ball into the 2 ball, or make the 5 in the corner and send the cue ball into the 4 ball to free up at least one of his balls here. So we'll see, if you use your ball in hand to just shoot in the 5 and get on one of your other open balls, and I feel like you're making it tougher for yourself then. Yeah. Maybe the 2 goes into the corner there. It's hard for me to tell, from here. If the 2 goes clean, then I don't mind him not breaking that out. But if the 2 goes clean, then I would have rather seen him use ball in hand to make the 2 and try to break out the 4 in the same shot. Because then you can ever so precisely put the cue ball exactly where you need it to stroke 2 into the corner and maybe carry him off the 9 ball with the cue ball and push through that so that the 9 goes into the 15 and the 4 ball to break those up. He might still have that angle here, but with ball in hand, you're for sure to give yourself that angle. So, yeah, just like that. Now, if he had done that the first shot, he would have an easy shot on the 5 in the corner, and that was the first ball he hit. But he didn't, so now what kind of shot does he have here? A very ugly shot. So that's another
tester
reason.
Tester after tester.
Yeah, is leaving a good ball so that after your breakout, you have a shot. And that's another reason why I would have liked him to leave the 5 there and start out with the ball in hand on that breakout shot. Trivia question.
In the 1920s and 30s, what pool player also had a vaudeville act? In the 1920s and 30s, what pool player also had a vaudeville act? The way our trivia works, be the first person to answer the trivia question correctly in either one of our chat rooms. And you will get an entry into our drawing. We'll be drawing on Sunday before the final of the finals are finally finalized. And then that winner will get a Rail2Rail shirt. And is it going to go behind our camera? Nope. Okay. We're okay. Need to get a little baby gate in front of the camera.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Protect the equipment.
That's right. Step away from the camera.
Looking to see if the 14 goes in the side. From here, it looks like it may not. And it doesn't look like it goes into the corner either. So Dazed and Confused here is in a kind of a tough spot here. He's called something. He could maybe try to carry the 14 off the 8 into the corner. But it's a little scary anytime you get the 8 ball. Hit the 8 ball and get it rolling hard. You don't want to go in and lose the game. I think he called it safe on that. That's what he did, and he came out pretty good. There's a shot on the 3 in the corner, but the cue ball is close to the 3, so it makes that a touchy shot, not a gimme. And also, players would tend to shoot that with a little bit of draw and at not too firm of a speed, and so that means if he does like to shoot the 3, there's a good chance that he's going to have another tough shot after that, where the cue ball is kind of near the bottom rail down here, and he's got like a long shot on the 4, So he has his work cut out for him here if he wants to try to make this ball. He may elect to play defense, and if you want to play defense, he could thin the 3, like cut the 3 into the 6 with draw, and try to bring the cue ball down by the piece of chalk that is on the bottom right corner of the table. And you might hook your opponent from the 14 and leave him a very questionable shot on the 9, is an option. He played defense, I think. He rolled forward. He's not leaving an easy shot here. I don't think the 9 goes into the bottom left corner, so he's not leaving that. It looks like he's leaving a thin cut on the 14 in the top left corner, or a bank into the top right corner. He's going to take the thin cut here.
Chris Jones, Jimmy Durante, no.
Unfortunately for Dazed and Confused, he missed that shot and freed up his opponent's ball and tied up his own ball with his own ball. So now Throwbacks here has a fairly open table with no problems as far as balls being clustered together. So he's got a chance here if he can stay in line, keep the cue ball in the areas he needs the cue ball to end up, play good position, and he's got a chance here to run this rack out. He's probably rolling forward for the 4 ball. He didn't want to break up his opponent's balls. All right, they're still pretty clustered. He may save the 4 for later now. He can shoot the 7 with some draw to get onto the 6 ball for the same pocket as he's shooting the 7. So you'll see him draw this over to the side rail. He's going to hit it with follow. Follow might not get him on the 6 ball here. I'm a little concerned. He may actually hit the 6, and then it's a little questionable what'll happen. Yeah. See, and even if he makes that ball, that's not a shot on the 6. But where draw would have, he could have shot a kill draw shot again. But he got a little fortunate here in that he didn't leave his opponent the ability to see his 9 ball. I don't think he can see the 9 to make it in the side. So Dazed and Confused, he may be forced to kick at this. And if he's forced to kick at it, then we may see them ask for referee. And it looks like he can see it. All right, so he's not blocked by the 8, or he may be massaying around the 8 here. Yeah. Oh, that was a good try. And he's actually not leaving an easy shot for his opponent here. So we may see another save. an option is for the opponent to hit our right side of the 6 ball and put the cue ball on the right rail and diamond up, so that his 7 ball is blocking the cue ball from being able to see the 14 or the 9. That's an option. He could go for a bank shot on the 7. I don't know that he can see enough of the 7 to cut it into the bottom right corner, but he could bank it to the bottom left corner. But that would be pretty. That'd be a high risk shot. But he has no easy shot to be aggressive with here. So if you want to be aggressive, you'll have to take a high risk shot. If he's going to call defense, I don't like doing it with the 7 ball here. I think he's going for a bank shot. That was a foul.
Double hit?
Yeah, it was a double hit. But you know, players aren't always aware of when it's a foul or when it's not. So, you know, and you didn't get, you know, if you don't get a referee over to watch it, then, you know, there's really nothing you can do. And if a player isn't aware that that's a double hit, to try to call a foul on him, that's usually where then you will have some drama. Yeah, but is what it is. Shoot this in the corner. He needs to be careful here that he doesn't run into the 9 ball or get hooked behind the 9 ball. It's very easy to run into the 9 ball on this shot, and it might work out, but it might not. Yeah. He can hold the cue ball there. He's got a shot on the 14 in the corner. Yeah. And he needs to draw the cue ball back a little bit. Back to where it is now. He can shoot the 8 in the side. If he rolls forward, then, or 8 in the corner. If he rolls forward, then he'll have a tougher shot on the 8 in the side. From here, I mean, I might almost rather bank it than shoot it in the side, but you could go either way here. Either way, it's kind of tough. Whereas if he had been able to draw that back at, you know, 6 inches or 8 inches, and I think he'd like the shot a little better. Nice shot.
All right, so that was Chuck and Staten. So we are actually now tied at 4. On table 2 on the left, we've got Pete Danheim playing Mikey Meyer, and on table 1 we are going to be having Latricia Ray playing Spencer Staten. You know, the first time we asked this question, this trivia question, we didn't have all these wrong answers.
Yeah, you know, it's early in the morning. Even Google's a little
people
groggy.
got it right away. You know,
Even
now
Google's
they're,
a little groggy. You know,
maybe
they're Googling and getting wrong answers.
Maybe
the fuzzy logic is a little too fuzzy.
Something like that.
How late do they serve breakfast sandwiches in the thing over there?
I think until they run out.
Oh, Ramil. I'm tired of Ramil always being right. Ramil has the right answer, is my understanding.
Yeah, that crazy little Pinoy.
My apologies to everyone else in the chat room that has to listen to Ramil gloat now.
You know, he is something of a gloater.
He's just proud to be superior to everyone else, and I'm okay with that.
Well, you know, the problem with Ramil is that he gets too many right answers, and then he takes himself out of the running for the actual drawing.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the first really good break we've seen. He's got a nice open table. There's a couple problem balls, but it's hard not to have a couple problem balls. He's got a 6 that he has to find a way to get to. And he might write, no. So that 6 is going to be a challenge. The 5's a bit of a challenge too because it's of its proximity to the 8 ball. In order to be able to make the 5 and not flirt with making the 8, the cue ball can only be in a couple different places. So he'll have to figure out how to deal with that. So if he rolls forward on this and gives himself a shot on the 3 with an angle, which he has, there's a lot of things you can do here with an angle. Is 5 going to side? He might be able to get on the 6 here if he can run into the 10 and break it up. If he had hit that firmer, he could have got to the side rail and freed the 6. He's going to go rail first and not leave him a shot on the 3. Yeah. He needs to hit about at the side pocket on the left side of the table, and that should send the cue ball at the 3 ball. Just before the side pocket on the left side of the table can give him a hit on the 3 ball. And it looks like he might be looking at that. He needs to hit just before the side pocket. He hit just after. He went 2 rails. Just after is a good 2 rail hit. Nice job. But now his opponent has a very open table. But there's still a problem, and that's the 13 ball. The 13 doesn't go by the 8, and that's where you'd like to shoot the 13, but it doesn't go by the 8. So I believe the 11 does. So at some point, she's going to have to shoot the 11 in to free up the 13 so that she can shoot the 13 into the side pocket there. Other than that, there aren't a lot of things to solve on this rack. So if she can get herself in position to solve that, then that would be good. She may try to solve one of those now by shooting one of these shots. But both of these are tough shots, either 11 aside or 13 in the corner. Both of those are more difficult shots than you'd like to have to shoot. But it does solve that problem. So if she can make this, then she doesn't have to worry about that anymore. And she did. 11, I think, goes by the 8, so it's not blocked. Everything is now more out in the open. She has a 14 down here in the corner and a 9 in the side. She can shoot one of those two. I kind of like shooting the 14 in the corner and trying to come back toward the middle of the table. You might get yourself on either the 9 in the corner or the 11 in the corner off this shot. Not too hard. Yeah. And she got the 15 in the side. And with 15 on the side, you can hit this with follow and go straight up table and straight back down table, kind of back to where the 15 is now. Maybe with a little bit of left-hand spin, yeah. And this speed is good. It gives her an option. She can shoot either the 11 or the 9. She's going to shoot the 9. And the 8's near the pocket here, so she just has to focus on making this shot and not babying it. You don't have to hit it hard, but just don't baby it. Let the cue ball come back to the middle of the table. That's a nice shot.
She plays with really good speed.
Yeah.
She's got a good sense of the table. She has connected with the table, as Paul Patier would say.
And she shoots accurately. That was good.
Yeah.
I see Dazed and Confused is coming to the table on table 2.
Yeah, I think Mikey has solids.
Yep. And so if he can avoid getting tied up with the 13 ball, which he did, he didn't want 13 to get tied up with the 4. He has a shot on the 4 or the 2, but if he shoots the 4, he won't have a shot on the 2. If he shoots the 2, he might actually run into the 13 to free up the 4 or get a shot. I'm a little concerned about this. He's got a good chance to not have a shot afterwards. And I'd like to have seen him shot the 2 there to give himself a better chance to get out. The 2 was a tougher shot, but that tougher shot gives him a better chance to win the game.
Right.
And so sometimes you have to make that choice, Do I shoot the tougher shot and have a better chance to win the game, or do I shoot the easier shot and know I at least make the ball? So he's going to have to kick at the
Yeah, breakfast burrito, breakfast taco. That's what they've had. Okay.
Well, I want some cheese in there, and I want some egg in there. If that's possible, then I don't care about the rest, man. It's going good. All right. Somebody is offering to get me a breakfast nugget.
Well, you know,
Egg.
Leo makes that sound like we're being generous. It's really just part of his contract. Feed me!
Hey, don't make me sound like I'm a diva or something. I mean, I am a diva, but I don't want people to know.
Welcome aboard, Debbie Gallagher. It's nice to have you with us. Which one's your brother? Since nobody's last name is Gallagher.
All right. Throwbacks. I
Throwbacks
think
in white.
I'm guessing he's solids.
Which table?
Table 1. I'm guessing he's solids. Yeah, there's throwbacks on both tables.
Yeah.
Well, on table 2, he's on the 8 ball here. Let's talk about this. I kind of like, frankly, he's got a good chance to make this shot, and if he hits it easy, he leaves his opponent tough. Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Oh wow,
now,
that is real tough.
That leaves his opponent real tough. That wasn't very nice, frankly.
No.
I mean, he should feel a little bad about himself for being so mean.
He should. I always feel bad about myself when I'm that mean.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Mikey's like, dude, come on. You see that? He's shaming him.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I might offer to give my opponent a timeout on this and
right?
help him hit it because I feel so bad.
That's hilarious.
I mean, I want to win the game, but I also want to be able to sleep at night with a clean conscience, All right, table 1. We have Dazed and Confused. That's the table. And that 9-6, nobody, people are making balls, but nobody is dealing with that 9-6.
Right.
So,
he might have been trying to hit that there, but I don't know. It's possible. It's hard to tell.
So that's just going to prove to be a problem at some point. So if that 5, so here's my strategy for dealing with that. If my opponent's 5 ball does not have a pocket, like if it doesn't go by the 15 ball in the corner, then when I choose to play defense, I want to play a defense that frees up one of my balls and gives me an opportunity to free up that 6-9. So, for example, in that scenario where he just was, I might back bank the 10 ball closer out from behind those balls to the bottom rail. And then, if I get the opportunity to, I will play shape to shoot the 10 off the 6 ball into the corner, which would free the 9. That would be my strategy. And I can do that if my opponent's 5 ball doesn't have a pocket. Then you can afford to purposely miss a ball to set yourself up to break that out later. And that's the strategy of dealing with that 9-6. That would be an example anyway. And I would really want to get the 10 ball out of there, but not bump his 4 ball, because his 4 ball's a problem. I don't want to freeze 4 ball for him. If the 4 ball's only pocket is up there in the top corner, I'm okay with that, because it's tough to get there. But I wouldn't want to bump his 4 ball and make it where it can go in more pockets than only the top right corner, So that's the other thing I'm thinking about when I choose to play my defense. He's going to scratch here, probably.
So Pete actually did show Mikey how to try to make a good hit.
He did not scratch. So that was a good shot. It doesn't solve the 6, but at least he chose to not try to make any balls. But again, if I am my opponent, if I'm solids from there, if my 5 doesn't go in, I would rather bank the 5 off the top rail down here to the bottom rail, over by the 3 so that I can do with the 5 what I was suggesting the other gentleman would do with the 10 ball. I would have rather seen him do that than the shot he did. Although he may get ball in hand out of this. He hit a good safe there. Guy made a good hit. We're about to find out if the 5 goes in. Here, this would be a little risky, but he could be aggressive here and shoot the 5 in and hit the side rail with some right hand spin and come down here to the end rail almost scratching, and he may be able to break up the 9-6 on this shot with some right hand spin. But it's risky because you might scratch too. He needed a lot of right hand spin on that to get down there though. But look at that. So the 5 probably did go in, and now he's blocked that pocket. So the 14 ball may not, or the 15 ball may not go in there. So now Stripes has multiple problems. Let's see if he can get on his ball down there. And he made his ball possibly worse, unfortunately. If the 15 goes by the 5, well, then he has a good angle to run the cue ball into the 10 ball. Kind of split the 10-14, and he may be able to break up his 9 ball here. So if I'm shooting this shot, if I'm trying to make this ball, I'm not doing it. I'm doing it to break things out. I'm going to hit that hard with right hand spin and try to break it out. All right, well, as solids here, one thing that he could try to do is to hit the 4 ball into the 9-6 and stop the cue ball, or cinch the cue ball up to the 10 ball. And he's not making a ball there, but what would happen is the 9 ball would come off the 6 and end up on the bottom rail, and the cue ball would be tied up with the 10 ball. So now you've freed up your 6 ball and not lift your opponent a shot. I think that would have been maybe a good strategy. He's got a chance here at the top right to come into this pile.
I think he's just setting up to try to do the 4-9.
So now he can do the
4-9,
but from here, it's much tougher to not leave his opponent a shot.
Right.
He hopes that the 6 ball will stay in the jaws of the pocket. I think that's his hope here. 6 will stay in the jaws of his pocket so that his opponent won't have a shot in there. But we'll see what happens here. It's a little riskier. With ball in hand, when you had ball in hand earlier, it's much easier to free up those balls and not leave your opponent a shot. But from where the cue ball is now, he kind of has no choice to take a chance here. But he might leave his opponent a shot. We'll see.
So if you are just joining us, we are streaming through both Ustream and through YouTube. The YouTube broadcast is in HD. So if you want a little clearer picture, that's where you can go for that. Just go to YouTube and look for Rail2Rail TV. So he's wanting his opponent to solve that 6-9.
Yeah, he's elected to leave the 6-9 alone for now, and that's not a bad thing. And if he would have been able to get his 4 ball not tied up at the 10, then he could have had a chance later on to shoot the 4 off the 6 ball. His opponent might break it up here on accident if he tries to make the 10. No? Oh, that's a foul.
Yeah, he didn't hit anything.
And then he tied up to 10 more, though.
Yeah.
So it's not the end of the world to commit a foul there.
No, he was just trying to thin the 9 real thin and just got a little too thin.
But since my opponent's 10 ball is tied up, I kind of like what he's looking at here. Like if you can, if I can like double hit the 6 ball, hit full into the 6 ball, have the 6 ball hit the rail and come back into the cue ball with a little bit of draw, then I can send the 9 ball toward the 8 and draw the cue ball back toward the right hand lower right pocket. I'm probably not leaving my opponent a good shot, and I'm freeing up my 6 ball. I kind of like that. Another thing you could do is put the cue ball in the pocket and hit out of the pocket, thinning the 6 on the way out. The only thing I don't like about softly thinning the 6 is you might not free up the 6, and I kind of want to free up the 6. as long as my opponent's 10 ball is tied up at the 4, then I don't mind if the 9 ball becomes a little freer if I can do it and play a kind of a defense at the same time. His only option here, if he's trying to make this 4, is to hit off the 8 into the side, and that's a little scary. So I'm kind of expecting that he's not really trying to do that. Maybe he'll hit it more full into the 8 and drive the 8 to a rail and try to leave the cue ball cinched up to the 10. Is that going the corner? Maybe that goes into the straight.
It goes in the corner.
Well, I really don't want to see him
make his last soldier.
Yeah.
It's kind of silly.
Not unless he's going for a breakout too. All right. Don't go in for it. Don't go in. And it didn't go in, but it didn't really end up in a good position for him to make it off the 6.
Right.
But it is bankable. At some point he could maybe bank it and have it go in off the 6. So all is not lost there.
Yeah. Well, and Staten could try to cut the 10 over into that right-hand corner and break out the 9 here, but he's just going to play the defense.
Yeah. So we'll see. He could bank that 4, and Staten may have fallen into his trap. You hit the 4 with a lot of left-hand spin, a little bit of draw. I would hit it firm, if the 4 hits the 9, it might go into the pocket. If the 4 hits the 6, it might go into the pocket. If the 4 goes clean in the pocket, it goes clean. If you hit the bottom rail, it might hit off the bottom rail into the 6, into the pocket. So this bank is very makeable. You can miss this shot and still make it. I think you got to go for it here. He's calling safe. This is his opportunity to win without letting his opponent back to the table. Now, let's see if he can bring the 4 to the bottom rail here to give him an opportunity later to do that. All right.
I am muted. Actually, we're both going to be. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, kids.
He took a shot at it there. That shot, if he had hit him, he ran a really good chance of scratching, which is why I liked using the 4 earlier. Because, if the 4 goes into them and goes into the pocket, it's not a foul. It's not a scratch, But had he actually hit the 6 there, he runs a big risk of scratching. From here, if he can reach it with the bridge, because as you're all the way over, even with the bridge, you're all the way over the table. But if you hit this with some right-hand spin into the bottom rail and come back into the 6 softly, then you can play defense here and maybe even create enough separation to make your 6 later. So you get a bridge, you hit into the bottom rail, like just miss the 9. As much right-hand spin as you can get on the cue ball, soft with a ton of right-hand spin. Fairly soft. All right, he just purposely fouled there. And, I'd rather, he didn't need to foul there. He didn't need to give his opponent ball in hand there. I'd kind of like to see him come underneath them and hit into the 6 and try to create a little bit of separation where he may be able to make the 6 later. That's interesting. Oh, he called safe on that. No reason to make the 10 if you're calling safe there. I kind of would have liked to have seen him just miss that side pocket and bank the 10 ball down to the bottom rail here where he could shoot the 10 in off the 6 at some point and call safe that way.
He's hoping that his opponent will do it all for him. So I've learned that sometimes that's not a good thing to do.
Well, the more times you let your opponent to the table, the more times he may make it tougher on you. Your situation might get worse. It might get better. But you're giving your opponent a chance to make your life miserable. More times he's at the table, the more chances he has to win. That there is what I wanted him to do earlier.
The previous shot, yeah.
And now his 6 is makeable,
Yeah.
they're probably going to get a referee over here, but it looks like he can hit this 9 ball. But he's in a pretty bad spot here. He can maybe hit his 9 ball, but getting to, I think he has to go into the rail into the 9. And if that's the case, that means you can't baby it because you need something to get to a rail, which means basically you're going to leave your opponent at the 6 ball. Yeah, that there I think was a questionable hit. And they're talking about now, I would have just immediately asked for a referee there knowing it was going to be a questionable hit. I'm not sure if that was a good hit. That was questionable. So he can hit this softly with some left-hand spin. He's not going to hook his opponent, but he can make it so his opponent has nothing better than a bank shot here. To do what I was talking about, it's like you're aiming at close to the first diamond, the left bottom first diamond. Aiming close to there, so you're kind of pushing the cue ball through the 6 ball with just a little bit of left-hand spin, very softly. You're just trying to get the cue ball basically to the rail and a couple more inches, and it'll spin off the rail and you know, leave your opponent nothing more than, you know, a bank shot. But you're not likely to hook your opponent there with that. But you know, he's in a bad spot here. It's possible that you might be able to leave the 6 in the way of the bank, so he can see the 9, but he may not be able to make the 9 because of the 6 being in the way. Now this here, I'd be calling the referee for this. This is likely to be a foul. But you know, they're not.
They're not into the refs.
No, they're not into that. But this is likely to be a double hit.
The way he's hitting that, it's almost guaranteed.
Now, if the cue and the 6 were frozen, then in the BCA, I think that's illegal.
Yeah, you can push through that if they're frozen, but I don't think they were frozen.
I'm not sure that they were frozen. And I anyway, as the opponent, would want to come look. I'm like, oh, you're gonna hit through. Let me look at this. I want to know if they're frozen, because if they're frozen, I'm gonna ask the referee to, or not. And I may ask a referee to come over even if they're frozen, though. You know, but yeah, I would want to look. And he's got a chance here. He's got a shot on the 6, and come 2 rails back out to the middle of the table, shoot the 8 in the same pocket. This isn't an easy shot, but you got to be happy to have a chance to win the game here, because they've had quite the chess match. Quite the duel. He'd like that 6 to get back in front of the 9. It did not. It was a tough shot. He had a tough shot there.
All right, so coming up on table 2, we're going to be having, it looks like somebody has subbed in for Mikey, and I'm not sure who that is because they didn't put their name on the sheet originally. Staten was able to get that game. So we're actually back tied at 6 by my score.
All right, it looks like we have throwbacks breaking on both tables. On table 2, Throwback is getting ready to break. We'll have a look at his break and how it comes out.
Yeah, this should be Dave Pearson.
Dave Pearson.
Actually, wait, let me check. Wait, let me check here.
All right.
Dave Pearson's on table 2.
All right.
On table 1, this is Pete. Pete should be playing Spencer, and Dave is playing the person that came in for Mikey, whose name I don't know.
Okay. Well, Dave had a nice break there. Like always on a 7-foot table, there's a couple problems, but it's not a big pile of poop in the middle of the table. So he's able to solve one problem right there. He hit that with good speed, so that he just frees the ball, but he doesn't hit it hard enough for it to tie up with another ball. That was good speed. Now the 13 is a little more open. All of his balls are open now. I like how he handled that. If he can give himself a good angle on the 13 on the side, he can come out for the 7. Oh, no. Then he just made a little bit of an error right there. And he can't see the 12. So he's going to have to duck. He's going to have to play safe. Oh, wait. Oh, that's a stripe right there. I didn't see that.
That's a stripe.
I thought that was a solid. Oh. All right, table 1. We have Dazed and Confused.
Yep, this is Spencer.
And shooting out of the pocket. That's never any fun. He called the 4, and it's a tough shot here. It looks like how'd he hit it? That's a nice shot. That's not easy to shoot out of a pocket like that. It looks like he's going to be forced to either shoot the 1, or maybe he can see the 6 to bank the 6 into the 3 ball. But I think he kind of got to shoot the 1 here. Yeah. He's got a 5 ball tied up. Good shot on the 1. He's going to free up the 5 maybe. Look at that. He can shoot the 5. 5's freer. I don't know if he can see enough of the 5 to hit it into the 3 and make the 3. So if he can't, then maybe a little later he can play shape to be able to shoot the 3 in and run into the 15 and 5. And the 6 ball, this little, okay, that worked out. But there was a very for him to make that hit, but he did. Oh, he got a little careless on the combo. You got to hit those so head on, or they squirt over on you, and so that's a bit of a problem. And at that point, once a 5 is tied up, I kind of would have liked to seen him not make any more balls. Thank you.
Thanks.
So he's got some problems here. The 12's a problem. The 14-9's a problem. Now that my opponent doesn't really have any problem balls other than the 8 ball, I'm not in a terrible hurry to move the 12 ball. At least that makes it a little more troublesome for my opponent. But my hope is that my opponent... now at this point, my hope is that I can use all these balls on the table to hook my opponent so that I can get a ball in hand somewhere along the way here. It's like he's got 1 ball on the table, and look at all these, if I get into trouble, look at all these. If I could find a way to put the cue ball anywhere near the bottom left corner, I've hooked my opponent, So if I get it all funny and feel like I might miss a shot, then find a way to get the cue ball into this area.
Yep.
If I can't, and so because I have my opponent in a precarious position here, if I can break the 12 out, I do it now. And the 11 in the side might give him a breakout right now. But he's going to go ahead and shoot the 9 here.
Wow. Pete can't buy a ball right now.
Yeah, he was stretched out a little, jacked up over those balls, and maybe he kind of took his eye off the shot a little, or didn't really make sure he was in good mechanical position and see the shot very as well as he needed to. He rushed that. He may have rushed that a little bit. Made a good hit. That's good hit. So now, unfortunately, because he made that error, his opponent now has put his ball into a better spot in the table in that it's tougher to hook him. But at least the 5 doesn't. There's a lot of places you can leave the cue ball where the 5 doesn't have a good pocket to go in.
Right.
So all is not lost here. If I can find a way to break the 12 out of there, then I'm still going to do it. Because I feel like if I get in trouble, I can still leave my opponent somewhere where he'd have to shoot a great shot to beat me, you know.
Looks like he's taking the combo. I think I'd rather take, if it looked to me like he had a better shot on the 13. That would have gotten him where he didn't have to shoot that combo, but he made the combo anyway, so it's I suppose it's okay.
Well, we'll see here if he can do something maybe with the 14 to break out, or the 13 can break the 12 out. He's going to shoot the 14, so I'm not sure what his plan will be to break the 12 out. Uh-oh.
Okay, so coming up on table 2. On table 1, we've got Pete Danheim playing Spencer Scott, I'm sorry. Ha! And on table 2, we're going to be having Latricia playing Jason Stewart. Also want to take this opportunity to remind all the viewers in both chat rooms that Rail2Rail Productions has standards about your comments.
Yeah.
No disparaging comments about anyone, no offensive language, i.e. swear words or other things like that. We will not tolerate it. You will be deleted and or banned.
Yeah. Don't be an idiot and don't make your mother ashamed of things you say. Well, he's back at the table. If he shoots the 7 in the corner, he could potentially break the 12 out. That is, if he wants to try now that your opponent's ball is in the middle of the table. Good job breaking that out.
That's good.
Now you got to decide, do I want to try to win this game in this inning?
Right.
You know, I can't let my opponent back to the table because he's going to have a shot. And if you decide you want to try to win in this inning, then you have to go for a breakout on the 12 ball, which he did. But then you can't miss.
Right.
You know, then you have to get there.
Yep.
And you know, he had a little bit of a tester on that shot, and he didn't make it. So his opponent's in a real good position here to finish this out. And those are the challenges that you take. You know, you have to choose at some point to go aggressive and try to win it. And if you make it, you make it. If you don't. He missed that shot, and the 12-15 is tied up.
Yeah, it does. It looks like the 15's a little bit ahead of the 12.
Yep. So it definitely doesn't go into the corner by the 8. He's looking to see if he can just shoot the combo into the corner, the opposite lower left corner. And I kind of think it probably doesn't, at least not easily, but I'm not sure. Yeah. If he can roll the cue ball toward the middle of the table on this ball, the 9 ball could give him a breakout shot. Yeah, it's not enough toward the middle. If he was able to hit that firmer and take the cube all the way to the side rail and back toward the middle, then that could have been an angle on the 9 to make the 9 and possibly break the 15-12 up or get shape on that combo if that combo is there. That's a nice shot right there. So we may see him either kick at this if he thinks the combo is wired, or we may see him slow roll into the 12 ball and maybe, depending on how he wants to do this, push the 15 ball in front of the 8 so the 8 doesn't go into that corner pocket. Yeah. Maybe. You may not want to tie up the 8 here. But we'll see if he goes for this kick shot. If he goes for this kick shot and he doesn't make it, probably he loses the game. But if he goes for the kick shot and makes it, then he has a chance to win the game. So he's going to go for the kick shot here. So he must feel like there's a reasonable chance for it to go in. And there is. That's a good shot. And the 15 came out for the side.
Yeah, Spencer's got to be kind of kicking himself that he missed that 8 ball.
Yeah, that was a good
He had the out
opportunity.
there, yep. And that would have tied the match up again for his team.
Well, they gotta be careful about on these little 7-footers is scratching in the low left corner, and you know, these little 7-footers, that left corner comes a little quicker than you think it does, and so it's not out of the realm of possibility that he could get in trouble on this shot. But I think he'll probably be okay.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, so Pete got that. It is now 8-6. Throwbacks 2 up over Dazed and Confused. This is a race to 13. We've got Latricia and Jason on table 2. Coming up on table 1 should be Jason and Butch. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, different Jason, never mind. Different Jason. Hey. Yeah.
I'm gonna get some mayo mustard. Do you want anything? Okay.
Alright, so Letitia and Jason Stewart are battling it out on table 2. So coming up here on table 1, this is from Dazed and Confused. This is Butch Meyer placing with a Q with a double shaft. Throwbacks 2 is Jason. Oh, no, BCAPL. They are out of Darkness Foods. We got another set of he's going to eat for a little while, so.
I'll go quick.
You get to be entertained by me.
Yeah.
Don't give yourself indigestion there, buddy. Alright, so Bush is trying to figure out what he's going to do here. Solids. 4 is tied up with 13, 14. That's, once he solves that, he should be okay. He's trying to take it to the side here. Awesome. Sorry about that, guys. I had the wrong person muted. Confused as to who I am and what I'm doing. Anyway, this is Butch here at the table. He was trying to take that 4 into the side, but just got a little too close to it. So he's having to punt. This is bringing up to the table Jason Annally. Stripes, boy. He's got trouble. He needs to get something. Specifically, if he can move that 2 ball out of his way, then he can get at the. He's creating a pocket for the 15 ball and the 13 ball. Unfortunately, he started with his open ball and hooked himself behind the 6. Well, that sort of works. At least he got one of his balls out of there. Unfortunately, he fouled. And these guys aren't real into taking ball in hand. He missed his 11 ball. Oh, that's right. He hit a straight ball before he hit the. Never mind. That was an okay hit. Gets the 6 in the corner. He's going to have to come off the rail for the 5. He needs to deal with the 5 and the 2 right now. Because shooting the 7 in the side, unless he can draw that cue ball down table, he's not going to have any looks at it, so. Yeah, that works. He doesn't really have much of a shot for the 2 ball. Jason Jones, you would have had to been here to play in scotch and singles and all that stuff if you were going to take the all-around title. Come on. So this brings Jason up to the table on table 1. Jason Jones is playing teams. As far as I know, that's what he told us earlier this week. Ooh, rattled that 14. So this gives Butch maybe the 7 in the side. He can float down for the 2. He'd have to kind of hit that softly. I'm not going to say baby it because that drives Leo crazy when you baby shots. But I'm not sure, Midland Cadillac, how the bad boys are doing. I haven't seen them anywhere in the room, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. There is a link. Let me repost the link in the chat room for you so you can see what that is. And you can check them. This is the home page for the online bracket system, and you can type in their team name, Bad Boys, and it'll show you where they are in the bracket. You're welcome. Hopefully we'll get them on the stream table. Love watching the Bad Boys. Oh. These folks have rattleitis. Butch is going to try to bank the 2 back in the side pocket, missing the 8 and not getting tied up with the 11. I think he's going to have to take that down table. It's 8-7. Throwbacks 8. Dazed and Confused 7. Yep. Okay, so coming up on table 2 is going to be Chuck and whoever came in for Mikey. They did not give us his name, so because he came in late. Jason on table 1 is getting ready to run out. Unfortunately for Butch, he missed the shot on the 8 ball. Looks like he might have even given ball in hand. The 8 ball doesn't look like it moved. So this is giving Jason an opportunity to clean up the rest of the table and probably get himself out. All right, so Jason was able to get that game. So it is now 9-7. Again, this is a race to 13. So coming up on table 1, we should be having Dave and Spencer, and it is Spencer's break. So Dazed and Confused needs to pick up some wins here. They're running out of time. As long as Throwbacks keep winning, they're putting all the pressure on Dazed and Confused. Also want to remind you guys that you should like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. On Facebook, we have a whole bunch of pictures from the entire event. We've brought a photographer with us. His name is Sandro Menzel, and he's been taking photos of all the players, and those are on our Facebook page. Check those out. If you see any prints that you would like to maybe get a copy of, then you can let us know, and we'll put you in contact with Sandro. Wow, that's a big win for Money Shots. 13-1. That's awesome. Way to go, boys. All right, so Spencer made a ball on the break. He is going to cut the 2 into the corner. Throwback player on table 2. I'm sorry, this is the Dazed and Confused player on table 2. He's having some issues. Trying to figure out what he's got going on. Spencer's tried to break out his 6 and 7. I think he now has a look at this. Well, maybe not. He's still hooked behind the 11. He's kind of in jail here. He's going to have to come off the rail and hit that 4 up table. That's going to be, because he can't see the 6, and I think he's too far behind the 11 to get a clean hit on the 7. So, issues everywhere. But that's the only thing I see for Spencer is to come off that side rail and hit the 4. Chuck on table 2 is going to try to cut the 4 in. Hey, somebody's going to take ball in hand. Imagine that. Somebody gets ball in hand and they're actually taking it. Slow roll the 9 in, give himself a little angle on the 12. He decided to run into the 12. That's a little bit different than what I would do. He's kind of, There's other ways to get angle on that 12. He did push it closer to the pocket, but he took himself out of range to really try to break things up. Now he's going to have to try to spin the cue ball into either the 7 or the 15 here to try and get a little breakout. The 13 will go up table, but he's got to do something with that 15. Yeah, that was the way he needed to do that. Except now I think the 15 might be a little bit in the way of the 13, but the 15 has a pocket now. And he's kind of put Spencer in jail with the 7. All right, well, Spencer was able to make the 6. He gets a good hit on the 7. And leaves Dave a shot on the 10. You good there?
I am good.
All right.
If you would like to grab a bite, you are welcome to. I see that we have throwbacks. Table 1. Looks like he is stripes. He can come back and hit the 8 pretty full. Oh, okay. He's playing defense there, but he almost scratched. And he tied up his 10 ball. You know, I wouldn't have minded seeing him going for the out right there. He could have shot the 10 in the corner softly and come back up table for the other 2 balls. But you know, he had a chance to get ball in hand there. He got ball in hand anyway, but that save that the guy played, he just overhit it. Wasn't a bad idea. He just overhit it was all. If he hits that softer and gets ball in hand, and I don't mind that. Now, because these 3 balls are in close proximity, you kind of have to be a little careful about how you know, if you want to run these 3 balls without having to shoot a tough shot anyway, then you got to be pretty precise on your position. Because they're all so close together, it means your cue ball would be close to the balls, and if your cue ball is 2 inches off of where you want it, that means you have a tough shot, as opposed to, you know, a foot off of where you want it before it gets tough. But he's good here. Good out. On table 2, we had Dazed and Confused, ball in hand. Gentleman from Throwbacks made a cut in the corner, and just kind of the cue ball got a little away from him and slowly drifted over to the corner on the opposite side of the table. And, like, darn it. So he hit that ball out of there, but he didn't break the 8 ball out of there. If he had shot that ball into the other pocket, the low left corner pocket, he could have broke the 8 out of there and still had a shot on the ball in the top left corner. Looks like he has another stripe near the 8 ball. Maybe that will be his breakout ball. If he can shoot this with high right, not too firm. He's a little firm on that, but he still has a shot here. I think that's a stripe there. He can cut the stripe into the bottom left corner, and he'll get a piece of that 8 ball. It'll come out of there. Not sure, you know, what kind of leave you'll have on it, but it is what it is. And hopefully you don't push through the 8-ball with the cue ball and end up scratching in the corner. I'm not sure how much of a possibility that is. That may be a possibility here if you. Yeah, he went ahead and. Oh, I guess maybe he had to play that ball off the 5-ball. I'm not sure if that ball went clean or not. And I thought it went clean, but. I don't know. The view I have of the tables is very similar to the view you people at home have of the tables. In fact, you people at home probably have maybe even a better view than I have. I'm not sure. So Dazed and Confused up on table 1. He's shooting in solids. He's got a shot on the 3-ball. If he wants to be aggressive here, he can. I don't like trying to break the stuff up on this. I'd rather use a 4-ball to break those out of there. Ooh. Ooh, fortunate for him, the 4 didn't go in. That 4-ball can break the 8-ball out. So I like that the 4-ball stayed up for him. And I also like that when he missed the 3-ball, that if the 3 doesn't hit the 4 there, then the 3 likely frees up my opponent's stripes there. So it's good for him that his opponent's stripes are still messed up and his 4 is still in front of the side so that he can hit an 8 out of there before, to win the game. So even though he missed that shot and he was frustrated he missed that shot, I think that he has a lot of positives there in this rack. Throwbacks here. He's in a tough spot. This is going to be a tough game for him to win. Now, if he can make the 1 and drift the cue ball between the 9 and the 10, that could be his opportunity then to shoot a breakout. Yeah. I'm not sure if he makes the 4 here. He may be forced to shoot the 4 here, and I'm not sure if he gets a breakout from this angle. If he doesn't get a breakout, then he's probably going to have to bank that 8 in. Yeah, he didn't get a breakout there. But he's on the 3-ball. He may have to try to find a way to bring the cue ball back to the middle of the table so that he can back bank the 8-ball into the left side pocket. I think that's kind of where it's at now. And in order to do that, you'd have to stroke this with draw and left-hand spin and fairly firm. Shoot the 3 clean in the pocket. The draw keeps you from running into the 12, which gets you over to the side rail, and then the left-hand spin brings it back toward the where his hand is now. I think maybe he was hoping to hold it to shoot a cross bank, but he did not get there, I don't think, where he could hit the left side of the 8-ball and bank the 8-ball into the side. Maybe he can still see enough of it here.
We'd be so afraid of the scratch there.
Yeah, he can scratch there. At least the 9 will keep him from directly scratching. He might carom off the 9 and go somewhere bad, but I think that might be a chance that you're willing to take at this point. It would be you'd have to get a little bit unlucky, I think, to scratch on it. But anytime you let the cue ball fly, it could go somewhere. So he's going to take the chance. I think I would take the chance too from here. Look at that. Very good. He could just see enough of it. Table 2, I see Throwback is at the table. She has ball in hand. It appears that this is off the break because I don't see any balls have been pocketed. So it's open?
It's Staten scratched. He popped the cue ball off the table.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
that's what the story
Oh,
was.
that's right.
Yes.
I remember the cue ball flying
Yes.
over here just like moments ago.
Yeah. So we've got on that. This is Latricia. She's playing Staten, and Pete is going to be playing Jason.
Just trying to figure out the best way to solve some of these problems on the table.
Actually, I'm not sure what they're doing over here. It looks like they're throwing somebody else, but...
Did they have a sub?
Well, they had a guy show up late that I don't have his name, and he came in for Mikey, and now it looks like he's playing in Jason's spot, which they're not supposed to be able to do that, I thought.
It gets kind of complicated in the rules that you can do and moving people around. So I do not know if they can do that or not, but I know that there are some interesting things you can do, and that may be one of them. Looks like she's got a shot on the 13 in the side here. I don't know if she wants to go off the 11 or not. Probably not.
Well, I don't think she really wanted to, but...
All right. Gets the ball on the break. It's
almost got the 2-ball, too.
A decent spread. Yep,
yeah.
Almost got the 2-ball. A little bit of a lower right corner of the table is a little bit messy. If the 5 goes in, that frees up the table a little bit, because that can get you on the 1 ball. If the 5 goes in, the 1 very well may go into that same corner. So it could be that the 5 and the 1 both go. Then the 7 is the only problem ball really in there. The 6 ball looks like it could be a problem ball because it's very close to the 15 ball, so I'm not sure if the 6 has a pocket. The 13 is a little tied up. The 9's a little tied up. The 12's a little tied up. So I kind of like solids here. There are fewer problems to deal with. Yeah, he's looking at solving this 6 ball right now. If he can, cut that in. Yeah, I think the 6 ball must be pretty close to a foul. You know, he wants to shoot it, but something's giving him pause there. My guess is it's just pretty close to a foul.
Yeah, it looks like it would be.
He may have called a safe there. He said something. He may have called a 5, but he may have called a safe there to his opponent too. So I'm not sure if he's actually trying to make this ball. It could be that this ball doesn't quite go. Yeah. All right. Well, that's not too bad.
Let's make a bigger mess.
Well, I think if his 5 still goes, I think he's okay there. In fact, both the 5 and 11 may still go. The 7's a little bit freer. But you're either going to shoot a thin cut shot on the 7 or a bank shot at this point. But unless you find a way to break that out. But again, his opponent, you know, the 13's a problem. Although the 13 can be solved if you play the 13 off the side rail and then carom it off the side rail into the 2. Then the 13 can be made into the pocket by caromming off the side rail in the 2. The 9 ball is a problem, but it has a 12 ball near it. If you get a good angle on the 12 ball, you can make the 12 in the corner and send the cue ball into the 8-9 to break it up. So it's solvable. The 14 might not go in the side. 14 didn't go inside, then you have to use the 15 ball that's near there with a good angle to make the 15 in the corner and draw back into the rail into the 6 ball to knock 6 away from there. So everything needs to be solved. If he has ball in hand here, oh man. Yeah, so that 6 was a problem for him. And so he's going to solve the 6 here. And I like that with ball in hand, he's not shooting the 5 or the 7, especially the 7. With ball in hand, I don't mind shooting the 5 if you're going to free up the 8 ball and get on the 7 ball, which you could do. You could back cut the 5 into the corner with a little bit of draw and run into the 8 ball. That frees up the 8 ball and the 7 ball. So that would be okay. And shooting the 6 here is okay too. I'm just glad that he's not shooting the 2 ball with ball in hand there. So he solved one of his problems with ball in hand. That's good stuff. He almost got the 8 ball free. Now he's in a little bit of a bind here. Does not have a good shot. He's going to call the 2 ball. I'm not sure that the 2 can be made here. I don't think he can make the 2 that way.
Doesn't look like it to me. It looks like he has a better chance going from the right rail into it.
Yeah, I'd have to stand over. Maybe I'll stand up.
It's just, it looks like if it's like he can't get the right angle to send it towards that pocket. And I'm having a hard time putting words together, apparently.
I don't think it goes.
Yeah.
I think he can hit enough of it to not scratch, which is good. But I'm not sure that can be made.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
I'd sure like to get my 7 out of there while my opponent has a 13 that's semi-tied up and a ball tied up with the 8 ball and a 9 ball stuck on the rail. And I'd like to free my ball while my opponent has these problems. So, frankly, I might be tempted to try to bank the 7 out of there without hitting any of my opponent's balls. Yeah, so let's see what he can do with the 7 here. But if it's me, I'm just trying to bank the 7, head on, straight out of there. I'm not hitting it hard. I'm just get it back toward the middle of the table. Try not to hit the 11. So I don't want to free that up just yet. I want to hit it harder than that. I want my 7 to be free, He's just tied up his 7 more.
If he could have hit it just a little bit harder, I think he would have made that window between the 7 or between the 11 and the 12 and been able to make it. But
yeah, I like that. He's. See if this.
The other problem with tying up his 7 is his 2 is kind of hidden too. So he's got to get particular shape to be able to make a good hit on either one of those.
Yeah. And, if his opponent gets in a funny situation, his opponent might be able to find a way to hook him from both balls. And well, let's see what he wants to do here. He's going to cross bank the 7 ball. This is pretty close to a double hit here. And by that, I mean this is pretty close to having the cue ball come down to the end rail and come back up. And as it's coming back up, it recontacts the 7 ball. So watch close. It'll be close, but I don't know. Yeah, he hit that a little on the thin side, so it wasn't as close as it could have been. But he also didn't make it.
Make it where he wanted to, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, BCA is not a handicap league. Maybe they'll make it a slop league.
Is there a little bit of sarcasm in that?
Me? Sarcastic? Come
BCA.
on.
Now that they're handicapping, they might as well just allow slop.
Exactly.
Too.
Exactly.
Well, let's
I'm
hope
going to
not.
get myself in so much
Let's
trouble.
hope not. I don't want them to allow slop.
I'm bringing the sauce this morning.
I like that there's a differentiation between the BCA and some other leagues.
Yep, me too. It's just funny. Just trying to get myself in trouble. It's easier to do when Adrienne doesn't have a headset on. You know?
Yeah, when she's not there to yell at you.
Yep.
When she's not there to mother over you and discover the bad things you're saying and doing.
So I just checked the Score Saloon. These teams are actually also scoring via Score Saloon, and somehow they list themselves with Throwbacks with 11 wins, and I've got them at 10. So I don't know. They're getting close to the end, however.
We might have yet another back-to-back cross-bank on the side.
Yeah.
He's got a good chance at this.
Yeah, this looks pretty good.
I don't like him jacking up here. He's not going to scratch on this. Well, unless he hits it too thin. He hit that really thin. But if I don't think he was going to scratch.
Yeah.
He might have been jacking up because he was afraid of scratching in the corner by that piece of chalk where the gentleman is now standing. And I don't think he was going to scratch there. So I'd have liked to seen him not feel like he, just hit that a comfortable roll.
Right.
Not jacked up.
Linda and I were talking about this a couple days ago, that sometimes we feel like people. Oh, God. Somebody threw candy at the animals. Here, take this one. Some people feel like they have to jack up when their cue ball's on the rail.
Yeah.
And they don't really need to, but just because it's so close, they feel like they have to be jacked up. And,
and a lot of times, especially when we're getting better over time, we're not easy at spotting if it's a scratch or not. And so then, you go through a couple instances where it ends up scratching on you.
Yep.
And if you're not completely sure it's not, you don't want to take the chance.
Right.
And that's fair. I mean, if you're not sure it's not going to scratch, whether it's a lack of experience or it really might scratch, either way, if you're not sure, then you need to compensate, Mm-hmm. But in time, as your eye gets better and better and better trained, you will learn more precisely the times that you don't need to compensate. You're fine, and that'll help you out.
It's 12-9. According to Score Saloon, it's 12-9. So Throwbacks 2 is actually on the hill.
They're racing to 13?
Yep. And so seriously, backs are against the wall for Dazed and Confused.
It's still within reach, though.
Yep, still within reach, yep.
If they can win these next two games, they're on this hill, or close to hill. I mean, they're in it. Sometimes that last win is the toughest one to get.
Sometimes it is. That's very true.
Uh-oh. That's a break for Dazed and Confused right there. It's actually not too bad of a break. It's got some clusters, but it's not too bad, especially with ball in hand. He could use ball in hand to free up a lot of that if the 9 goes. And as far as the 15 being tied up, you can always shoot the 10 in the corner and free the 15 up. So as far as solids goes, I like this. If he chooses to go solids and he doesn't, and he shoots a ball that's wide open in the table, fairly wide open, I'm not a big fan of this shot. But he had a plan there. I'm just not sure what it was, but it looked like he had a plan there that maybe he got a little ahead of himself on that shot and was already looking forward to the next step in his plan as he was down shooting that shot.
So Ramil says, without a doubt, it's still within reach, especially with those gigantic guys from that team. Everything is within their reach.
The advantage of being tall, I guess. You can reach everything.
That's right.
But you can hit your head on a lot of things, too, unfortunately.
Even when you're warned about it.
Yes. I've heard that can be possible, that you can be warned of something and still hit your head on it. As my head can attest to.
Yep.
Who put stairs right next to a door? A door. I'm walking down the stairs and I hit the top of the door frame. Silliness. That's just poor design right there. It's another example of how design is, discriminating against, behemoths like myself.
Well, I'm sure you could have some sort of surgery to remove a few inches from each of your leg bones and shorten you up a little bit.
I could, but I could also just pay a couple of thugs to do it for me too.
Well, that's true.
Be a lot cheaper.
True. Or just look up once in a while.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, he is solids, I believe, right? Yeah. No, he's stripes. So the 9 is a little bit of a problem. The 12 is a little bit of a problem. That 7 ball is kind of a problem for a lot of his balls. I wonder if he can slide this by the 7 ball. 7 looks like it might be far enough from the rail.
Monitor, it looks like there's a lot of room
to either make the 14 clean or have the 14 just hit the rail and then nick the 7 and slide into the pocket. If he can shoot that shot, you can break up the 7 in the same shot here, and that would be great. Yeah, he was able to make it clean, and he broke up the 12, but it doesn't look great. It doesn't look like the 12Q is wired. If they're touching, there is the possibility, if it's almost wired and those 2 balls are touching, then you can actually throw that ball into the pocket. There's a technique for that. But I'm not sure if they're touching.
Well, yeah, you just pick it up and toss it, right?
Yeah, I throw it in there.
Yeah, you just throw it in there.
If you got good aim, it takes skill. Yeah, so if those 2 balls were touching based on how close that ball came to coming in, there was a way to throw that ball in and change the path of the 12 ball. Well, I tell you, I don't know if the 2 goes clean. If the 2 don't go clean, then you can stroke this in with draw and pretend like you're trying to scratch on the side, and you might make the 2 in the same shot. And that would be, by pocketing the 3 and using the Q to carry them into the 10 ball or the 2 ball, that can be a way to solve that problem. But you have to really stroke it. Yeah, all right, it must go clean. For him to hit it like that, he must just have a clean shot at it. So at some point, Dazed and Confused, the player at the table here, he's going to need to give himself a good angle to shoot the 9 into the corner and have the cue ball hit the 15 ball. He could do it here. The 9 could very easily set him up for it too. And I kind of like using the 9 because I like the action that the breakup will create.
Yeah.
And what I think will happen is if you got a little bit of an angle on the 10, you shoot the 10 into the corner and the cue ball hits the 15. The 15 makes the 2 go on the side, but the 15 stays close to where it is right now, and then the cue ball will be in a spot where you can just shoot the 15 into the side pocket. So I feel like it will give him a shot afterwards. If the 2 doesn't go on the side, and it might go into the point and come back out, then it's unfortunate. But just like that. He put a little more draw on it than I was thinking, but he's fine here. He's got a nice pocket. He's just gotta control the speed. Very good. And he got his team 10. You know, he got his team one step closer.
Yeah,
They're
it's
still
actually
alive.
10 to 11 right now.
Yeah,
Or 12 to 11, I'm sorry.
something like that.
Because Dazed and Confused got both of those games.
Whoa! Someone opened up the door
Yep.
outside.
Got kind of a wind tunnel going on
This would
here.
be my work, my potential work lunch today.
Ah, Shanghai, huh?
And
Alright.
I could order that.
Is that here in Texas? Or are they going to have to,
Well, maybe they'll
pay
bring
extra for delivery?
sesame chicken with vegetable rice,
that
or
sounds good.
mapo tofu with vegetable fried, or Mongolian beef with sauteed vegetables.
That's right there, Mom. Beef, you're in
All
Texas.
I have to do is text
you are in
yes.
Texas. You have to eat beef.
If I reply with yes, they'll bring
They'll
it
bring
to
it
us.
to you? All right.
From Washington to Texas.
Well, it might be a little cold by the time it gets here.
It's a little meal service we have at work where they deliver a lunch.
Nice.
It's actually through this company called Peach, and they do they serve lunches to a lot of local, businesses. But it's kind of a cool idea. They tell you the 3 items that are on their menu today, and if you text yes in the morning, then they'll just drop it off at your work at noon, and there you go.
Well, somehow I'm off a game somewhere because it should be Dave and Jason playing. We have Staten is playing Pete and Latricia's playing Butch. Maybe that's how I got off on the score because I was 1 win short for somebody. So there we go. Last 2 games. Should be 3, so I don't know what the deal is.
Now they're starting to feel pressure.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
That's the last thing she wanted.
Yep.
Her team's on the hill. Last thing, and look, it's a really nice spread. Last thing she wants is to give her opponent ball in hand with a table like this. He's got a chance to run this rack. He needs to hit this and either slow roll it or come down and back toward the middle of the table so he can cut the 4 into the corner. He's doing the slow roll, but he's kind of in between. This is a chance for Throwbacks to recover from that missed shot he had earlier. This is actually a little scary here because he is right on the rail, which means he can't stop the cue ball. He can't hit this with draw. And if he hits this with follow, he could very well hook himself behind the 3. So I might be tempted to hit this with follow, but hard enough to go all the way around the 3 ball, to go to the side rail and back out toward the middle of the table, just so I don't hook myself. See what he did. Nope, looks like he's okay. That's where you keep your nerves in check. This is for the match. It's a lot of pressure. And, this is a chance for Dazed and Confused. He left a makeable shot, a tough shot, but a makeable shot. And if he makes this 4 ball, I like his chances because I think he'll have a good shot on the 3 if he makes this 4. It's a good shot. Well, the shot on the 3 is a little tougher. I kind of thought he would end up with a little easier of a shot of a 3. So he's still nothing's ever easy when you're trying to win a match. I tell you, he still has a chance here. He just has to make another great shot. That's all. Be careful. You don't want to put too much draw on this. You don't want to flirt with the side pocket. You want to roll this in. Yep, I like that. That's a good shot. Snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat. Uh-oh. Ooh, I thought he missed that. Okay. Congratulations. Tough match. Both teams still in, so you lost a tough match to Throwbacks, but regroup and go get the next one. You're still in. And Dazed and Confused is so excited. They're dazed and confused right now, so congratulations to them.
Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of a break here between our next matches, so we'll be back in just a second. Stay tuned, everybody. Okay, everybody. We are getting ready for our second team match. We have Southern Outlaws, Mike Evans, Travis Bass, Troy Bass, Frank Reed, and Victor Guillermo out of Killings Billiards Association. 2014 national champions in the trophy division, and their advice is to practice. They are playing Los Tejanos, Mike Robles, Joe Ochoa, James Garza, blah, blah, Jeremy Morales, Emilio Siniga, and Lee Rivera. This is their best moment is being first in their local league. They says play your game, have fun, take your time, and never give up. And they keep playing for the love of the game. So, first up is going to be Mike Evans, who plays with a Rage Q. And I've got this all messed up now. Nope. Mike Robles from Los Tejanos plays with the Jerry Olivier, and he will be playing Frank Reed. All right. Los Tejanos. Mike Robles will be playing, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my ducks in a row here. Mike Robles will be playing Travis Bass, and Joe Ochoa will be playing Frank Reed. There we go. Well, I'll try to keep these all straight. It's the first day of teams, or the first few team matches are always a little bit crazy, shall we say. Yeah, there we go. So if you're just joining us, this is the 2016 Texas State BCAPL Texas State Championships. We're coming to you live from the Frank W. Mayborn Civic and Convention Center in Temple, Texas. This is the team portion of the event. Right now it's men's mixed teams, and at 2 o'clock, which is actually in a couple hours, the women's teams will be starting. So it's getting full in here. There's teams everywhere doing their things. Yes. So we're going to ask a trivia question here. Whenever you're ready, we're going to ask a trivia question here real quick before these guys get started. Where were the 2003 wheelchair 9-ball championships held? We're looking for the city and the country. Where were the 2003 wheelchair 9-ball championships held? City and country. So Midland Cadillac. The other camera view actually cuts off part of table 2, and it's a little bit wonky. While in some senses it's a little bit closer to the tables, it's a little bit wonkier in terms of the angles. So you probably wouldn't see anything better than what you do right now. And once again, we want to remind all viewers in all chat rooms that we need to keep our comments respectful. Okay, so let me figure out who's who on which table. All right, Los Tejanos. Let me get the right. Okay, so on table 1, this is Mike Robles from Los Tejanos. He is playing Travis Bass from Southern Outlaws. And Southern Outlaws wanted me to let everybody know that their sponsorship is Purex in Harker Heights. BCAPL referee has guessed Christchurch, New Zealand. And Jay Redx has guessed Cardiff, Wales. And actually, BCAPL referee in the YouTube chat room is correct. It is Christchurch, New Zealand. Good job, Mr. Donner. All right, so table 1, we've got Mike Robles and Travis Bass. Table 2, we've got Joe Ochoa, and he is playing Frank Reed. So this is Frank Reed at the table right now. Yep, Frank is from Southern Outlaws. This is Mike Robles, who's breaking on table 1. And we have had a lot of flying cue balls.
Yeah, there has been several here. People getting
Uh,
a little. Am I unmuted?
yeah, you are.
People getting a little excited to hit them hard on these 7-footers, you know.
Just a little, yeah. So actually, you know what? We have another viewer.
We have another viewer?
Playing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the gentleman over there on the end of the table. That was King James that was in the chat room yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The one on his phone over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah, we like
So
that.
people will know who he is.
Yeah. So, no stalking.
Yeah.
Please. All right, so on table 1, this is Travis Bass.
I think he made a stripe. So 10 ball's a little funny. He's looking if he can shoot the 10 in the corner right now. If he can make the 10 in the corner and draw into the 13, move the 13 somewhere, or get shape on the 13.
It's not a good idea
sure
to keep moving things around.
Yes, unless you have to. Sometimes you have to. So maybe he can shoot the 13 with a little bit of draw and get on the 12 ball. He's looking at shooting the 12 now, I think. So I just don't know what his plan is for the 13 then, because he'll have to get back to the 13 at some point somehow. But he may have a plan for the 13, and if so, that's fine. He can get to the 13 later. His plan might ultimately be to use the 11 again on the 13. He needs to be careful on this shot that he doesn't run anything on the way out and that he doesn't hook himself behind anything. Could be touchy to get the cue ball out of there and have a shot. And he did it very good. And now the 13 has some pockets.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah, it is. He solved the problem there by moving that 3 ball. He's going to shoot the 13 now. He's got to be careful here that he gets a shot at the 11. Looks like the angle kind of sends a cue at the 2 ball. Yeah. All right, that'll work. He's got a thin cut on the 11. Gonna cut it, in the top left corner. Maybe if he can put a little bit of draw and right-hand spin, he can come 2 rails out between the 2 and the 3 ball. Or some people like to just hit this with right-hand spin and maybe come right at the 4 ball. He went the right-hand spin route. He hit a little bit on the full side, though, so he didn't quite get it. So the 6-7 looks like it might be fairly wired. So if he gets an opportunity to get kind of straight in on the 6-7 in the corner, then that is a problem that is solved. Otherwise, his balls, other than the 3 balls being kind of near each other, he doesn't really have any problems here, other than some balls being in close proximity to each other, and he'll need to navigate around those without pushing any of his balls or bumping into them in a way that ties him up with something else. Looks like he's going to call a 5 on the side. Maybe if he can drift softly into the 3 ball and shoot the 2 in the opposite side corner at that point, that might be an option. Looks like he's got the 2 ball in the corner, and the 2 ball can give him on the 6-7, which is what he's checking out now. The 2 ball could also get him on the 4 ball. So I'm not sure if the 4 goes by the 11, so I'd kind of like to solve the 4 ball. I might be tempted to play shape for the 4. And he came a little far. He went too far for the 6-7 or the 4. So he's got a shot on the 4. It's just a lot tougher than he had wanted. So now you gotta bear down and just make this ball. And you should be able to go 1 rail over to the other side of the side pocket where you have a chance at either the 3 or the 6 in the corner. Oh no, he put a little inside spin, I think, on that and scratched. This is a break for this player.
Yeah, this is from Southern Outlaws. This is Troy Bass.
All right, so break for Troy from
No,
Southern.
I'm sorry, Travis.
Travis from Southern Outlaws.
Yeah.
Give himself a little angle here. He's going to come 1 rail, hit the side rail, maybe. No, he's putting draw on it. Maybe he's coming straight up. Oh, okay, yep. With some left-hand spin. Gave his heart a little palpitation there. The side pocket could be interesting here. This would be a little bit of a heartbreaker to scratch in the side here. But we'll see what happens.
Nicely done.
And table 2. Oof. Rattled that ball in, but it's in. 8's in the pocket. That's a game.
So Southern Outlaws is up 1-0 for the moment.
And
now we're tied at 1.
1-1. Okay. And this is
coming up to the table.
Yeah, the friend.
Yep, it's his chat handle was King James. This is James Garza, and he will be playing from Southern Outlaws, Mike Evans.
Okay.
And then on table 2, we are having Jeremy Morales, and Jeremy is playing Troy Bass.
So what's the team name that King James is on?
King James is on Los Tejanos.
Okay, I'll stick with Los Tejanos. All right. If I can say it, then I'll say Los Tejanos. Los Tejanos, King James, he's breaking. He came up dry. Spread pretty good, but it came up dry for him.
Thank you. King James shoots with a Eric Igoroff cue, and his opponent Mike shoots with a Rage.
Mike has chosen solids, and the solids have some opportunities here. The 2 ball can free up the 8 ball, and the 5 ball doesn't go by the 12, so he just has to get a good angle at some point. Oh, he's on the 5 now. Shoot the 5 on the side. So if he can make this ball on the side and leave himself a shot, which actually might be a little trickier than it sounds, then he's got a good chance at it. Yeah, that was a tight pocket, and and having a shot afterwards wasn't a guarantee on that. So James has a couple stripes by the 8 ball that look to be wired. So that could be a way to eventually get on the 8. And the 8, actually, once his 2 stripes are in, the 8 may go clean by the 2 ball. So that isn't as big of a problem as it could be. 11 might go in the corner by the 7. The 13 does not. The 13, you can shoot a 13-10 combo. And that might be something you end up having to do. He's got to be careful here that his ball doesn't get tied up with the 8, or that the 8 gets tied up at the 2. But he still has a 15 ball there, and he can use the 15 to free the 8 ball at some point. Oops, he did not want to nick the 13 on the way by.
No, he did not.
Rushed that a little bit. Didn't take a good look at it, see that it was hooked. Now, if he can break out the 4, which he did, that's a good shot. And not only that, he has a nice angle here with a little bit of maybe left-hand spin to move the 8. And you need just a little more left-hand spin than that. He has another chance to move the 8 right now if he wants to. It's a little scary, as you might scratch off the 2 or off the 8, but if you need to move it, you need to move it. If he can make the 2 now, I have a feeling he may shoot the 2 now. And try to leave himself some sort of shot on the 1, not be hooked. That's a good shot. And now he'll want to do the same thing. If he can make the 1 and draw the cue ball over between the 11 and the 13, or just stun it up between the 11 and the 9, either way. He stunned it up. That's a good shot. Speed.
All right, so Mike has defeated James, so that makes it 2-1 in favor of Southern Outlaws. So that means that coming up on table 1, we're going to be having Emilio Suniga plays with the Mucci, and he will be playing Victor. Let me get Victor's last name real quick. Victor Guillermo plays with the Shone.
Okay.
And this is Emilio that's getting ready to rack.
Emilio's rack and break? Okay.
Yep. So this on table 2, this is Jeremy. Jeremy Morales plays with an Eric Igoroff. You ever heard of Eric Igoroff?
Nope. No, I have not. His opponent is at the table, and he has stripes, and all of his stripes have pockets. If he can make, he's a little straight on this 14 ball, but if he can cheat it a little and get up for the 10 ball in the bottom left corner, that opens things up. He stunned it, he powered it in there. That's how you can cheat that angle a little bit. Get the cue ball a little higher up table, so it gives him a good shot on the 10. That was a good shot. So if he can, he's just going to draw this out of there, try to come back maybe to the middle of the table. And from the middle of the table, he can do a lot of things. If he wants to shoot the 9, he can do that now. You just have to make sure that you don't leave yourself straight in on the 15. If you do, he's going to go ahead and take the 15 now. And then he can use the 12 to come up back to the middle of the table for the 9. And I like this pattern. You just want to roll over. You don't want to leave yourself straight on the 12. Just let the cue ball drift straight over like that. He can either come 1 rail back to the middle of the table, or he can shoot this with high and left-hand spin and come 2 rails back toward the middle of the table. But your speed is really important on this. You definitely don't want to come short. If you come far, I think that's manageable. But you'd like to be pretty straight in on the 9 ball, or close to straight in. And he's come short, so now this is a little scary. Because now he's going to move the 8, and he runs the risk of the 8, going into the other pocket or being pushed to the over onto the end rail and then the side rail, and with the cue ball underneath it where you don't have a good pocket for it. So, this just complicates his out here, and it could get messy. Because he came up a little short on that. Emilio, meantime, is working his way quickly, I think, because it seems like we just started this game, and he's only got 2 balls left on the table. The 8 is there's some traffic on the 8, but there may be a shot there if he can get to it from the 3 ball. So he has an angle on the 3. He could shoot this with follow and maybe some left-hand spin, and go to the end rail and the top side rail and come back toward the 15 ball, which is near the 10 ball. If he gets close to the 15 ball, then he's got a chance. All right, he tried to draw, kind of power draw it back and forth. Didn't quite get there. Whoa, look at this. Did he call that bank shot on table 2? No.
Nope.
Okay, he was playing defense. I was to say, man, that was great. He was playing defense, and frankly, he played a good defense. So he could still be okay there. His opponent has a tall task in front of him. Well, the 8 ball is tied up here, so Emilio doesn't really have a good shot here to pocket the 8 ball. I can't see if he can even nick the 8 on the way by. I think he can just get a piece of it. But he's just going to go ahead and kick into it. I'm not even sure he even called anything. I wonder if you could nick the 8. That's a foul. I wonder if you could nick the 8 and like he could have cross-banked the 8 off the 15 into the side. If you wanted to get a crazy aggressive, you could have called and tried that. But then you got to let the cue ball fly, and that might not work out well for you if it scratches. Although in this league, a scratch on the 8 is not a loss.
Yep, got to remember which league you're in.
Yeah.
Now that we have so many handicap leagues around.
Oh,
there I go again.
Yes, yet another handicap league.
I've already got BCAPL referee eyeing me, so, in for a penny, in for a pound, Leo.
That's right.
All right, so that's going to be bringing up on table 2 from Los Tejanos. Mike Robles will be playing Frank Reed.
Table 1 here, he left himself a sharp angle on the 12, and I think he'd like to shoot the 12, but now because of this angle he's left himself, he's eyeing other possibilities. And he has options. He could still shoot the 12 with a little bit of follow and left-hand spin and kind of go to the end rail and straight back kind of at the 14 ball. He could shoot the 13 and draw it out. He could shoot the 14 and draw back to the area he is now. So he has options here. All is not lost. I might put a little bit of left-hand spin on this, and he hit that quite a bit firmer than he needed to there. And now he's in a tough spot. The good thing for him is the 8 is in a tough spot too. If he wants to play some sort of defense, he can just basically roll the cue ball up to the far end rail and he might even be able to bank the 13 by the side rail near the 14 ball, bank it into that rail and back out to the middle of the table and put the cue ball all the way down the end rail, and the 13 might actually become a blocker ball. So I don't mind that. But if it doesn't block it, you are leaving up a possible bank on the 8 shot. He could try to make this 13 on the side too, and I wouldn't mind that. That's he topped the cue ball as being on the rail. I think he was on the rail with his thumb under the cue stick. Sometimes when you're on the rail, you can either put the cue stick on the rail itself, or you can put your hand on the rail and the cue stick on your hand, but that elevates the cue stick a little bit, and I think that's kind of what he was doing. I think he had his thumb under the cue stick, so the cue stick was slightly off the rail, and that contributed a little bit to the miscue.
Who got that? Which team? Or did Emilio or the other guy?
The gentleman over there, Emilio, got that.
Okay. All right. Here, let me throw my pen at you. We've had flying cue balls. We might as well have flying pens,
flying
right?
pens. We've had flying candy, too.
Yes, flying candy.
Yeah.
So that actually puts Southern Outlaws up 4-1.
So is this Southern Outlaws breaking?
Yes,
okay.
Southern Outlaws. This is their set to break now.
It's looking like a nice break. You just need something to go in.
This is Frank. No, I'm sorry. Whoops. This is Mike Evans.
Coming to the table now?
Who just broke.
Okay.
Coming to the table now is Joe Ochoa.
Mike and Joe.
Say that 3 times fast. Joe Ochoa.
Joe Ochoa. Joe Ochoa. Joe Ochoa. Or is it Ochoa? Joe Ochoa.
Could be.
All right. This is a pretty nice table. He's got, he can make the 6 if he wants to take solids. And you could get the cue ball out of there to get on the 1 ball. If you want to take stripes, you could shoot the 13 and try to get on the 9 now, but you have to have perfect speed. If you don't have perfect speed, then, ooh, I like that even better. That was nice. Just make that ball. Okay, now I like to take another look at the table. I've solved that problem. The 11's the only other problem on the table, but the 12 and the 15 could get you to the 11 eventually. So, in fact, I might shoot the 9 and play shape for the 12 on the side to possibly hit that little farm. You know what, I might, if he's got the 10 to save him. If the 12 goes into the corner, though, I might shoot the 12 now into the corner if it goes into the corner by the 15, but I'm not sure if it does.
That looks awfully tight to me.
If it goes, though, then I could probably get on the 11 from that shot. Uh-oh. Well, he's left an opportunity for Mike. The 10 is blocking the 2, but I don't think it's blocking the 1. So if he shoots the 1 in, he can probably play shape for the 2 here. Or the 1 may even knock the 10 out of there, but he can play shape for the 2 in the opposite corner pocket too. Yeah. Looks like he left a 12 on the side. You shoot a 12 on the side, looks like that there is a little bit of an angle to drift toward the 3 ball. Maybe you can get on the 11 from that. If not, maybe you get, he's going to shoot the 14 ball. All right, he's shooting the 14, not the 12. You get down there for the 10 ball, I guess. Yeah. he'd like to have a little angle on this. It makes life a little easier. But I'm not sure if he just come one rail back out for one of these balls to shoot up into the corner. He's looking at it now. But I feel like slowly but surely we haven't solved the 11, and the 11's going to get tougher to solve. See, because now he has a back angle, and that's not the angle you want to solve the 11. And he's running out of balls to try to solve the 11, so he may be forced to make this ball and just let the cue ball run into the 3 and hope for a shot on the 11, you know, which you'd rather not put yourself into a position where you're hoping for something lucky to happen.
Wishing and hoping
but
and praying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's what you end up having to do. Ouch.
Oh,
so
that was a miscue.
He missed and scratched, and the other gentleman miscued.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it was a ball that was in the pocket, and he just miscued and missed that. At least he made a good hit, but, I mean, he really would like to still be at the table.
Right.
So Mike is back. He's balls are a little looser, and with ball in hand, that helps. So he's going to solve these 3 balls down here on this bottom end of the table. A lot of times it's a good idea to solve your balls in groups, like you have a group of balls on the bottom end of the table, a group of balls in the middle end of the table, and solve one end of the table, then the other end of the table. That's a common pattern that you'll see, and it's a good pattern. It's not a bad idea to follow that pattern unless it's an exceptional circumstance. And sometimes there are exceptional circumstances. And he got a little out of line. You know, he had ball in hand, and he shot the first ball in and immediately got out of line on the second ball, which is why he wasn't able to solve all 3 balls down here. And so because of that, he's gonna have to come back to this later, and that may prove to be difficult. And he's left a shot on the 11, but the 8 ball being where it is, that might impede the cue ball's ability to go between the 4 and the 1 and go to the other end of the table. He needs to shoot this with follow, get to the side rail, and come out between the 4 ball and the 1 ball to get on the 12 ball. Oh, good. He was able to avoid the 8. Oh, ho, ho. And then they hit the 1. If he misses that 1, he's looking pretty good on the. I thought he had a chance once the cue ball didn't get impeded by the 8 ball, but on the other table where the gentleman miscued, he's back at the table. He's got a chance here, and I guarantee he's not going to miscue this time. He can just roll this forward, and he's got 1 ball that's hanging in the pocket, and he'll be able to shoot this 1 ball in with a little bit of left-hand spin and kind of come toward the 8 ball. But you don't want to, get hooked behind the 8, so you don't need to go crazy here. Just come toward the middle of the table. Yeah, he's perfect. He can either shoot the 8 in the corner if he shoots a stop shot, or he can draw back to shoot the 8 into the side pocket it's next to. Nice bank shot over here. And he has a shot, it looks like, at the 8 ball. On table 2 here, this gentleman, hopefully he's already forgotten about his miscue. Winning the game helps.
I'm sorry, did the tall guy win or the short guy?
The tall guy won,
okay.
But there was a dispute. Something happened during that match that the other guy didn't like, so they're talking about it.
Okay.
Kind of one of those, oh, by the way, this happened, and, next time let me know or something like that. But
right.
They had a little bit of a exchange there, but it's all good. Things happen,
So that actually puts Southern Outlaws up 5-1 over Los Tejanos. So that means on table 1 here, let me get my ducks in a row here. We are having Actually, table 2 is going to be Troy and James, so that means table 1 is going to be Joe and Mike. Mike is breaking on table. Mike Robles is wait. Mike,
Yeah.
no, wait. Wait,
I thought
I'm
you
off
might
kilter.
be. I thought you might be.
I am
mistaken.
off kilter. So the game on table 1, who won that? Do you remember?
I do not remember.
Oh, you're worse than I am, Leo.
Well,
you know
I was
that?
watching the disagreement on the other
Yeah, I
table.
hear you. All right. So we've got Troy and James on table 2. Troy is breaking. Jeremy and Victor on table 1. Victor is breaking. All right, why is this not showing? I set the matchup. Why is this not showing?
So on table 1, the person breaking.
This, on table 1, the person breaking is Victor.
Okay.
Victor Guillermo plays with the Shoon. All right, so okay. Wow, I'm way off.
Victor came out dry. Those balls did not spread very well for him, so it's a little bit of a mess in the rack area. And this gentleman has work to do. He may get aggressive here. I don't think he's going to. Maybe. I don't know. Yep.
Okay, score's 4-3. It is updated. Thank God for Score Saloon.
Good job, Score Saloon. I think he's just going to hit his balls out here. I don't think he has a shot here. Oh, there was a path through there. Look at this. If he can see the 4, if he can get the cue ball out of this pile, like if he can draw it straight back out of there. I mean, he still has a lot of work to do, but I tell you, he got it out of there. Don't scratch.
Oh, no.
He's fine. He's fine. Look, he's on the 1. That's good.
What were you worried about, Leo?
Yeah, that's.
Silly goose.
Yeah.
You don't even know what
He's
you're talking
good.
about half
He's
the
good.
time. That's why we have you on here, so
That's
people
right.
listen to you and then they listen to me and they realize that I'm not as bad as they thought I was to begin with,
you're
right?
not bad. He can get on the 5 ball right here if he hadn't scratched. And he didn't scratch, but yeah. He was going to be pretty tough there, though. I mean, he's pretty straight on the 5, and the 2's out in the middle of the table, so he still had his work cut out for him there. He's not leaving anything easy here. Victor has a long, straight dish. If he can see the 15, he may not be able to see the 15. What can he see? I'm pretty sure he can see the 9, but the 9 doesn't have a pocket. I don't know if he can see the 11. If he can hit full into the 11, he can play a pretty good safe. Hit the 11 head on.
14 looks like it's in the way, but I've been fooled before by the darn angle, so we'll say he can hit the 11 full.
Yep, 11 head on. He hit it at a slight angle, and that's why it came back and hit it. But if he was able to hit it head on, there's a good chance the cue ball would be on the rail, and the 13 would be blocking this gentleman's ability to see the 3 ball, and that would have been a really nice safe. But as it is, he's got a chance, and he took advantage of it. He's he needs to shoot this in with right-hand spin, a lot of right, and hope you don't scratch in the corner. He put a lot of right, and he put a little right on it. But he needed a lot more right to get down to the end rail there. He might kick at this. Might be able to go rail first, spin into it. Look at that. Oh, I thought he.
That was a nice shot with no reward.
Rail first. And
wow.
And Victor, man, he's leaving Victor a little funny here. Like Victor, I don't think he can make the 11. If he can, okay. If he's got a shot at the 9, that helps. Okay, so Victor has to figure. He has to solve that 10 ball if he's going to get out, and the 14 ball could potentially be a problem, a way to solve it, but not with this angle.
Looks like the 10 probably goes past the 5.
You think it goes by the 5?
I think it does go by the 5.
If it goes by the 5, then Victor's fine here. He just has to, and his main concern then is how he wants to attack all the balls on this end of the table. Yeah, I'm not sure if that went by the 5. I think he'd like to hit the 12 ball here and push the 12. And he did, but he needed to go like full into the 12. So the cue ball kind of replaced the 12, and it didn't.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think he'll have no qualms about playing defense here. He'll either use the 12 or the 11. And if he uses the 11, then he'll, you know, use the 12 as a blocker. If he uses the 12, you see where he's looking there. He's planning to use the 12 and put the cue ball over where his stick was. Yeah, that's twice that he's losing track of where the object ball's going to go, and twice the object balls came back and bit him. I kind of liked using the 11 there. I mean, even if he got the cue ball to a good spot, it's a pretty. It was likely to be a pretty easy one-rail kick at the 5. If he had used the 11 and buried the cue ball under the 12, then it's not an easy one-rail kick. So I kind of like doing that. This is yeah. Oh, table roll.
There we go.
It looked like it may have been table roll.
No, it rolled pretty straight.
All right. Well, he came out good.
All right, so that gives a win for Jeremy and Los Tejanos.
So we have stripes. This is James. Left himself a little bit of a tester here on the 8 ball. Roll this in. If you hit it softly, the pockets are more generous. And yeah, very good.
All right. And King James got a win, so that actually puts Los Tejanos up 5-4.
We got a nice back-forth little match here.
Yeah,
it's a
sure
close
do.
match.
Might end up just like the last one, Hill, a nail biter. You know,
yeah,
that really did come down to the bitter end.
It really did, yeah. And one team had a pretty good lead, I think, at one point, and the other team kind of fought their way back into it, I think. Okay, so this gentleman breaking, is that Mike? And he's playing Emilio, I think. Well, I'll call. I don't know what this gentleman's name is, but
I'm sorry, I was lost in what was going on in the chat room.
And I don't know what team he's on.
This is Travis Bass, who's breaking on table 1.
And playing Emilio.
And yes, exactly that.
Oh, yeah, he left it there, and then it got kicked in. I think I like solids here. I'm not too thrilled with the 9 and the 10 ball. But if I like solids here, I might start out with a 3 and draw back for the 5, or draw back for the 1, or the 4 possibly. But I might start with a 3 ball if I take those. So he's going to shoot the 12 and try to get the 9 off the rail. He got the 9 off the rail. So now his only real problem with stripes is the 10 ball over there.
As soon as he moves the 5, or if he can move the 5, or even take the 15, then the 10's
If he can make the 15 before shooting the 11, then later he can use the 11 to get on the 10. So I like that. He gets on the 9 here. If he can kind of shoot a stop shot on the 9 to leave a shot on the 15 with that angle, that would allow the cue ball to go to the end rail and come back to the middle of the table, which could get him a shot on the 11 and then the 10. Uh-oh. Based on body language, I couldn't see it, but body language.
He caught the side rail too early and then rattled in the pocket. So,
all right, Travis can't see the 7 ball. I'm not sure that he really has another shot other than
Actually,
the
I think he
7.
can see the 7.
Yeah, he can see the 7.
I thought you said he can't see the 7.
No,
so
7's
that's
the
what
only
I was
ball
like.
I think he can see.
Ah, okay. Sorry.
But he's lining up the 2. Apparently, he can see enough
well,
of the 2
there
to
you
make
go.
it. And, you know, he might elect to try to run into these 3 balls, but I like not doing that. If he can just draw over to the side rail, yeah, I like that. So you make this 4 ball. I think you kind of have to shoot this in with follow, but a controlled speed. You kind of clip the 6 on the way out, and you hope to have a shot on the 6 or the 7 after this shot. Well, that's not what he was hoping for.
No, but if he wants to get a different angle on those, he might. Well, no, I was thinking he might be able to cut the 1-up table, but I think the 11's out too far for that. So he's going to be forced to shoot this combo.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he's probably got this.
You know, it's not so bad.
No. All right. All right. Now you could shoot this ball into the rail and have the cue ball go straight at the 10 if you wanted to solve those 2. He's going to shoot the 7. And I don't know if he's playing shape for the 6 or for the 1, but he's putting some left-hand spin, so I think he's playing shape for the 6. That little spin, yeah. Well, it's where you got to be a little careful. You don't hook yourself. It'd be nice to get on that 1 ball because it's trapped a little bit by the 11. All right, he can see the 1.
You are welcome, Debbie Gallagher. That's why we have Leo here. He makes everything easier.
Well, thank you.
She's saying we make it easier for her to catch up and understand the game.
Very good. This is a little bit scary. If he can get the cue ball to softly come over toward the 10, maybe with some left-hand spin, but soft.
Ooh.
Yeah. Confirmer is okay, but but then you're not holding the cue ball at the 10, and it's easy to get hooked.
And going firmer, it's also easier to catch that ball too fat, I think.
Well, I mean, the harder you hit, the more accurate you got to be, or the table will not accept the ball into the pocket. That's for sure. You know, if you hit that soft and you nick the rail on the way in, it goes in. You hit it hard, but nick the rail on the way in, it don't go in. It's a sort of.
It might if it was a valley table. With the big pockets. You know.
Yeah, it might.
You know.
But not on these.
No, not on these.
So I wonder how tied up the 10 and the 15 are. Like, can the 10 be made in the side? I wonder. He's looking at it.
Can we see the other camera angle for just a second? I want to see if it shows us a better angle of that 10 and 15.
I would say based on body language, it's
I don't
not
think so.
thrilled.
Yeah, they look pretty tied up there.
Yeah. And so 10 inside looks pretty tight.
Yep.
15 in the corner, I don't think goes. And if the 10 inside does go, and that's what he's going to have to shoot now. He could be playing, and I think the 8's in the way of a bank shot.
Yeah.
Nope, he's shooting the 10 inside, so there must just be enough room.
You wouldn't move that 11 at all, would you? Or would you try to push that 11 off the rail a little more? It looks like it goes in the side where it is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make that ball. If the 11 goes in the side, I'd rather not push it. If the 11 isn't comfortably made in the side, then I certainly don't mind going off the 11 and moving it.
Yeah, he has to get below it for sure to make it in the side. But
so if he wants to get below this ball, he needs to hit this shot with some high right and travel all the way around the table. You got to hit it with some speed, high right. You might end up running into the 1 ball or one of these balls here, the 8 ball. The 8 ball would be bad to run into. He came right in between both of them. So if he can hit this softly, either into the corner or into the side, you know, the 8's right there. He just has to hit it softly and into one of those two pockets, and he's good.
So he took it up table.
That he did. And Emilio has got a win for his team.
Yeah, so Emilio has actually put Los Tejanos up by a score of 6-4 over the Southern Outlaws. Los Tejanos. Oh, Ramil's trying to butter us up now. He's agreeing with what Debbie said.
Oh. Suddenly my heart is warmed toward Ramil.
Are you having a heart attack?
I'm so easy.
Okay, so let's see. We have Mike and Mike are playing on table 2. That means Joe and Troy are playing on table 1. That will be Troy Bass plays with an Annie OQ, and Joe Ochoa plays with a Mucci.
I haven't heard of an Annie O Q either. I wonder if that's an Annie Oakley Q, because she was a sharpshooter.
She was a sharpshooter.
So, so I could kind of see someone making a Q after Annie Oakley.
Oh, yeah. It's actually my own private brand. Thank you.
I would want to name a Q after a knife that surgeons use. Because I cut balls like a surgeon. I cut like a surgeon.
I wish I was as thin as my cuts.
With surgical precision, he navigates around the table with his surgical knife pool cue brand.
Yeah, the Metzenbaum scissors.
Is that the brand?
Right,
Someone can help me out on the chat room of a
Other
brand
than just
of
a
surgical
scalpel,
knives.
you know,
Scalpel.
There's different kinds of scalpels, I think.
I'm not carving a frog here on the examination table in high school.
That's hilarious.
Okay, so this gentleman at the table is named...
at the table, on table 1, this is Troy Bass.
Troy, okay. Troy is taking his time because there's a lot to look at. Solids are kind of messy. It's still open. Stripes are a little more open. The 10 could break out. The 12 is the only real problem ball for stripes. That and the 8's tied up with the solids. The 11 ball with a good angle could break out the 12 ball. But in breaking it out, you could very easily get hooked behind all these solids and not have a shot. He's got a shot on the 13 ball, which is another kind of problem ball, but he's already in position to take care of that. The 10 ball could be used to break the 12 out at some point too, if he would rather use the 10 rather than the 11 to break it out. At some point, if he wants to run this rack and not let his opponent to the table, he's going to have to take a chance on that on breaking that out, either with the 12 or the 11. I don't know. It's up to him, but I feel like you got to try to run this rack. So at some point, you're gonna have to take a chance on there and hope that you get a shot. He held the cue ball good on that. If the 11 wasn't there, I wouldn't mind using the. Well, the 14's a little thinner in the side than I thought. I was gonna say if the 11 wasn't there, I wouldn't mind using the 14 to try to break the 3 out, the 3-12 up, but 11 is in the way of that. Plus, the 14 is too thin of a cut in the side. I wouldn't want that. The last thing you would want to do is use the 14 and end up hitting our right side of the 3 ball. If you hit the right side of the 3 ball, you scratch. If you hit the 11 on the way down, you scratch. So that's why I would not want to do that. He could use the 10 right now, and I think he's going to go ahead and shoot the 10 in and break it out. and hope he has a shot afterwards. So he's going to take a chance right now. And let's see how the 12 goes. Maybe the 12 caroms off the 6 and ends up by the corner pocket on the left-hand side of the table. Huh? And if he has a shot on the 12, he has a chance. If he doesn't have a shot on the 12, then it's a little tough. Unfortunately for him, the 8 ball is still tied up. It didn't free up the 8 ball at all. He could try to free up the 8 right now with the draw shot, but you run a good chance of hooking yourself yet again because you'd still be trapped on this end of the table. So it's a dilemma. He can eventually play shape on the 11 in the corner in such a way as to draw the cue ball into the 8 and break it up there. Like, for example, if he is able to put the cue ball in the area where the 15 is, that would be a good breakout shot on the 11. And he could try to do that now, or he could shoot the 14 in the side and try to get into a position to leave the cue ball for a good breakout from the 11. I think he's going to roll this in easy to get on the 14 in the corner, and that will be the ball he uses to try to get a good. Yeah, he came a little short on his position on that also anyway. So this gentleman has a little more open of a table now. He can roll this up and get on the 6 ball. I like getting on the 6 ball here and then getting that out of the way and then shooting the 3 ball. Oh no. I think maybe just got down and shot that a little fast, but I mean once he gets on the 6 and shoots the 6 in, then he shoots the 3 in, then the 4 has a pocket. The 4 can go in that other corner, and the 7, it goes in the left corner. The 4 can go in the right corner. That was his path to opening up all his balls. Got a little bit of a break there. He hasn't left a good shot here. He could try to masse around the 14 to make the 15. He could also jump over the 14 to make the 15. It's not a lot of 14 in the way. If you're a right-handed, the jump is maybe a little tougher because you have to reach out over the table. I'm a left-handed guy, and that might be a jump I'm not a great jumper, but I'm good enough to make that jump left-handed. But if you're right-handed, then it might be a little tougher. So he's going to try to masse. You have to make sure you masse this good. If you don't masse this good, you might scratch her. But if he gets a good masse, he's got a great chance to make this ball. Just like that. Come out of there. Nice shot. But unfortunately, the 2 ball is in the path. He might be able to... I'm not sure he can back cut the 14 in the side from there. If he can back cut the 14 in the side, he's got the 3 or the 2 that he could potentially run into to stop the cue ball and give him a shot on the 11. If he wanted to be super aggressive, he could try to cross bank the 14, shoot the 14 between the 3 and the 2 into the rail and bank it out of there back to the top right corner. He's going to try to shoot the 11 through the 2 ball. Try to make both of these balls here. He didn't make both of them. I think he'd have been happy if he just made the 2. For sure he wanted to make the 2 and at least get the 2 in and leave the 11 in front of the pocket, but he wasn't able to. So this gentleman can try again at running some balls here. If he shoots the 3 and the 2 and leaves himself a slight back cut on the 6 ball, he can use the sit. All right, he didn't leave a back cut. If he had left a back cut, then he can easily shoot the 6 into the corner and draw into the 4 ball and break those balls up and still have the 3 as a shot afterwards. So I'd like to see him do that. he could still break it out. He can shoot the 6 with follow and come to the end rail and then back into the 4 ball. So I think that would be a good thing to do right here while the 3 is there. Because you're not really sure that you will have a shot at either the 4 or the 7 or the 5 or the 1 after this ball. So it's good to do this while you have a 1 hanging in the pocket. That will work. You shoot the 5 in with maybe a little bit of left-hand spin to come over to the right side of the table and come out between the 1 and the 14. Just drift over there, some left-hand spin. You can shoot the 1 in the same pocket. Left himself a little steep on the 1. But that's okay. There's a good, again, he's got the 3 hanging in the pocket, so all you got to do is just make this ball. You don't have to worry too much about shape. You do have to be concerned that if you hit this too hard, you might Z shape yourself down behind the 11 ball where you can't see the 3 at all. But, yeah, no, he's got shots here. I kind of like shooting the 3 here and drawing it back out. I kind of like to save the 4 for the ball before the 8 ball at this point anyway. I'm not a big fan of hitting follow here because I have a feeling the 11 ball will really stop the cue ball. All right. It's just hard to control how the cue ball comes out of there with follow, and he's a little bit tough here.
Southern Outlaws won the game on table 2, so that makes the score now 7-5. So coming up on table 2, we're going to be having Jeremy and Travis. And we still have Joe and Troy here on table 1. Joe shooting at the 11.
Thin shot here. And there's a chance he might scratch in the corner by over by where he was standing. The top left corner could have been in play if he had made that shot. He's going to draw this back right at the 4 ball if he can, but not that side of the 4. All right, looks like he's okay. I'm not sure if the 8 goes by the 4, and this shot naturally wants to go up to a spot where you'd shoot the 8 by the 4. So if the 8 don't go by the 4, that complicates this shot a little bit.
It doesn't look like it does from the monitor.
I think it does. I think it goes by. I think it's just...
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
I think it's tight, but I think it goes. Good shot.
Nice and tight. All right, so let's see here. 7, win 5, lost 7, win 6. It is now 6-7.
All right.
Los Tejanos is still leading Southern Outlaws, so that means coming up here we have Emilio and Frank.
Okay, and Emilio is racking and breaking.
So Jeremy's trying to get his team back in the winning column here on table 2.
And Emilio had a nice break there and came up dry. This gentleman's name is Frank.
Frank. Yes, this is Frank.
Frank's got a 2-ball he can use to get started. I think that the 5 is makeable. I don't know about the 1-ball. The 1 could be a problem Frank's going to have to solve. The 13 could be a problem that would need to be solved if you're stripes. I don't know that it goes by the 5-ball. So, you know, both sides have issues. And it looks like Frank's taking a look at the 3 and the 1, because the 3 is a little bit tied up over there. I mean, it doesn't go by the 1 and the 8. And he has an angle here where he can get on one of those balls. See if he elects to try to break up the 1 or get on the 3. He got on the 3. And, you know, if he wants to take a chance, he can shoot this 3. And I don't know that he has an angle to shoot this 3 and run into and somehow move the 1 and the 8. He may not have that kind of angle here now that I look at it. If the 13 doesn't go by the 5, I don't mind this. You shoot the 3 into the corner and stop the cue ball, and then you roll full into the 1, and the 1 will go around the 8-ball, and you push the cue ball to the rail behind the 8-ball. And that would be a safety play where you leave your opponent a 13 ball that doesn't go, and if you hit it good, he won't be able to see the 11 either to shoot in. So I wouldn't mind at that. If you don't have a solution for the 1, then I kind of like stopping the procession of making shots here. But he's drawn over, so now that isn't as much of an issue. He could try to bank the 1 into the corner between the 11 and 7 right now. And frankly, that's not a bad idea from here. I don't really like shooting the 4 to get on the 7 until I solve this 1. I mean, you got to do something with this 1, or play safe. I'd kind of like to see what he's going to do here. Careful that you don't make the 8 or anything, but I think the bank is ahead on his. So he went softer. If he's going to play a soft safe, then I would have liked to have seen him play the safe I was mentioning earlier,
Right.
Where he could leave the cue ball buried underneath the 8 there. But look, it looks like maybe the 13 goes. So what I was saying earlier, I'm not sure I do that if I see the 13 goes in.
It just barely did not go.
It didn't go, but there was still a chance for him to be a problem for my ball.
Right.
And I didn't realize there was that much room there. So if I had seen that, then maybe I wouldn't have played the shape I was talking earlier. That looked like a foul to me.
I was looking at the chat room. I didn't see it.
Yeah, it looked to me like he just shot the wrong ball. Yeah, I think he realizes he just did that. He's like, what? I thought it was stripes there for a second.
Oh, I've never done that.
Yeah, I totally done that. So I wonder, I'm betting the 13 is makeable all by itself. If 13 is makeable all by itself, Emilio has a chance to run all these out. The 12 goes in the side. I don't know if the 9, either the 9 or 10, one of them goes in the side. And once one's in the side, the other will go. So Emilio has a chance here to finish this rack. He's a little thin on this shot, which is a little bit scary. It's going to be hard to hold the, okay, he's not even going to mess with it then. If he elects to shoot the 14, it's hard to keep the cue ball from rolling too far. So he's going to leave the 14 alone for now, and he's going to try to draw the cue ball out of there. And hope he doesn't tie up his balls. I think he's okay here.
Oh, shoot. I missed 2-1 on table 2. So let me go back to the handy dandy scoring system that we are using called a Score Saloon and see what the update is on the score. It is tied at 7. So Travis must have won that game.
Amelia was well on his way there. He's given Frank here an opportunity. Frank, all of Frank's balls go. If he can, the 7's a little scary because he's probably going to run into the. If he runs into the 14 ball, who knows where the cue ball is going to end up, and it could end up in a tough spot. But he ended up pretty good here. You could try to get yourself straight in on the 4 to draw it back in there. You don't want too much angle. He's left himself a little bit more angle than I'd like. So what that means is he can't stroke this very much, which means he can't get easy on the 5. So he's going to have to possibly shoot the 5 in and roll back and forth on the table and hope he doesn't hook himself, behind the 12 ball.
Yeah.
But if he was straighter, then he could have drew that back another, 1.5 and been, really good on the 5 and roll it in.
He's trying to hold it.
Well,
he's going to get hooked.
Saying. The 12 ball's a problem.
Yeah, the 12 it gets huge here, and yeah, he needed to punch that.
Yeah, well,
Jump
I tell
shot?
you, if you're a proficient jumper, this is the time to jump.
Well. If you're not careful with the kick, you could just miss the 8 ball entirely and scratch.
Yeah, and it's not an easy kick to make.
No, it's not an easy kick to make.
You can easily kick to hit it.
Yep.
But kicking it to make it is going a different path, and that's tough.
Yep. It's almost like he should try to tie up that 14, maybe get it away from the pocket, or try to,
I think
do something to make it difficult for his opponent. But
I don't
looks
know
like
that
he's
he can
gonna
do that.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to come off the head rail into it.
I think he's got to try to make this ball. So he's going to go the easy route to kick, but the tough route to make.
Right.
And at least that way he gets a good hit. I haven't seen him call anything, but I would be I would be calling the corner by the 9 ball here. See if he. Yeah, he's in a tough spot there. But but yeah, that would be a scenario there where I would be wanting to get my jump cue out.
Yeah.
And,
if I jumped, I would have gotten my jump cue out, but I don't jump. I'm just a baby pool player,
I tell you what, Emilio's a little funny here.
He is a little funny.
He's got to be careful not to run into the 8. And now he has this shape where he's got to put a little mustard. He's got to stroke this, and this is the kind of shot that you can rattle if he's going to hit this with speed. And he did not rattle it.
Did a nice job.
Hit it very good. Hit it very good.
Yep.
He'd like to not be having a back cut here. He doesn't want to scratch on the side. So he's going to have to adjust and jack up a little bit, but I think he's going to be okay here. Yeah.
All right, so Amelia wins that, puts them one step closer. They are now up 8-7 over Southern Outlaws. That is going to bring up on table 1 Joe and Victor, and it is Victor's break. So Victor from Southern Outlaws is breaking.
All right, Victor is getting ready to break. Wants to hit it square, get a good spread, make a ball. Or 4 balls. As long as none are the cue ball, that's okay. All right, it's got a ball in. Not too bad. All the stripes have pockets. The 12 ball is, or the 15 ball is blocking a couple stripes, kind of. But you can get to the 15 ball. I mean, there's 13 goes into the hole. 12 goes in the hole. The only problem is the 8 ball. The 8, I don't think, goes by the 6 in the corner. And with the 3 where it is, it doesn't go in the other corner. But you have so many stripes around the 8 ball there that I think you can move things as part of your path. So I kind of like maybe shooting the 9, or if the 9 goes by. If it doesn't go by, then maybe I'll shoot the 12 and draw back out for the 11 ball or the 10 ball, because I think the 10 goes by the 14. So all right, he's okay with that. This is pretty good here. He can solve the 15 ball and basically choose to play shape for the 10 into the side pocket over there. And that opens up things a lot more. And okay.
He still has the 13.
I think he's okay here. If he can get the cue ball out of there, if he can maybe shoot the 13 in with high and left-hand spin, with enough left-hand spin to get the cue ball to spin around the 3 ball and come back out, that would be good. Or he hits this with high right-hand spin and come 1 rail straight to the bottom rail and straight back out. So he worked his way around that. He's got a chance here. I think the 10 goes into the bottom left corner. The 9 goes in the bottom left corner. He could shoot the 11 to get straight in on the 14, which then gets him to the 10 in the side, which I like also. That got him to the 10 in the side. Hopefully this 10 in the side, he needs the cue ball to go toward the 9, not toward the 8. If it goes toward the 8, then the 8 might get tied up again. He's putting draw on it, which makes me think that the cue wants to go toward the 8. So he's going to try to avoid that with, oh boy. He hit a stop shot, I guess, for the 9 in the side. And he ended up nudging the 8, but I think the 8 still has a pocket. It's a little scary. If the cue ball rolls toward the 7, he's going to end up hooked. If it rolls toward the 2, he's got a chance. And he's toward the 7, so yeah, that was a little. Did you hear me?
Yes, I did hear you.
I smacking my teeth together. Oh.
Oh, you mean your teeth are chattering?
I thought you were looking at me because I was.
No, I was looking at what was on the big screen next to us. It's golf.
Oh, they freaking poser pool fans watching golf. They had golf on yesterday too.
Yeah,
man. He's missing out on his golf.
They're golf fans. A lot of pool players play golf.
Yeah, very common. There's some similarities as
There's
far
a lot
as
of similarities.
The nuances of feel and touch and that kind of stuff. All right, he's going to go for a bank here. This bank you have to tighten up. This is a tough shot. I'm not sure how easily this will go in here. Yeah. To tighten up that bank, for me, you hit that with follow and firm. And follow will help that bank tighten up. Because it puts draw on the object ball. And that's how you tighten up a rail. Like let's say you needed to kick at a ball, but the only spot on the rail you can hit takes the cue ball past the ball you want to hit, and you need to tighten up the angle. And the way you do that is you hit it firm with draw, and that will tighten it up and make it come into, closer to your ball. So you can try that at home if you, or the next time you're at a pool hall, I guess. I don't know. If you aren't aware of what I'm talking about. He's going to try 11-9 combo, and this looks like a pretty tough shot here. If he makes it, and he makes it, he's hoping to have a shot. I can't see. He's got a shot.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of one.
He's got a shot. He's happy that he can see it.
Yeah,
it's not an easy shot, but he's happy he can see it. He's got to try to navigate the cue ball around the 7 ball, because the 8 don't go by the 5. And some players are going to want to stroke this with draw and come over and back, but the 8 don't go by the 5. You might need to roll this in with follow and go around the 7 ball to shoot the 8 in the side. He rolled it with follow. Sit. Oh, he's just a little
too firm.
Yeah, it was a very delicate shot. So he's going to back cut it into the corner. A little too thin. He's in a real tight spot there.
Oh, and Troy just rattled the 13 on the table too. He had the out there. 13-9 come around for the 8. Man, that's tough when you get that close.
Yep.
He made some good shots over there on that rack.
Oh, that playing with fire.
Well, you know, if you want to get warm, you have to have fire.
Clearly, as a child, he burned his hands a lot. His mom's always like, "Stop playing with fire." He's gonna hit this easy. Leave the 4 in front of the pocket. You got the 3 there to shoot in, so you don't have to do anything crazy there. All right. Well, the 4 went in, but that's okay.
That's all right.
He's got the 3 here. He can shoot the 3 in and come just nice and easy. Come straight back in between the 6 and the 7. You either shoot the 6 into the corner or the 7 in the side afterwards. He shuts soft, so he can shoot the 7 in the corner if he wants, or the 6. Well, I like the 6 here. You're going to basically do the same shot here and come back up table for the 7 in the side. You don't have to do anything here. You just hit this in with follow. And control your speed. Better too short than too far. And he's perfect. He's going to try to hold it, and he was able to hold it. If it was a thinner angle, then he would not want to hit with draw, but you could hit with follow and just go to the far rail and straight back out.
Right.
But he was able to hit it with draw and hold it, so it wasn't too thin of a cut for the 8, which was good.
All right, so that was a win for Los Tejanos. That brings them up to 9.
He's back at the table on table 2 with shot on the 9, a tough shot on the 9. He's going to draw it over for the 8 in the same pocket. That was a nice shot.
That was a very nice shot. Troy's pretty sporty. He's a pretty sporty player.
Yeah.
I remember him from last year.
Okay. This is a little bit of a tester too. But it's no harder than the shot he just made. So hopefully he can bear down and put this in.
There we go. So that was a win for Southern Outlaws. So we're Los Tejanos 9, Southern Outlaws 8. All right, I'll be right back.
Nice powerful break. Almost scratched, but did not. 410 are ugly. Probably there's a 410 combo, but I guarantee you it's not wired. He's going to have to back cut it, but this is his first shot. So he didn't really take a, it was wired enough. He got himself into a little bit of a pickle there. Got tied up with the 11 ball. James has a shot, and it's one of my least favorite shots. He's shooting over the top of a ball. He hit it good. And he can shoot the 11. He can shoot the 13. Depends if he likes the angle on the 13 or not. If I can shoot the 13 and not have to navigate around the 7 ball, then I don't mind the 13, but I'm not convinced that that's the case. So if I'm threatened to go into the 7 ball shooting the 13, then I'm just going to shoot the 11 and save that for later. And I figure I can shoot the 11 and probably get on the 12 or the 9. And I'm okay with either of those. If I can avoid the 7 with the 13, I don't mind that. Either withdraw or follow. If I can draw it to the side rail above the 7 and come back toward the middle of the table, I like that shot. So, but I just can't tell from here, from the angle. So he's playing shape here to get on that 12 ball on the side. And he needs to hit this. He needs to not baby this. You don't want to hit it just hard enough for the 8 to roll to the 6 and stop. Well, he hadn't hit the 8, so maybe there was room to clear the 8. But I was afraid that at that speed, if he was going to hit the 8, you want to hit the 8 firm enough to go to the 6 and then hit it and move away from the 6. But at least then you have a chance to have a shot at the 8 later. But if you just roll it in so the 8 rolls up to the 6, then you know that you have zero chance of that 8 being a makeable shot without having to come back and break it out of there again. But with the angle he had, maybe the 8 wasn't even in play. Hard to tell from here. Well, the solids are much more open. The 1 ball's a problem, and he's going to try to solve the 1 early. He's going to roll the cue ball between the 15 and the 14 to the end rail and hopefully straight back at the 1. Yeah. It did not go as planned. And I don't think he was trying to do that. I think he was just trying to baby the ball in and try to get the cue ball to stop before going too far. And he wasn't able to. He's got a tough shot on the 6 here. He pockets. And he just he's just in a tough spot, going from one tough situation to the other. The 2 ball's a problem. The 1 ball's a problem. The 3 ball doesn't go anywhere. You can't see the 7. It's like the 4 ball. I wonder if he can hit the 2 ball out of there and park the cue ball on the side rail by the, where the 8 ball blocks a lot of those balls up table, especially the 12 ball and the 14 ball. I think I would like to use the 8 to, maybe the only thing I let my opponent see is the 9 and the 13. That way he doesn't have a good shot. Oh, look at that. There's a good angle for that. Nice shot, nice shot. Good creative solution. Okay. You shoot the 3 into the side with follow. You go to the side rail. You just missed the 4. Come back toward, almost back to the spot. You shoot the 7 ball into the corner, and you drift that over in between the 12 and the 14. Sit, stop. He came over too far. You needed an angle on the 7 to drift the cue ball over to shoot the 1 into the side pocket in between the 14 and 12. And he's come too far for that. So now he's going to be forced to, try to force follow this and come between the 12 and the 13 and hope to have a shot on the 4 ball. Comes up between the 12 and 13. He banged into the 12. He nudged the 1 over a little. I wonder if the 1 is makeable now.
It looks like it's a real tight window past that 14. It's
Well,
not frozen to the 12.
I'll take a tight window.
So,
I'd take a tight window.
yeah.
So he's going to roll the 4 in and try to give himself a best angle he can to have a chance at that 1 ball. If the one goes, if the 1 don't go, then you might see him slowly roll into the 1 and try to block that pocket so the 12 and 14 don't go in there. He certainly isn't thrilled with it. Another thing is if it only just barely goes, like it's going to hit a rail on the way in, then you have to baby it. You can't stroke it.
Which is going to mean the 8's going to be a tough shot.
It's going to be a tough shot, and if you baby it too firm like that, you'll be hooked. I mean, you have to really baby it.
Yeah, I think he just barely came out enough.
That was a nice shot.
Yep, he did that
just
well.
hard enough. I like that he got back up again.
Yep.
You got to let your adrenaline settle down just a little. You know, this is still a touchy shot.
Yep.
And you don't want to rush yourself and sell yourself short here. Well done.
That was a nice out. That was a very nice out by Travis. So that means we are tied at 9.
And Frank.
He's going to scratch.
Yeah. And that's an easy shot to scratch on.
Oh,
you see that a lot.
Every time I think I'm going to hit it different and not scratch. And I hit it and I scratch every single time.
A lot of people learn to shoot that shot with a little right-hand spin. And so then even when you think you're going to hit it different, the problem is you've kind of trained your body to hit it a certain way.
Yeah.
And it takes time, A, to untrain your body, and B, to learn other ways to make that shot. So, and you know, when you're in the pressure of a match, sometimes that's when you want to use your most comfortable way of pocketing the ball possible. You don't want to use a different type of stroke that maybe you're not as confident with or haven't quite mastered yet. So you might go with what you know will make it and hope you don't scratch. But it definitely pays to become comfortable with, you know, several different ways to pocket a ball.
All right, so here on table 1, we are having Emilio and Mike.
Okay.
And then on table 2, we're going to be having Mike and Victor.
And we're still close match. We're getting to the nitty-gritty here, getting down close to the end. All right, Mike's got the break. We haven't seen the table cue ball fly off the table in a while. We do?
Jinx.
Nope,
Jinx.
we're not due. And Mike has mastered the Leo break, which is a safety break.
Except that Leo doesn't mean it for it to be a safety break.
Well, sometimes I tell you what, man, I can be pretty lucky when I miss. But yeah, sometimes the break works against me if I make a ball and don't have a shot.
I have a correction on table 2. This is Lee that has come in for Mike on table 2.
Okay. Emilio might have a shot on the 3 ball. He's got to get the cue ball out of this little pile here. Yeah, he's got a shot. Boy, I think he'd like to take stripes. And that's why he took a while to shoot that ball. He needs to find a way to get to the 2 and the 6 because the 12 and the 15 are in very bad spots for him. Sit. Boy, I wish that cue ball stopped about 4 inches short of that. He could have shot the 4 on the side and sent the cue ball, you know, right at the 2 and the 6, or maybe right at the 12, you know. Maybe he'll back cut this, but if he back cuts it, I see the cue kind of going toward the 8 ball, and that's a little scary, unless he puts draw on it. Yeah, he's going right at the 8. Well, if I'm going to miss, that's
right.
Not a bad miss. It looks like Mikey has a shot at the 15 ball, but he's jacked up over a ball. The 15 ball is 5 feet away. You know, this isn't that easy. Yeah, there's nothing real easy about that. The good thing for Mike is, you know, his 15 and 12 or 14 and whatever those 2 balls are, those 2
14
stripes,
and the 12.
14 and 12 are still blocking. It's still a problem for Emilio. Emilio doesn't really have an angle on the 4 ball. He can't see the 5 ball. And now his opponent doesn't really have problem balls, so you can't sacrifice a shot just getting one of your balls out of there, and it's tough. And I think I'm not even sure he wanted to make that shot, but I think he really would have liked the 4 to block the pocket, and I don't think it did.
Yeah, it's at least half the pocket.
At least he's forcing Mike to shoot at these balls.
Right.
And Mike may have just got himself in trouble. A little bit of trouble. Not that much trouble, apparently. Mike looks good here. I think that the 9 goes by the 4. Mike looks good here. Well, he came up a little short on that. So he's going to leave the 9 alone for now. He'll save the 9 for later. You know, he just understroked the last shot. You know, if he comes out, he's fine on the 9 ball. Then he's probably running the rest of the balls. He just maybe got a little careless or shot a little quick, got a little careless, and wasn't really paying attention to exactly where he wanted the cue ball to go. It's like, just get the cue ball over there and it'll be okay. But maybe he needed to be a little more precise on exactly where he wanted the cue ball to stop him. He just rushed that a little bit, I think. Well, Emilio has a more open rack. Maybe he goes rail first here and runs into the 7 a little, or he's a little tough here. He's looking to see if he can see the 2 ball. I don't think he can. You can try to play a safe, but the only good safe here is to cinch the cue up on the 9 in a way where the 9 cannot be shot into the 15 ball, and that isn't easy to do. So I think you kind of have to make this 7 ball. You got to cut that 7 in. Yeah. And you have to make this shot. You can't really, you're not really expecting to get another chance at the table, so you really want to focus on this shot and make sure that you make this ball. Now the 7 ball is much easier to make. Like for me, I shoot left-handed, you know. So for me, it's like I'm gonna try to shoot. He's gonna play safe, and the only safe I really see is to cinch the cue ball right up to the 9, and well, at least he tied up the 9, I think. No, he wasn't able to tie up the 9. Yeah. Mikey got himself into a little bit of a pickle, but it looks like he's okay, actually. If he has to mass say this at all, he might scratch. Okay. Well, it's interesting. He's making it interesting, but he's still at the table. He needs to see a sliver of that 13 ball. And he cannot. We'll see if Mikey is a jumper. It looks like he's going to go get a jump cue. It's a little scary. Possibly he's got a full 8 to get over, and it has to come down and settle down in time to get a solid piece of the 13 to cut it in the corner. He runs a little bit of a risk of scratching in the right-hand corner here. So there's a lot that can go wrong here. It's a tough shot. Very close. Good try. Now he's not leaving Emilio a good easy shot, but Emilio can pretty easily play a full ball hook here. You know, there's real good chance Mike hits this ball, but at least he has to kick at it. You know, he's not going to hit straight at it because the 5's in the way. So he's going to have to kick at it, and if I'm Emilio, I'm hopeful that he's going to leave me some sort of shot after this. I'm not super hopeful that he's going to give me ball in hand. I kind of expect him to hit it. Although, if he jumps this, now I'm a little more hopeful that he'll actually give me ball in hand here. This is a really tough jump to get over all those balls. I like the kick better. I feel like you have a better chance kicking firm into the 13. I feel like it's awfully difficult to not foul on the shot. But Mike got over that other ball very well. Very skillfully. So it could be that Mike is a very good jumper, and you need to be a very good jumper for this. See how it goes here. Wow, yeah. That was a nice shot. Mike is a very good jumper.
Oh, and it looks like Victor got the game on table 2. So that gives Southern Outlaws 10. So coming up over there is going to be Joe and Travis. Yeah, Chris, I concur with BCAPL referee. They're probably still playing that match. Is the out time guys still the same from last year?
He's going to shoot the 5, roll the cue ball to the side rail and toward the end rail for a shot on the 4 in the side, I think is what he's going to do here. And I'm just making sure I don't want to leave myself on the rail, and you certainly don't have to. It's easy to leave yourself a couple inches off the rail, but he came a little firm there. I guess he's going to shoot the 2 into the corner, which is fine. A stop shot on the 2 in the corner kind of sets up nicely for the 8 in the same pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Hit that a little bit on the full side. So now he's a little more on the 50-yard line here for the cut, or for the cut in the corner or the cut in the side. He's on the 50-yard line.
I do the cut in the side.
I'd go either way.
Oh.
But the side looks pretty thin.
The side looks better.
He's going to go in the corner. He needs to get good draw on this so that he doesn't go in the side pocket. But good draw will save him.
Yeah, very good. All right, so Emilio got that. So now that puts Los Tejanos up 11-10, which means we're going to have James and Frank. King James. What? Oh, mute you? Here too. Chris, I saw a couple of guys from Out Time earlier today, but obviously I can't really see the whole room and everybody. Plus, they have some tables across the hall, so I'm not sure. Not sure what the story is. All right, so we're having James and Frank on table 1, and then we still have Travis and Joe trying to complete the match on table 2. If Joe can get the out here, or if Travis can get the out over there on table 2, it would retie the match. James has a chance to put his team on the hill if he gets a good break and get some movement.
Well, it looks like Travis has a chance here to work his way through that rack.
Chris, I'm going to take that back. I just see one of the Out Time guys, and they're still playing. I don't remember which one he is, but it's one of the guys from Out Time last year.
Frank is at table 1.
Right.
And he can shoot the 5 or the 6. He's looking at, it looks like he's got a 5 or a 6. Those are pretty much his options. I think he's shooting the 5, trying to draw back for the 6. He'd like to solve the 6 while he's on this end of the table. And he may be able to jack up again a little bit and hold the cue ball in that area for the 3 in the side. Because he needs to solve the 3 while he's down there also. And if he can solve those 3, well, that takes care of some of his problems. He still has other problems, like the 2 ball and the 1 ball.
Maybe a little weight problem. You never know.
A weight problem?
Just kidding.
Sorry, Mike. I don't know what that was about, but you don't have a weight problem, in my opinion. What were you referring to there?
I just thought, he has lots of problems.
Okay.
Just trying to list what problems he might have.
Just provide him your therapist, and he'll be okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Although your therapist hasn't done a very good job with you.
Well, I am resistant to therapy. I have the therapy-resistant gene.
So he can. I wonder if the 1 goes between the 14 and the 10.
I don't think so.
Looking at it.
I don't know.
If it does, it's
well,
tight.
actually, it might. Looking at the monitor, it looks like there's a window there.
Yeah. Pretty tight window, but
yeah,
could be something. The 2, I just don't know what the solution is for the 2 ball here. I don't know what his plan is there. He can shoot the 4 into the side, but he looks a little straight to try to draw the cue ball into the 2 and 4-15, but he certainly could try, but he looks too straight for me to do that. So he's going to have to play shape for the 1 or something.
Okay, we are tied at 11. So that brings us down to, we have James and Frank here on table 1, and we're going to be having Jeremy and Mike on table 2. $11-11.
You're so loud, you get everyone's attention.
I do. What can I say? He's listening for the dulcet tones of my voice anyway.
Yes, he's used to the sound of your voice.
Well, I try to be just that captivating.
Frank is in a real tough spot here.
Yeah, he sure is. He's just running everything off but his 2 ball, and he's not going to solve his 2 ball here.
He's going to be forced to play some sort of, safe or something with And he's going to go ahead and get a referee. He knows that he's going to have to do a crazy shot to get a good hit here and we're getting late in the match. No need for there to be a close call and a dispute. So just get a referee. I see a couple referees down on the other end of the room.
Looks like maybe Dwayne's making his way up here. No, they're going out that door there. Hopefully they'll. It's odd that both of the referees are on the same side of the room.
Well, I think that they were conferring with each other over a call that was going on over there.
Could have been. In the meantime, on table 2, this is
Mike.
Frank. That's break-in. No, Mike. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're right. It's Mike. Blah. Twisting yourself up there, are you?
Yes.
The referees went out into the hallway and never came back.
Oh, here comes Bill.
All right.
Followed by Dwayne.
Yes. Finally. Yeah, well, Emilio went and chased him down.
Yeah.
I see that.
And I can't see, so the referee's in the way. It's a good hit.
Nice hit. Unfortunately for Frank, his 2 is still tied up, and it's tied up in a way that doesn't hurt his opponent. His opponent can make that 15 ball at some point should he want to. So this is kind of a free shot for his opponent here. If he wants to, he can play another safe, or he can just try to pocket a ball, and if he misses, he figures not a big deal. But I feel like quickly Frank needs to
this is James.
James needs to decide if he's going to run this rack or not. And that's a problem.
Oh, yeah.
James just made an error there.
Yeah.
He can probably recover from it because the 9's in the pocket and break that out. But the thing is I wanted James's only problem on the table to be dealing with the 13. And now he's got 2 things to worry about. And, you know, suddenly Frank has a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, James might be forcing himself to do something kind of crazy here. But it looks like,
I mean, he can play a safe. And
yeah,
playing
he can
a
play
safe with the 13 ball is not the end of the world.
No.
You know, you might be able to hit a stop shot on the 13, and that 8 might block the 2 ball. That would be okay. And you need to hit it head on so that you don't bank the well, I mean, you could bank the 13 in the corner and call safe at the same time.
Right.
But I'm not really intending to make the 13 ball, so I'd want to hit it head on, and that should not make it. It should put the cue ball or put the 13 near the top left corner, but not in the top left corner. And also keep the cue ball. By hitting it head on, you're keeping the cue ball right there on the 8 ball.
Right.
So I don't mind that because the 13 is a ball you got to solve. So he's going to go ahead and call the bank, which means he's not trying to play defense here. If he makes this, then he's going to good try. I mean, then he would well, he really put a lot on that. Then he would I was thinking he was going to keep the cue ball in that area and then pocket the 9 and use that to break the 15 out.
Right.
But
yeah, with that shot, he was going to have to take the 10 and try to float down.
yeah, I'm rolling this nice and easy. I want to make the 9 and keep the cue ball planted against the 2 ball. Oh, I don't want the. Yeah, that cue ball came out. Yeah. I think he was trying to do that.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, he solved a huge problem for James.
But I mean, he was trying to play a defense there.
He was.
And I don't know if he misaimed it or that could have been a flaw in the table.
I think he just hit it too hard.
Well, he hit it the wrong angle, that's for sure.
James floated over too far.
He's okay. He just likes to flirt with trouble, but he's okay.
That's why he fits into our trap room.
That's
He's
right.
a flirt. Oh. Whew.
Yeah.
He is dodging bullets right and left, man.
And if I'm Frank, I'm like, man, that's just not fair.
Yeah, Frank has that kind of look on his face.
I mean,
are you kidding me?
My opponent made several errors and still got out. You know, it's tough, but it happens. And
so that puts Los Tejanos up 12-11. So we should be having Emilio and Troy coming up here on table 1. We're finishing up with Jeremy and Mike on table 2. Jeremy's got the bridge out. He's shooting solid. I would take the 7 here.
Is he solids?
Yeah, he's solids.
I think the 5 goes by the 11. So, yeah, I like shooting the 7 here. Just left-hand spin, nice and easy. So I can roll it in. I don't like the speed he hit it at. He tried to kill it. He tried to kill it. But you could have slow-rolled that with left-hand spin.
Yeah.
But the 5 goes in there. You just shoot that with follow, go down table and back. You might need a touch of left so you don't hit the 10 on the way back out. Nope, didn't need any left. Oh, he missed. I couldn't see it.
He's going to get the double kiss.
Did he?
Almost got the double kiss.
I kind of wish I could have saw what happened there because he was in the way. But
yeah, well, the cue ball came back and the 5 starts coming out. And
did he hit the 5 too thin?
He hit the 5 too thin.
Oh, so it went off the point of the pocket and.
Yeah, came back out, and the cue ball came back down table and hit it and almost put it in the pocket again.
Yeah.
So
he must have hit the point, and it came out on the other side of the 11 then. Yeah, that would have been fun to see. All right, Emilio needs a good break. He always does a second ball in break. He's been getting a pretty good spread, but I think he came up dry last time. He ain't coming up dry this time. He doesn't want things to be tied up that don't have to be. The 1 goes in the side. The 5 is in jail. But the 4 and the 2 could break him out of jail. He's got a shot on the 3. Frankly, he could shoot the 3 and leave himself an angle on the 7 to break out the 5 too. That's a little more aggressive. I don't know that that's necessary. All right, well, the 1 was makeable. I'm not sure if it's makeable now. He's going to take a look at it. He might have to shoot the 1 off the 12 into the side. And being jacked up like this makes it tough. But if the 1 doesn't go clean, maybe it goes clean. It looks like it must go clean. If it didn't go clean, then he'd have to shoot the 1 into the 12 and carry him off the 12 on the side. And that's just because he was jacked up. So I'm sure that ball must have went in, but everything is tough when you're jacked up like that. Wonder if he's going to try to break up the 9 and the 10 here. I fear he won't have a shot afterwards if he goes into them. Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah, on table 2, it looked like he
hit it well.
I thought it looked like he hit that ball pretty good.
Yep.
It was kind of a crazy shot here on table 1 where he was able to carry him off a couple balls and make a ball on the side. But he got a little tough on his leave here. He's got to be careful with the 2-ball. If he shoots the 2-ball in the corner and just lets the cue ball go along its natural path, he takes a chance on running into the 8-ball and make it in the side pocket. So if you shoot the 2-ball, you need to either put some draw on it or some right-hand spin on it too. But you don't want to just hit it with follow and no spin.
Well, if Jeremy on table 2 can sink this 8-ball, he will win this match for Los Tejanos.
They are on the hill?
Yep.
There's a little bit of tester. Frankly, this shot that he has right here too, this is not my favorite shot. I've been kind of struggling with these kind of shots lately. I've been struggling with seeing the spot to hit when my cue's on the rail and I have a back cut on a ball. Nice shot.
Nailed it. So, Los Tejanos defeats Southern Outlaws by a score of 13-11. All right, so we're going to take a quick little break here. We have women's teams coming up next. We have VFIO and Get 'em Girls. Oh, that looks like a V. YFIO. Let's see, I can't remember what that stands for. We've had them before, but I can't remember what YFIO stands for. All right, we'll be back.
Live streaming. It's great. It's everywhere. But your friend is playing and you can't see the score. Enter Score Saloon, your door to the score. With Score Saloon, you can see the scores as they happen, know instantly when a match is finished and who won. Go to scoresaloon.com to register for a free membership. Score Saloon, your door to the score. Live stream.
All right, so we are back. We have 2 women's teams for you. YFIO, you figure it out. Connie Zvoda, Emily Sumrall, Susan Raymond, Shantae Starley, Belinda Guerra, and Cindy Van Sickle. They are playing Get 'em Girls, Alma Jimenez, Joe Lasoya, Tanya Chuitis, Elizabeth Sullivan, and Frances Marone. So what we've got here, Get 'em Girls is, oh good Lord, love a duck. Okay, Get 'em Girls we have, let me see if I can figure this out. Dark brown, red, Get 'em Girls. The only identifier they gave me was for one girl.
Looks like they have their names on their shirts.
They do. Some of them do. But I can't read it.
Eyesight is
yeah.
maybe somebody at home with a high-def camera can see that name.
Okay, I get it. It's Elizabeth on table 2, and this is Joe on table 1.
Okay.
So Elizabeth is playing Emily, and Joe is playing Susan. So Elizabeth, let me see. Yeah. Joe.
And it looks like Joe has come up dry. I can't quite tell if the 10 goes in the side. If it goes into the side, that is much nicer, because if it doesn't go on the side, then the 10 is almost enough to make me want to just take solids right out.
Yep.
Although, except the 10 has to be hanging there, so I could make a ball off the 10, and that wouldn't be so bad. So she has chosen stripes. And this is YFIO? She's on YFIO?
Yeah, she is on YFIO, which stands for You Figure It Out.
You Figure It Out.
And she plays with a Peshawar OB2 shaft. So, and Joe, her opponent, plays with an Adams Q.
All right.
The Get 'em Girls like shot time, which is both meanings of shot time, shooting at the table and taking shots.
Very good.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. And they say play to have fun, and the love of the game keeps them playing.
So I'm guessing that maybe the 10 goes into the side because...
Yeah, it will.
Although it's tight, because he keeps looking at it. This could be like one of those sort of trick shots where you can... where you see people sometimes put the 10 where it looks like it can't be made, but you can force the 10 ball through the point of the pocket. You see that sometimes. It doesn't come up a lot in an actual match, but I have seen it come up, and maybe that's kind of where the 10 is. But if you don't know about that shot, then you're not likely to try it, because it'll look like it does not go.
Hey, you want to shoot like SVB? Welcome. You should hop in your car and come see us. He's only in Las Vegas, you know.
SVB? Or want to shoot like
we
SVB?
We usually just call him Wanna.
Yeah, Wanna. So it looks like she can roll up and back for the 11 ball. She had a little different path. I think she can see the 13 ball into the corner. And hard to say if the cue ball is going to... She wants to avoid the 2 ball, and she may need to hit that a certain way. And you gotta be a little careful. You can scratch on this shot too, which is a little scary.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, I don't know.
But she ran too far for the 11.
A good reward. She might have to back cut the 11 into the corner, the bottom right corner. That might be what she's gonna have to do here.
No, the other camera doesn't show. Well, actually, I'm going to switch cameras for just a second here. We can get a look at that 10 ball. It's sitting right on the point.
Yeah.
But I think it'll still go. She just has to hit it soft.
Could be. Nice shot.
That was a beautiful shot.
I think the 8 still goes.
Yeah, 6 did not roll in front of the 8.
We're about to find out what her plan is here. And I guess it goes, like you're saying, just
pretty
tight.
sure it does. Where's your cursor? All right, we can see if she actually makes it here. Yep. There we go. Yeah, see, that went just nice.
Very good. That's a nice run.
Yeah.
She's worked her way through this whole rack, made a couple tough shots. And
So you know how we were talking last night that we were going to come down here next year and play in the mixed teams?
Oh, yeah.
We have to qualify in their league to play teams, but we don't for the singles.
Oh, is that's interesting.
Yeah, that's what Rick Donner typed in. All right, so YFIO gets the first game.
Good job.
Yeah.
And on table 2 here.
Yeah, this is
YFIO is.
This is Emily from YFIO.
Okay.
She. Oh no, wait. Yeah.
And she may have left herself a little straight on. She's not going to shoot the 14.
Apparently not. I would take the 14 there. Well, try to get down for the 15.
She must have a different plan. She'd like to get a little angle here. She's got a little bit of an angle.
All right, so coming up on table 1, we are going to be having Tanya Schwites, who plays with the Lucasi Q. And she is playing from YFIO. Shantae Starley plays with the Mucci. This team took 3rd in ACS and 5th here at BCA State in 2015.
Get 'em girls?
YFIO.
YFIO, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they've shot well together.
Yes, they have. Must be really windy outside. Every time they open up that back door, we get a gust.
Yeah, you feel a gust in here. Makes me want to go out there and warm up.
Yeah, it is a little bit chilly. You can do that anytime, you know.
Yeah, I did earlier today. Went out there a little bit.
It's when you want to go sit in my truck, right?
Oh man, let me tell you.
I did that for a little while the other day. Yeah,
and that's when you walk outside and hope that the truck isn't parked in the shade. You know, it's like all I need is 5 minutes in there. You know,
it's like a sauna.
Heat up my core.
It's hilarious. All right, so Emily from YFIO is back at the table. She's got a clean shot on that 15 up in the corner. Just overcut it. And we got 2 stripes in on table 1.
Yeah, Get 'em Girls has made a couple stripes on the break. She has a shot at the 10 ball that she's jacked up over the 3, which makes that uncomfortable. And it looks like she has a shot on the 15 on the side. The 12 ball's tied up. The 6-1-12, it's a mess. And is that the 7 ball? The 7 ball's tied up with the, oh, she's not jacked up. Oh, she just got down and hit that really fast. She didn't give her body a chance to get in balance and settle before she swung at that. Little fast, little fast. First game, though. Get herself settled down. But now that's no longer, the 7 is no longer tied up from those anymore.
So we are tied at 1. Coming up on table 2 is going to be Alma Jimenez, who plays with a McDermott, and she is going to be playing well, they've got a Tanya listed. I don't see a Tanya. Oh, I did that. No. Shoot. I wrote down the wrong name.
Ooh. YFIO on table 1 is now stripes. So Get 'em Girls on table 1 is now solids. She's going to shoot the 5 ball into the corner. Did not get a piece of anything there, so she's going to be forced to shoot the 4 ball up table.
It's Connie from Connie from YFIO, who's playing Alma on table 2. Okay. Connie Savoda plays with the Jerry Olivier.
She has another, the Get 'em Girls gal here has a bling chalk holder. I've seen a couple of these bling chalk holders that have little studs all over the chalk holder there. So she's not going to shoot the 4. I'm not sure what she called.
Yeah, I'd be shooting the 4 or the 3 if I could see the 3.
I don't think she can see the 3. Okay, so she is going to shoot the 4, and now she can see the 3.
Yeah.
I can't tell if the 1 goes into the corner pocket.
It
It's a
doesn't look like
possibility,
it. Looks
no?
like the 12 is too much in front of the 6, so it blocks the 1 a little bit.
Well, if it does go, she might shoot it now. If it doesn't, then we'll never know because she'll shoot something else.
Oh, I'm being told in the chat room it's 2-0, so let me check what they got in Score Saloon. I looked up and saw one player with a Q and thought they were the one that won the match.
She can shoot this shot with follow and run the cue ball into the 6 ball. The 2 was in the way. But, I mean, she'd have to hit that with a little more speed to get a breakout on that.
Yep. Of course, now the internet would choose to bog down here.
She's going to play it safe.
Oh, yep. I was wrong.
She played a safe, and in the process, freed her opponent's ball. That was a tactical error there. We'll see if YFIO can capitalize on this. She has the 15 ball on the side.
It's 2-0. YFIO.
And she can shoot the 12 ball all the way up table into the corner. It's a real eagle eye shot there.
Thank you.
But if she makes that ball, if she can shoot that shot and not break up the 1-5-6, then it's hard to pass it up now that you're on it. That's a good shot. So she came a little far. If she can make a back cut on the 15 ball, you can shoot the 15 in with a little bit of left and go to the side rail, the bottom rail, and back to the side rail on the bottom right side of the table, and that can get you on like the 13 ball. If you're lucky, you might get on the 10 in the side, but the thing I don't like about this shot is you got to be careful that you don't get hooked behind the 1-6 or break up the 1-6, because you got to stroke it. She stroked it good. Come back over. That's perfect. If she can shoot the 13 into the corner and draw back to the middle of the table, that gets her nicely on the 15 ball with a nice position to get on the 8 ball.
Oh, hit the top side of the 15 and scratched.
She just needed a hit a little bit lower on the cue ball on that.
Yep.
If you have some problems here. If you can't make the 1 or the 6, by the way they're tied up, then I kind of like shooting the 6 into the 2 ball and parking the cue ball on the 1 ball, because the 2 is no good on the rail down there either. So I kind of don't mind hitting the 6 into the 2 and trying to move those balls around and just shoot a stop shot there and use the 1 ball as a blocker. If the 6 goes, that's okay. You just need a plan to get to that 2 ball, and you know it's not going to be an easy out if you go for the out now. The 8's on the rail and the 2's on the rail and that kind of stuff. So you can hit this with follow and a touch of right to go 1 rail up to the upper left side of the table on the 2. Or you can hit this with draw and some left-hand spin to go to the bottom rail and then the lower right rail and then toward the upper left corner pocket. And that's kind of a style thing. But you have options here. She went follow. She didn't put any. She came out perfect on the other side. Well, not perfect. Perfect to make the 2, but she doesn't really have an angle to get on the 8 ball, so she's in a little bit of a bind here. If she has any angle at all, which it looks like she does, you could jack up and hit this shot with draw, very firm, and draw the cue ball back 2 rails kind of toward the 15 ball. What she did there is a good shot. She left the cue ball in a good spot. She's going to force YFIO here to either kick at the end rail back at the 15 to try to slide it into that skinny side pocket.
This is Shantae, by the way.
Shantae? I see. I don't. It's hard to tell from here, but from here, it doesn't look like Shantae can shoot the 5 directly into the corner without scratching. But it might be possible. It's very small difference as to whether or not that's a scratch shot, and I just can't tell from here.
Yep.
I'm assuming that it's probably a scratch. And,
it sure looks like it would be.
And if that's the case, that was a good safety that she played there, and there's no. This is not.
Here's the other
easy
angle. You can maybe see a.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna scratch. Don't you think?
Maybe.
That'd make me nervous.
Well, from here it looks pretty scary, but the difference between a scratch and no scratch here is very small.
Yeah. That's going to come out.
Yeah,
give her a shot for the 8.
I tell you what she was trying to do there is not easy, and she almost did it.
Almost did it, yeah.
That was very close to a really good shot.
If she'd been able to hit that a little softer, that might have landed nicely for her.
It was a very good try.
Yep.
She was in a tough spot there. But frankly, it would have been okay for me if she just hit it harder. I mean, just let the cue ball go back up table and leave your opponent banked there.
All right, so that makes it 2-1. YFIO up over Get 'em Girls. So now coming up on table 2, we are going to be having Susan playing Elizabeth.
Or is on table.
I'm sorry, table 1.
Oh, table 1. Okay. Susan is playing Elizabeth on table 1. Okay. And Get 'em Girls is on the 9 ball on table 2 and made a nice shot. She's set herself up nicely for the 8-ball into the corner. It's just long straight shot, so this is just kind of a test of your mechanics here.
Right.
And try not to get the yips or anything when you shoot this.
Yep.
Nice, smooth draw, stop shot stroke.
Yep.
You can baby it in also. And she hit it easy.
Yeah, she tried to take it off the 5.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think she was intending to take it off the 5, but she almost got it off the 5 in there. So.
Well, this is an opportunity for YFIO. It's a nice shot in the 2 on the side. Sets up nicely for the 3. She just needs to make sure when she shoots the 3 that, whoa, okay. Well, she can't shoot the 3 now, so she's going to have to shoot the 5 and come back for the 3. So this has gotten a little more complicated here because the 5 is actually semi-straight, and it's not easy to get on the 3 here.
Uh-oh.
So she's going to have to shoot a bank shot.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's gonna make it hard to get on the 8.
She may not elect to try to make this bank shot. Maybe you just pretend like you're shooting the bank shot, but you're really bringing the cue ball down to the end rail here near where her hand is. She'd like that cue ball. Oh, she made it.
She made that. Wow.
Well,
that
you're
works
on
out
the
pretty
8.
well.
You can bank it. You can cut it.
Oh.
How'd she hit it?
Oh, that looks good. Yeah. That looked real good.
That was a great shot.
Yeah, so that puts YFIO up 3-1 over Get 'em Girls.
And YFIO is at the table on table 1. And this gal pretty much had a table run, I think, last time. She ran out a nice rack. So good. She's a good player. And
this is Susan.
Susan
Susan Raymond. She plays with a Gilbert Q.
All right.
And coming up on 2, we're going to be having Joe and Shantae.
She's looking at the 9-ball, and it looks like I can't. Apparently, she's going to shoot the 9-ball by the 7-ball. She needs to draw the cue ball back up a little bit for either the 13 or the 15, and she did that. She actually made that ball, even hitting the ball on the way in. I'm a little surprised that went in, but it was good. If she would like, she can slow roll this 15 in to get on the 11. The 10 ball is a little bit tricky. Maybe she can move the 10 there.
She was hoping to. Tried to give it a little hip check there.
Yeah.
Want to remind you guys that there are pictures being taken for this event. We have pictures posted on our Facebook page from every day that we've been here. So go check those out at the Rail2Rail Facebook page. Also tag anybody that you know in those pictures and so they can see them. If you want any prints of those pictures, let us know and we'll put you in touch with Sandra.
I see Sandra now. He's sneaking around in the crowd, taking discreet pictures.
Stealthy.
Yeah, stealthy. Stealthily snapping photos. Look at that. She was going for that breakout, too. I'm almost positive she was going for that 10 to break it out on that same shot. It was a good try. Get 'em Girls on table 1. It looks like she has a shot on the 3-ball. It's a little bit of a cut. Not the easiest shot, but it's a shot I think she expects to make. She's going to come back up table. And hopes to get a good shot on something, and she has. She's got a 2 and a 1 and a 6 and 7. Now, all these balls down here are solvable. The 4 and the 5 are kind of tied up. If you're a fan of combos, it's not the hardest combo in the world, so you have that going for you.
4 and the 5 are close enough together.
I think she just got a little funny there. She is on the wrong side, I think, of the 6-ball. This makes this running all these balls out much tougher. I don't think that she can make the one, and you'd hate to have to shoot a 7-1 combo here. So, so she got a little funny there. She can shoot the 7-1 combo or the 4-5 combo. She's going to go 7-1. And look at this. Look at table roll. This table rolls off a little bit. That one ball would have been cinched under the 10 ball there.
I think she called. I think she called a safe. She was just trying to pop.
Oh
the
yeah,
7 off.
that's fair.
She wasn't planning on moving the 1 at all. In
Fair.
that shot.
I was talking about the cue ball. The cue ball
I thought you said
rolled
the 1.
off on her. But yeah, I didn't realize she had called safe, so that was good. Thin cut on the 10. She'd like to get some draw left on it and get back up to the middle of the table. I don't think she can see the 13, and so she might be forced to bank the 11. Bank the 11 into the top left corner. And there's ways that she could bank the 11 in the top left corner and have a shot at the 13 on the side. So that is what she's going to do. Now, if she doesn't hit this firm with draw, she runs the risk of the cue ball getting tied up with the 8.
That's a nice shot.
And she did not get tied up with the 8. The 8's still makeable. She has an angle on the 13. If she wants to get on the 8 ball, she's going to need to hit this with high and right-hand spin. And depending on how severe the angle is, she may need a lot of right or more power, or it just depends on how severe this angle is. But from here, it definitely looks doable to shoot that in with high right into the side and bring the cue ball back toward the other side pocket. But it looks like she's not real comfortable with the angle to do that. I don't see any other options if she wants to win the rag, in this inning. So we'll see where her plan is. Maybe she could get on the other side of the 8 and bank it in the top left corner, maybe. I think I'm kicking at this ball. If you kick at the top rail, 1 diamond over, I think that's about the right spot to have a chance to make this 8 ball. And so I'm going to call the bottom right corner pocket, and I'm pretty much aiming maybe just a hair to the right of the first diamond. All right, she hasn't called anything that I know of, so she must be just playing it safe here. I think the cue ball has a good chance of skimming off the 8 and hitting the point of the side pocket, which would be unfortunate because if I'm doing what she was lining up, I kind of want the cue ball to get all the way to the top rail up there and kind of sit on the top rail. You can actually get safe up there because the 5 ball, the 4 ball doesn't, the 4 doesn't go by the 7, you know, so you could kind of get the cue ball back on the top rail up there behind the 4 ball. But I have a feeling that the cue ball isn't going to get there. It's going to hit the point of the side pocket, but we'll see. I still like the kicking idea. I think I would want to kick this and try to make it. All right, she was trying to. I think she was trying to cross bank that. She hit it hard, so I don't think she was playing defense. I think she was trying to cross bank it. I just didn't see her call anything, so I
didn't
wasn't sure
either.
what she was doing.
Yeah.
Get 'em Girls is. It has some. She still has some work here. Her balls are in semi-precarious positions, but it looks like the 4 ball is probably where she's going to start here. And if you can get on the 7 after this, that's not a bad miss. I don't think the 8 goes by
No,
the
it
7.
doesn't.
Well, she can bank that 8 2 rails into the left side pocket if she wants to try to do that. She can bank that 8 2 rails into the top left corner pocket, I think, also. But
Well,
she's
called
calling
down
this.
here.
All right, so maybe she figures even if I miss it, she has a good chance to get it into the pocket and block that pocket.
Right, and hope that her opponent's not able to run out.
When you have to hit the rail on the way in,
Yeah.
you know, on these tables, if you hit it softly, then it still has a chance. So she's not going to hit this very hard. She isn't blocking the pocket, and I think she would have liked to have blocked the pocket, but it was I think she was in a pretty tough spot there. So, but now I don't like this shot at all. Boy, I really would have liked to have seen her shoot the 4 ball or the 5 ball there.
Yeah, it just leaves it an easy straight in. Well, maybe not easy, but a straight in shot for your opponent. So,
well, the 1 ball was likely to leave her this kind of leave, where she has a really long shot on the 7.
Yep.
And if she was a little concerned about running all 4 of the balls out, she could have slow rolled the 5 in and played safe.
Yep.
And that eliminates 1 ball and gives her a good chance for a ball in hand. You know,
Yep.
and then maybe it's a little easier. But shooting the 1 there, even shooting the 7 would have been okay there. Shooting the 1 was just hard to have a good shot afterwards. That's all. Good shot on the 8.
All right, so that makes it 4-1 in favor of YFIO. So that's going to bring up Tanya and Connie.
And who is racking?
This would be Connie who is racking.
Okay. And it looks like YFIO has a good opportunity here to win another
got
game.
one more ball.
She has an angle to shoot this with follow if she would like, and come back to the middle of the table to shoot the 8 in the side. You need a good follow hit. She did a good draw hit, so she's going to shoot it into the corner there. And she set herself up pretty nicely for it. She's herself up long for it, but straight, so that helps.
Oh, man.
That's one of those shots where at that speed it doesn't go in, but if she hit it the exact same way with about a third of that speed, it probably drops.
Gone, yep.
And that's how these tables, that's how these tables are.
Yeah, she felt like she had to punch it to make sure she didn't scratch, I think. That's probably what she was real worried about.
I think she just, I think it's just a comfortable, firmer stroke. It's always a little scary to slow roll on tables because it might roll off on you. Get 'em Girls has ball in hand after the break.
YFIO is trying to get too many out at a time.
She's going to shoot the 12-inch. She's use a 4-ball, which is legal in when the table's open.
We call that a dirty combo.
A dirty combo. She shot a dirty combo. And she left herself shape on the 14 in the side. And if she would like, she can shoot that 9 in the side or after that. So I want to roll a bit to the right here so that she can shoot either the 13 or the 15 after this. I would kind of like to roll almost all the way over to the right rail so that I can shoot the 13 and come back toward the middle of the table. Because the 15 can get me on the 10 easier than the 13 can get me on the 10. Unless what I'm wanting to do is shoot the 10 all the way up table into this corner up here, which I'd really rather not do. So I liked, I liked her having more angle where the cue ball was another foot to the right, and then she could have shot the 13 in and drawn out for the 15. She might, I don't know if the 15
15 would have
man,
gone.
that was close.
Yeah, it was really close.
That was a good try. So this is a good chance here. YFIO has, unfortunately for YFIO, she has 3 solids that are tied up by this one 15 ball down here. So I think what I would like to see her do at some point is make her opponent's ball and play safe at the same time. You know, with the 3 and the 6 and the 8 and the 2, I mean, it'd be nice if you could send something into the 15 ball to make it and try to hide the cue ball behind all those balls, you know, the 2, 8, 3, 6, 4, you know. So hopefully she'll have an opportunity to do something along those lines. Frankly, with the angle she has here, she could make the 3. I'm a little hesitant to try to draw over into the 15 ball. Yeah. And I wouldn't mind drawing over for the 4 if the 2 wasn't there. That would be okay. So this might be where I shoot this with follow to shoot a 2-15 combo. She is going to go for this. And look at that. That's beautiful. And I was afraid of, you know, getting tied up with a pocket, and so I didn't really want to do that. But she hit it perfect, especially coming off the 5 ball, so she still has a shot. The 2 might go by the 10. It looks like she doesn't have a lot of angle here, so she might be forced to just roll forward and shoot the 2 by the 10 ball into the corner, or maybe the 2 by the 7 ball. If she doesn't have any angle. She has a little bit of angle, then that's enough to kind of hit this with speed and follow and get the cue ball to hit the end rail and go over to this right side rail and come back out a little bit so you can shoot the 2 into the corner where the cue ball is now. But she doesn't have any. You could also jack up a little bit and draw it back to shoot the 4 into the side if you have a little bit of angle. You could shoot a stop shot here and shoot the 2 in the side. You could baby the 5 forward and play defense behind the 4 and the 2. And that would be okay. So there's lots of good options here. And because if she's really straight, it's scary for me to shoot the 2 or the 4. I don't mind babying the 5 and playing defense here and leaving the cue on the rail. I don't mind that. Boy, she hit that in there with authority.
Yep.
That was a good shot.
She did that really nicely.
I'd be afraid to hit it that hard in there.
Chicken.
Well, you know, I'm just not confident I'm going to hit it that accurately. That speed, you got to hit it real accurate. Oh, man. And I could tell that she's trying to kill the speed of the cue ball to come to the middle, which she accomplished.
Yeah. Left maybe enough angle to try the bank on the 10.
Yep, left the bank. And her 4 is in a not great spot. Like maybe it goes into the side, but it's a very tiny pocket. one of the places that I don't care to be on a pool table. I have a ball there. And, you know, I mean, if her opponent shoots this pocket speed, there's a good chance that the 4 and the... Oh, okay, she just played defense. She didn't go for the bank shot. But I was thinking there'd be a good chance that the stripe might go down and block the 7 balls pocket, you know.
Right.
So I'll tell you, if she wanted to just play strict defense, she could hit the right side of the 7 ball, send the cue ball to the side rail down to the second diamond on the bottom rail. And that sounds like complicated or precise, but really, you shoot this shot a few times, it's very doable to get the cue. It's just too much speed. But you see how, you know, it kind of crosses through that path. There's probably 4 to 5 inches of play there where you can leave your opponent not enough of the 10 to make it and possibly hook her completely. So I like that safe shot. You just have to have good speed when you shoot it. As the cue ball naturally wanted to come down here, so you didn't really have to do much spinning or anything. And that's one of the things I like about it is all you have to do is just focus on speed and how much of the 7 you hit there. She may have been going just straight for the bank, and if that's the case, that's okay too. It was just a tough bank is all. And so she's going for the bank, and she hit it really good. She's perfect on the 8. That was a nice shot. She didn't baby it. She put enough stroke on it to hold the cue ball in the middle of the table, which is why she has such an easy shot on the 8. So that paid off for her.
4 to 3.
So what is the race on the women's side?
11.
11. Okay.
Yep.
And it looks like we're going to play a defense here on table 2. Oh, I didn't see the 12 ball there. So there was a 12 ball there. So, okay. I wonder if that 13 ball goes in the corner. She's over there looking at it. There are ways to make the 12 and get the cue ball on the other end of the table to shoot that 13. And frankly, all she has to do here is kind of punch this with just a little bit of draw to get it over there. Follow, she might break him up. Yeah, she needed some draw on that.
Okay, coming up on table 1, we have Frances Marin plays with a McDermott cue from Get 'em Girls. She is racking, and she is playing Shantae Starley, who plays with a Mucci cue from You Figure It Out, YFIO. Hello, Owen Batten.
Okay.
So yeah, we're 3-4 and a race to 11. Hit the 5 first.
It did.
It's a good try, though.
Yeah, a much easier way to go at that shot is 2 rails instead of 1 rail.
Yes.
Then you're coming right at the 11.
Yes.
The only downside to both of those is you need to hit it with a little bit of speed. Even if she hits the 11 there, she might not get a rail afterwards.
Right.
Because she hit it hard enough to get a rail, but she also hit it hard, weak enough to not get a rail, depending on the way she contacted 11.
Right.
But if she went 2 rails there, it makes the 11 much bigger.
Yep. I like doing 2 rail kicks.
People have a harder time seeing a 2 rail kick sometimes, and that's understandable.
Which is kind of funny because they're kind of easier for me than 1 rail kick.
Yeah,
so,
sometimes you just have to shoot them a little and kind of develop an eye for them. But
like anything, like caroms or anything else.
Yes.
Yeah. Just got to be able to see them. It's pretty good shape on the 15 on the 8.
Yep.
Good Lord.
She can either go on the side of the corner. She goes into the corner. She wants to make sure the cue ball doesn't get away from her here.
Yep.
I might put a little draw on this just to draw to the side rail.
And she went to
So
the
I
side.
don't like it going toward the corner,
Right.
but she's fine.
All right, so that makes it 5-3.
Okay. And
YFIO up over
YFIO on table 1 is Stripids.
Shantae.
Shantae is Stripids.
Strippets.
I've been calling Stripids, Stripids. She has, I don't know, the 10 in the corner possibly. I don't know if she can see enough to the right of it to make it in the side. So there's a big 4 ball there. She might be able to play it off to 3 in the side, but if it goes clean into the corner, then I think you kind of got to shoot it in the corner here. She called the side. Maybe she can see thin enough to cut it in the side. I think she's playing off the 3. Maybe it didn't go clean in the corner. So Kidam Girls is solids here, and she doesn't really have a good shot to get going on here.
No, she does not. Oh, that's
Maybe I shoot the 7-1 combo.
Yeah. Because I don't think the 6 doesn't go by the 4, and that's a lot more tricky than the 7-1.
I'd like to push the 1 ball hit just like that.
Yep,
I
that's
like
good.
that.
That's good.
Look at that. I think she could make the 5 here.
Maybe. Maybe. She's not even looking at it.
Yeah.
She needs to do her happy lap.
Well, I mean, she doesn't have to shoot the 5 here, but
No.
but it solves the problem
Right.
for you.
Right.
And you might hit the, you might get a good shape on the 4 or something. Yeah, so now she's going to have to shoot the 4, but
Well, she might be able to come off the bottom rail into the 5.
I'm not sure where her cue ball's
Yeah,
going
I'm not sure
here.
either. She
She
ran
went for
into the
a
8.
breakout.
Yeah.
I think she can back cut the 5. Yeah, it's awfully thin, and you got to let the cue ball move around a bit. She might be forced to cut the 6 into the top right corner here. Yeah, she's probably going to need a little bit of draw on this, and she's putting draw on it. You don't want to flirt with the side pocket. Well, it's a good try. It looks like the 10's kind of tied up.
Yeah.
The 11 is a tough shot. The 15 is pretty tough too, but that might be her easiest shot on the table if she wants to shoot that. You can either, the 11 might go in either corner. She's going to try to move that 2 ball probably. She's hoping to move either the 2 or come 2 rails and move the 10. But she'd like to move something. She went 2 rails and moved the 10, and
I think she might be hooked.
yeah, she did not get a very good reward. That was a tough shot. She made a nice shot there. Gave herself a chance by moving the 10 out of there, and she wasn't rewarded. Was not rewarded. I wonder if she, she can go rail first, make the 15. Yeah, that's what she's going to do, and she's going to try to make this ball. She got on the wrong side of it, but, it's not leaving anything terribly simple. She left the possibility of a scratch on the side, basically. She's going to shoot the 2 in the corner and hopefully avoid the scratch on the side. And she avoided the scratch on the side. And
Left Shantae
this,
tough.
man, these
At some point, you just got to go, whatever.
yeah.
Deal.
Yep. You might be able to thin the right side of the 15 and carry him into the 14 and make the 14 into the corner. And when I shoot that shot, I tend to put some, in my standing from her angle, right-hand spin on the shot draw right, or a little bit of right-hand spin. If I was to do that, I would hit the other ball first, and then the other ball would carry him into the 14, and the right-hand spin would help it a little bit to go in. She has a shot on the 2 into the corner by the 14 ball. And the 14 makes that a little bigger pocket. And she could probably bring the cue ball over by the 10 ball to have a shot on the 6 ball here. And 14 makes it a bigger pocket. And she came out a little too far for the 6. I don't know if she can see the 5 to cut it into the corner. She's looking at it, so tells me she can see it. And it's a tough one. She's letting her opponent know in case her opponent would like to get a referee, but her opponent said go ahead and shoot it. That was a good hit. She tied up the 9 ball. Still a little bit of a mess here, and YFIO has an angle on the 15, but it's not a very big angle, so it would require a little bit of muscle or movement, move cue ball movement to get the cue ball out from underneath there. She called a 9, or she?
Yeah, she called a 9.
No,
I thought she called a
14.
9. Wow. Missed that.
If the 9 goes by the 5, I tell you, she's got a good chance here. You shoot a stop shot here, so she's jacking up, stop shot. You don't need to just hold the cue ball. And there you go, the 9, and you can hit this easy and shoot the 8 into the same pocket. That's a good shot. Yep, nice out.
So that puts YFIO up 6-3. So they are about halfway to their goal of 11.
I can't tell on table 2 if she is the 8 ball. I guess she's the 8 ball. She's going to bank it in the side. That seems like the shot to shoot here. She's getting a little short on it. But the 8's in the middle of the table. She hopes to get another stab at it. YFIO with a YFIO 3 ball with just a barely angle, but it's enough angle to move the cue ball around. She overdid it. So she's left a good opportunity here for Get 'em girls. And there's no scratch here really. You just roll that in. That's another one for Get 'em girls. And Get 'em girls is breaking on table 1. She hit it pretty firm. She's making some balls. It's a little bit of a cluster. Yeah, she probably deserved a little bit better of a spread than that, but didn't get it. If she wants stripes, and the stripes are a little more open than solids are, she has a tough opening shot on the 9 ball. If she wants solids, she has options. She can shoot the 7 if she wanted. She can shoot the 7 and try to break the 1 out if she wants. She can shoot the 4 on the side. She can try to cut the 2 back into the bottom left corner. So she has a few more options if she takes solids. And, the solids are a little more clustered and close together, but the solids, most all the solids have pockets, It's just you have to be in specific shots to be able to shoot them in those pockets. So the solids have some potential. I think I like solid. I think I'm starting with solids here. Especially if the 1 goes in the corner by the 11. I can't tell if it does or not, but so if the 1 doesn't go, then I might just shoot the 7 and play to have the cue ball kind of come up and hit the on our side, the right side of the 1 ball. And I don't want to hit the 1 full because I want the cue ball to carry him off it and continue a little up table so that I hope to have a shot at something. She hit the 2 ball. Yeah, I didn't want to hit the 2 ball there for sure. She needed a little bit of right hand spin on the cue ball there. So now I'm pretty sure the 1 doesn't go, but neither does the 11, so it's not the end of the world. She could maybe shoot a 6-3. Since the 11's tied up and now this is a tougher out, maybe you shoot the 6-3 combo into the corner because the 6-3 is a problem. It's a problem for you. You solve that problem. Even if you don't make it, your opponent has a tied up 11 ball, and if you do make it, well, now it's 1 less problem on the table. And then you can figure out your way to break out the 1, which with the 4 where it is, you could have an opportunity to break the 1 out using the 4 ball. She could go for a breakout here. She's got a chance to hit the 1 or the 11. She needed a little follow and inside English on that if she was to do it. She got a little unlucky here. She has the 13 ball, but no way to get to another, to have a good shot on another ball. She can roll the 13 in and leave herself a tough cut on the 9. See where you put her finger there. That's what she's looking at, but that may be what she's kind of forced to do here. It would be okay to not make this ball. Your opponent has a 1 ball tied up, so it wouldn't be the end of the world to conveniently miss that shot but leave it near the pocket. If you're really careful, you can actually play to rattle that ball and leave it in the jaws, and then that becomes your breakout ball later. And I like that. I don't mind surrendering the table in the circumstances right there. I didn't realize the 9 went in the side. That was she's running out of options here. She's going to be forced to break up the 1 ball. Yeah, I kind of like to see her just play defense a couple shots ago. And so she's going to be forced probably to break up the 11 ball. And she's not going to have a lot of control here over, whether her opponent gets out or not. So she's going to have to hope that her opponent runs into a problem. Yeah, so she really doesn't want to break up to 11 and 1, so much so that she's looking at kicking this. By leaving the 11 and 1 tied up, her opponent has balls to break it out with, but at least you're forcing your opponent to do that. And anytime you go to break out a ball, something unexpected could happen, and it may not work out well. So that's her hope. She'd like to make a good hit here. She came very close. Good try. So now her Get 'em Girls has ball in hand. She can use the 4 if she'd like to break them out. If she wants to break them out early, as in now, the 4 is probably the best ball to do it, and shooting it into the bottom right corner here is probably the best way to do it. And then you have a 2 ball on the side. You can shoot after that. So you put the cue ball kind of where the 6 is. You shoot it with a little bit of draw. You're not hitting this hard. You're just nudging the balls a little. You could shoot the 6 in the corner to give yourself the angle, but I kind of like just shooting the 4. I kind of like putting the cue ball by the 6 and shooting the 4 in. And then your next shot after that, your planning is going to be the 2 ball. Because you just can't be guaranteed you're gonna. Yeah, I don't like using that for the breakout. So that may be what YFIO. That may be the break YFIO was hoping for. See a long straight shot here. She hit it good. Okay, so now she has a nice angle on the 3 ball. She could shoot the 3 and either withdraw, and come straight at the 4 ball, or hit it with follow and go 1 rail and then back toward the 8 ball. Both of those can give her that same back cut on the 4 to break out the 1 if her speed's good. And her speed, she may not have been trying to play shape for the 4 as the breakout ball, but that's what I like here. And she's lucky to have a shot on the 2. Oh, she maybe could have made the 2 and tried one more time to get that good angle. Unfortunately here for YFIO, her angle is kind of tough to get a breakout here. It required good draw, a firm draw stroke, and she was able to do it. And she was not able to get rewarded for it, but she was able to do it. She got the breakout and did not get a good leave, which happens all too often. She's going to kick this ball and try her best to kick the ball in, I believe. She could try to tie the 1 ball up, get it close to the 8 ball, and maybe she's going to do that. Oh, she's going to thin the 11 and bring the cue ball to the side rail and the end rail under the 1 and try to cinch the cue ball to the 1. She came out a little bit too far, but she's not leaving anything that really can be made here. So that was a good shot. And it was good of her to see that shot. That was good. So Get 'em Girls is gonna play safe. And she's able to hit the 2. And I like that. The 11 doesn't go by the 1. She's going to go ahead and bank it. She needs to be careful on this bank that she hits it fairly accurately. You don't want to take a chance and make the 8 ball an accident. Too bad she didn't call a corner pocket here. Yeah, it was a good try. The 4 is tied up. So she's going to shoot the 4 now, either in the side of the corner. She might like to have shot the 1 in, but she's forced to shoot the 4 now. So, and she needs to decide on this shot if she's going to just baby roll it in so that she can shoot the 1 next, or if she's going to try to use this angle to get up table for the 2 ball. And you need to commit to that here, before now, before you shoot this ball, you need to have either, you need to commit to getting shape on one or the other of the balls. You don't want to be in a halfway spot. She pocketed it nicely, left a tough cut on the 2, but shape on but if she can make the 2, then she's got shape on the 1. So she just has to make this shot. It's a tough shot, but she'll take her time on it and, give herself the best possible chance here. Try to have good mechanics, nice smooth rhythm on your stroke, a jerky finish, and just give it the best you can. It's a good try. She is leaving it tough. YFIO gal has had some tough opportunities at the table here, like when she made that good breakout and then she didn't have a shot, and now her opponent missed a shot, but instead of being rewarded with a good makeable shot, she's rewarded with a very difficult position.
That's why their team name is You Figure It Out.
Yeah, you figure it out. That's pretty funny.
I know, right?
She can try to bank it, and she's going to go bank it.
If she makes this bank, she should be okay on the 8, I would think.
Well,
Unless
the cue ball's traveling up
yeah.
table, and this might be a double hit bank. See that double hit?
It's getting close.
It was a good try.
Yeah.
There was a safe there, but the safe wasn't terribly easy, and that would have been to shoot the 11 toward the 8 and drift the cue ball underneath the 1 ball. But it was difficult too.
Kim Possible, if you are still online,
Look out.
I sent you a private message. I have to get your contact information again. This piece of paper it was written on got thrown away inadvertently.
I tell you what, if Get 'em Girls is straight in on this ball, then she's in a tough spot.
Yep.
And she looks pretty straight here. And if you're straight on this, you're not going to get to this end of the table. So your best bet is if you can cheat the pocket at all, hit it with follow to get to the side rail and come back and try to get straight in on the 8 ball for the corner pocket. It's pretty close, but if you have a good stroke, you can, she had a little angle. She needs to be straight in. That's good enough. You can hit that easy with follow, and the cue ball should go into the point of the side pocket and not scratch. Yeah. And Get 'em Girls has a tough shot on the 8 here.
Did Get 'em Girls make the 8 ball?
She did,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so that puts them at 6-5. Sorry, I was checking some private message things.
I see.
Well, somebody's got to do it.
That was a tough shot. Get 'em. YFIO has a tough shot herself on the 8. She can cut it or she can bank it. Both shots are available here. If you cut it, it's a little scary that the cue could scratch in the corner in the top left screen. If you're somebody that doesn't cut center ball, they have to spin it. Then the cue ball could go into the left side pocket. You have to let the cue ball go on this cut. and you need to control the cue ball.
Thank you, Kim Possible. You are good to go now.
I see my buddy Ed showed up.
Uh-oh.
He must have drove 3.5 hours from wherever it is he lives and wherever state it is. I'll have to go say hi to him.
Where is he?
He's talking to Sandra over there.
Oh, and he sees us pointing at him.
Do you recognize him?
I don't recognize
from Lincoln City?
him.
Yeah.
I do not recognize him.
He is from Walla Walla. I know him through my father, they just moved to whatever state is directly south of Texas. I want to say Kansas or Oklahoma. One of those
north?
two. I don't know.
Because Texas
north.
is on the coast.
Yeah, north.
Well, Oklahoma
north
is pretty much right on top of Texas. Yeah.
All right, so it must be Oklahoma,
Yeah.
and he's near the border. And he was a little concerned that there would be no place to play pool out there. But I told him about this championships, and if he could just qualify in Texas, and he could probably play here.
Yeah.
And so he is.
Well, he could qualify in
somewhere.
Oklahoma and play here, I think.
Yeah,
too.
all right. So he has options. So.
Yeah. And just so in case anybody's interested, we are tied at 6. So coming up on who we have here on table 1 is we have Francis and Connie. This is Francis at the table from Get 'em Girls. And it should be Joe and Emily on table 2. Emily from YFIO is racking and breaking.
Okay. Looks like she's shooting the 12 ball, and she could be cutting her. She's playing safe. You know, she's going for that.
Oh, she almost made the 8. Oh.
They're $25, and Bad Boys can sell them. People are coming to us asking about Bad Boys stuff, and Bad Boys is busy with other people and taking smoke breaks and out messing around, and those Bad Boys. Okay, YFIO has gotten started. She's made a solid. To get her run started, she has a 1 ball that only has 1 pocket to go into. She has a 2 ball that is a little bit tied up. She has a chance here to solve her 1 ball, and that would be good. And the shot's likely to bring her up table toward, for a shot on the 5 ball. And then maybe she can get on the 6, and the 6 ball can get her to the 2 and the 3. So she has a path here. Boy, that one ball is kind of surprised that 1 ball didn't go in. It's very deep. It's got to be very deep in the block. It's got to be just hanging by a sliver. So the 11 is now tied up.
They have an actual.
It's possible to make the 11 through the 1 ball, and that could be an option if she gets that far, if she has the opportunity to. But right now, YFI is back to the table. She has a 5 ball in the corner. If she has an angle on this, and it looks to me like she does, then she can come shoot this with follow if she is comfortable to stroke this a little bit with follow and go to the end rail and the side rail, and kind of the cue ball will kind of drift toward the 3 ball, and then you can shoot the 6-1, or she hit that a little soft. It's like that shot, but firm. She might be able to see enough of the 6 to make a 6-1 combo here, though. Just missed it. Get 'em Girls has, she can shoot the 12 and try to spin around the 15. Or 14, I guess. 14, but she's going to shoot the 15 up table. It looks like she's going to be forced to shoot a triple combo here. And triple combos are not easy. Especially with the 6 balls that far away from the 1 and the 1 is that deep into the pocket. So we'll see if she shoots a 3-6-1 combo. Nope, she's going to go rail first, which is a little scary. The 1's very deep in the pocket. Yep, she made it without any problem. She didn't get rewarded very well. I don't think the 3 has a pocket, and the 2 doesn't have a pocket. 2-6 combo is could be all she has here. Assuming she can see enough of the 6 to make the combo. It looks like she can, because this is what she's looks like she's lining up for. She got a good chance to, yeah. She had a good chance to run those balls out. Yeah. Now you can't tell if the 6 goes by the 2 into the corner or not. It's a tough shot as you're jacked up over the 14, but I think at this point, you know, it'd be nice to get a ball near a pocket so that, you know, if you get back to the table, you can pocket it later. And there's a chance you make this ball anyway, so. All right, she's got the 6 near her pocket. Well, hopefully that'll be something she can get started with when she gets back to the table.
Selling shirts. Sorry about that. Somebody's got to do it, right?
I see.
So did I miss anything?
These
Still tied at
gals have
6?
been trading back and forth, and they're both struggling a little bit right now. They both have missed a couple shots that they, you know, would like to make, and so they've gone back and forth a little bit. But we'll see what happens here.
Now, Frances looks like she's in good position to make the 12. We're going from one end of the table to the other.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. I'm not, you know, looks like she's got a half a pocket for the 11 ball to go by the 6. If she can hold the cue ball there, that's a good spot to have the cue ball after this and finish the leg. I don't think the 6 goes by the 11.
No. I would concur.
So she's going to have to play it safe, I think, after this.
And her safe might be to just block that pocket and leave the cue ball on the rail.
Yeah, might be.
Have to hit it real soft. But not baby it. Because we don't baby things in Leo's universe.
Well,
oh, she could make it. Wow.
All right. Well, she can roll this in nice and easy, and then, you know, have A tough shot, but a shot at either the 8 in the side or the 8 in the corner. You know, just try to keep the cue ball in the area where the 2 is now and give it your best shot. It's nice to be shooting at the 8.
Uh-oh,
Right.
scratch it on table 2. Do you want to go talk to your friend?
I invited him to come up here. When he comes up here, maybe I'll take a break and
Yeah.
say hi to him.
You can spend a little bit of time with him if you'd like. We have a lot of days left, Leo.
Awesome. All right. The cue ball is going to be going back and forth, you know, at least one rail. Watch out for that. Just make sure it doesn't go in the right side pocket. She hit that really nicely.
Nicely done. So that puts YFIO back on top. 7-6.
They're trading.
Yeah. This is a race to 11, so both teams are closing in on it. So that is going to bring up on table 1. If they keep the same rotation, both of these teams have at least one sub, but it's supposed to be Tanya and Susan coming up on table 1, and that's who it is. Oh, Joe just slightly undercut that.
Yep. And YFIO has shots. She's got a shot on the 11. She's got a 13 hanging in the pocket with a 14 down there. So she's got a chance to work her way through these balls here. She might be forced to shoot the 13 in and just roll forward to the side rail to give her that sliver between the 14 and the 10 to the 13 ball. And then just, you know, try to work your way out from there. I don't like shooting the combo here because, frankly, it looks like the 13's a little bit on the rail, and that makes the combo not really an easy shot at all.
Yes, that is true.
All right, now she can re-examine things. It's good. Sit. A little firm. A little too firm. If she only hit it hard enough to just get to the side rail there, that's like a perfect angle to make the 10 and go straight back up table for the 15 in the side. But she's just she's either a little firm on that or a little soft on that. Because it'd have been okay if she came all the way over to the other side of the 10 too. But yeah, she's going to try to cut that in.
She's got to be careful here because that 6 ball is right in front of the pocket.
Yeah.
I almost might just try to play the safe on the 10 where I just graze the front of it and try to get the cue ball behind the 8
or something. Yeah.
That's, at least she's put Joe in a position where she has to bridge up over a ball.
Yep, she's making it uncomfortable.
Yep.
Another thing about being up over a ball like this, it's kind of difficult to have good speed.
Yeah.
So you're kind of expecting that it might be a little longer of a shot on the 8 than you'd like,
Mm-hmm.
Like her speed, so she tried to go harder, so she didn't have a long shot. But then that's tough to have speed. She's probably
okay on the
side, but that's what I mean. It's tough to have good speed when you're like that.
But she got it to go. So that actually ties us up again at 7.
Okay.
going to go?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Leo's going to take off. I am going to be hanging out with y'all here. So what we've got here right now is we still have Susan and Tanya on table 1, and we should be having Alma and Shante on table 2. Again, this is a race to 11, and we are tied at 7, so each team needs 4 more wins. All right, and let's see here. Shante is racking and breaking. Susan on table 1 from YFIO. Looks like she's trying to eye up whether she can see that 12-14 combo. Looks like she's got enough room there between the 10 and the 12 to hit the 12 square. Although she might want to hit the... It's not exactly wired. Yeah, it's not exactly wired, so she might want to actually go a little, as we're looking at, a little to the right of the 12. So... I wouldn't want to involve the 10 in this, for sure. For shizzle. So Susan's got her spot. She's getting down on her shot. Punched it. That's kind of a two-way shot. If she had made it, she would have had a shot on the 10, or even a back cut on the 9. She would have had, the 15 on the side or the 11. She would have had options if she had made it, but she missed it. So I believe the 9 blocks the path to the 2. I don't think there's enough room between the 9 and the 10. Well, maybe there is enough room between the 9 and the 10 for her to get that 6, bank the 6 in. That's what she called. The only ball she can really see, and the she being... it's not Francis anymore. It is Elizabeth. Sorry. Oh no, it's Tanya. Sorry, I went to the wrong bracket or wrong set. My apologies. That was Tanya. So this brings Susan back up to the table from YFIO. All right, well, let's see what Susan opts to do here. Looks like she's going to kick at the 11 and try to make it in the side. Back by where, on the side of the table where she's standing.
Yeah, this...
Well, that's going to... Tanya has a 6-7 combo. She could maybe try to cut this. Sorry, had a sneeze. She could maybe cut the 6 into the side. She's going to go for the 1 and I think hopefully run into that. Okay. I think she was hoping to run into the 5 instead of the 14, but that works too because it opens up the 5 ball. Now she can take the 6 here and maybe slide down table for the 7. But she's got a problem here with this 3. She's got to get a particular angle on this 2 ball that she could back cut it and maybe move that 3. But that's going to get the 8 moving. So she's going to take the 6 here. She hit that a little too hard if she was trying to hold it for the 7, and not hard enough if she was trying to come back out. So she's in a bit of a sticky wicket here. Options for the 5 are cutting it up table, which is what she's called. She could also try the back bank and come around the 14 and maybe try to get better shape on the 7. But she went for the back, and she's going to scratch. So that's going to give ball in hand here to Susan. In the meantime, Alma is on table 2, is looking to cut the 13 in. She can go to the 14. She's got the 12 that's on the rail, so that's a little bit of a problem. She's getting a little stretched out here. Susan's opted to try and solve one of her problems here, and I like this. She's going to take the 9, and what she wants to do is run into either the 11 or the 12. It looks like she's going to run into the 12, and that's going to open up her 11 ball, and that's kind of what she's hoping for. Oh, she's changing her mind. So she's going to go this way, and she's going to run into the 11. She doesn't need it to go too far, but she also wants to have a shot on that 12 ball or even the 10. I wouldn't want to run into the 10 here. I'd want to run into the 11. Yeah, there you go. Now she can take either one of them. I would probably take the 10. Or I'm sorry, I would take the 12 here, and then I would try to get an angle on the 11 that I would hit that 3 ball and open up that 8. Although the 8 will go in the side. So, you know, whatever you want to do there. That's good. Well, she chose to run into the 2. She was, well, she was. She needs to either leave the 10 or the 15 as her ball before the 8, in my opinion. She didn't get up high enough to take the 10 here and then come down for the 12. That's why I probably would have played that a little different. I probably would have done the 12 and the 11 to come out for the 14, and then I would have get over that side of the table for the 15, come out to the middle of the table, take the 10 down in the corner, and then take the 8 in the side. That would have been my pattern. But now she's got the 15 moving. She moved the 15 above the side pocket. Now she's got a real thin cut on the 12. Susan's going to take the 15 here, or I'm sorry, the 14 here. It's going to leave, oh, yeah, setting up for, I'm not sure what she was going to do. If she really wanted to make that 14, I would, if it was me and I really wanted to make the 14, I wouldn't hit it that hard. I would hit it just a little bit softer, come out on the 15 for an angle where I could have maybe come down between that 3 and 2, taken the 12 in the corner pocket and then the 8 in the side. So what Susan has left for Tanya here is cut on the 7, down the rail. She may or may not run into the 14 coming off the rail. More than likely she's going to run into the 8, which would open up the 8 for Susan, but it also might tie the 8 up with the 2. She missed the 7. And the way she hit that, she would have been snookered. She put that. I think she put a little follow on that. Wow. Just have people walking through here. Nice, Debbie. Hope you have a good pick. All right. So Susan's looking at taking the 12. That's going to run her into the 3 or the 8. Probably the 3. Free up the 8. Oh, no, she was able to get it up table. I don't see those tangent lines very good. I'm not as good at Leo at figuring out that tangent line stuff, which is probably why I have a hard time getting my actual shape. Well, what could I say? In the meantime, Shantae on table 2 for YFIO is on the 8 ball, which would give them an 8-7 lead. And there you go. Good job, Shantae. Oops. All right, so this is what Susan's looking at. She is looking at cutting the 15 into the side pocket. She wants to come out right about where that cue ball is for the 14, and she wants to have an angle on that 14 where she maybe drifts down to the side. Oh, wow. That was a lot harder than I thought. See, I would not have played that hard. I would have just played it to run into the rail and come back out and get that angle on the 14 where I could just take it to the rail or take it down table and have the cue ball come to the rail and bounce back out. That would have been my plan. But there you go. I'm not at the table. So now we've got, should be Francis and Susan on table 2. All right, so it's back to Elizabeth and Susan. No. I did that all wrong. No, I'm right. Shantae and Alma, what is down here? So they have skipped down. I am a little confused. Because that is Emily, and I've got Emily in the 3rd slot down there, and there's no reason for them to have skipped down that far. Alright, I have no idea what they're doing. Unless I did this wrong. Susan Shante. No, that's right. I am thoroughly, thoroughly confused. Doesn't take much. Shut up, Ramil. All right, let me see if I can figure this out from their sheets. YFIO. Tall cross. Tall short hair. No, that is. Bracelet left hand. Nope, that's her. Yeah, this is Emily Summerall. And she is playing Elizabeth. Oh, I see what I did. Ha! I did mess that up. Emily, Susan, Shantae, and then Connie. All right. Ha! All right, I'm all better now. So, table 2, we have Elizabeth and Emily. Table 1, we have Susan and Tanya. Oh, now Susan has tied up her 14 ball with the 8. Ooh, candy. That was not what she wanted. She needed to make that 2 ball. This should be pretty obvious. So Susan's going to take the 14 in the corner. This is Duane from Oklahoma. She's finding her spot. Oh, she's calling it. She must not have as much room as I thought. So yeah, even with the bank, it should be pretty obvious if she's going to foul here. She's putting some draw on that. It's a good hit, yeah. Wasn't going to have any shape on the 8. Whew, life is getting difficulter and difficulter for Susan. I'm good. Try to play the D there. Rolled out. Back cut on the 11. Maybe a bank on the 2. Back cut on the 11. Back cut on the 7. Oh, and we got a scratch on table 2 by YFIO. It's an okay scratch. I mean, she's giving up ball in hand, but there's a lot of work to do on this table. So. So she tried the bank on the 2 as a safe to block the 14. So she is keeping Susan tied up in fits, but she is also not really helping herself out in terms of putting her balls in positions where she can try to get the run out. Because what's going to happen here is Susan's going to come off that rail, hit the 14. She might make the 2. Depending on how she hits it. She called the bank on the 14, which means she's going to try to hit the 14 kind of square. If that 2-ball moves, it'll be obvious. Yeah, that looks offset enough that if the 2-ball moves, it should be pretty obvious. Oh, is she going to scratch again? Yep. Wow. That's a little bit unfortunate for Emily and YFIO. Oof. All right. Dwayne's in position. Susan's in position. She called the 14 into the corner pocket. She hit it on the wrong side for what she wanted to do. She was hoping to maybe continue to block that a little bit or at least bring the cue ball into a position where Elizabeth could not really do much. But Elizabeth can make the 2 here. She can come up and make the 7 with follow. And then if she wants some angle on the 3 so she can come back into the middle of the table. That was a little soft. But good news for Get 'em girls is they got the game on table 2. So that makes it tied at 8. We still have Tanya playing Susan, so that means we are going to need to skip down. They're going to have to wait. I think if it was me, I would wait. Because we'd have to skip down all the way to the last game in that set, and I would just, why worry about that? Why put yourself in that kind of far ahead? I don't like skipping real far ahead when I'm playing teams because 1, the games don't count until you've played the ones previous, and 2, it's real easy to get confused. So, just wait because this could either be, that if they skipped all the way down to Connie and Alma, it could be meaningless. So Joe is going to go ahead and rack. Because she's going to be playing Susan as soon as Susan is done with this game on table 1. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works. She's given Elizabeth a cut on the 2, a cut on the 3, maybe, which her cue ball's gonna fly here, unless she plays the defense. Yeah, that was good. That was good. This is a little bit of a battle with these girls. We like that. So real quick, while Susan's trying to contemplate here, let's ask another trivia question. Beginning in 1887 and ending in 1912, how many pocket billiard championships did Alfredo de Oro win? Beginning in 1887 and ending in 1912, how many pocket billiard championships did Alfredo de Oro win? Be the first person to answer either one of those questions in our chat room. Well, answer that question correctly in either chat room, and you'll receive an entry into our drawing. Oops, that's not what I want. And I don't know how to get rid of that. Okay, let me go back to this. All right, Susan has made up her mind. She's going to come off the side rail, into it, catch another rail. It's a good hit. It's a good hit. So now Elizabeth has to decide 7 or 3. Looks like she's going 3. And she's going to take the 3 in the corner, and she wants to come across the table. She came up a little short. She's a little on the 50-yard line here. Well, Ramil 39 is incorrect. She's going over there. Cue ball's going to come bottom rail somewhere between the middle diamond and the first diamond towards the right, or I'm sorry, the left-hand corner pocket. And then it's going to come up table and maybe hit the side rail. Yep. Yep. Would have been okay on the 8 if she had made it. Now Susan's going to walk around the table a little bit. Do what we like to call here at Rail2Rail now a happy lap. Nailed it. Did Susan. Yeah, she's going to walk. I like that Susan walks around the table. She's giving herself some opportunity here to settle her nerves. Make sure she's well adjusted. Undercut it. Undercut it. I think she might have thought about that too much. I've done that before, where I get so intent on making sure I'm taking enough time on the shot that I take too much time, and I put myself out of my rhythm. Yeah, she needed to nail that shot there. 11 is also incorrect, Mr. Ramiel. This is an important win for Tanya and the Get 'em girls because that would make it, let's see, that would give them 8. That gave them 8. That would give them, they would be up 9-8 here if they can get that. Final answer 25 is also incorrect. She caught the point. Left it long for Susan. Now we'll see just what we'll just Google him, Ramil, or Wikipedia him. You should find out. Beginning in 1887 and ending in 1912, how many pocket billiards championships did Alfredo de Oro win? Goofball. Oh, this is frightening. And frightening for YFIO because Susan had 2 good looks at that 8 ball and couldn't bring it home for him. All right, so let's see here. Let me get caught up with the score. Win 8, loss 7, win 8, loss 8, win 9, loss 8. So it is 9-8 in favor of Get 'em girls. Oops. Yeah. Okay, so that takes care of table 1 and table 2. Coming up on table 2, we have Joe playing Susan. And on table 1, we have Tanya playing Shantae. All right, well, while they're racking, I will flash up our trivia question again one more time, just so you guys can get a look at it. Come on. Beginning in 1887 and ending in 1912, how many pocket billiards championships did Alfredo de Oro win? Beginning in 1887 and ending in 1912, how many pocket billiards championships did Alfredo de Oro win? That one. Hey, Pharaoh47, are you going to put Ramil on the straight and narrow here and give us the correct answer? All right, so the good news for the YFIO girls is both of their players are currently at the table. The bad news is they need to win out this set if they want. Well, they don't need to win out this set. They need to win at least 2 of the games in this set, and then it would be 10-10, and they would go to the tiebreaker game, which would actually be Elizabeth and Emily. So they need either both Susan and Shantae to win, or Susan and Connie, or Shantae and Connie. Some combination thereof. They need to capture 2 of the 3 games left in this set. We have a guess in Ustream of 11. I am sorry, Kim Possible, but that is also incorrect. It is Pocket Billiards World Championships. So not 3-cushion or bulk line, but Pocket Billiards World Championships for Alfredo de Oro between 1887 and 1912. That's what I had to do that too. I had to count on fingers and toes when I was coming up with this question, and it's not 81. So I'll give you guys a hint. It's in the teens. It is in the teens. There is a 25-year span there, and he won in the teens. He was what we would call today a monster. All right, Susan's got to be kicking herself a little bit for missing the 8-ball twice on her previous game. The most important thing she can do for herself is put that aside as soon as she possibly can. She's got to concentrate on this game right here. Ooh, 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 ooh. Shay Bannister has the correct answer of 16. Way to go, Shay Bannister. And as soon as I can figure out how to send you a private message here on YouTube. Come on. Shoot. Okay. Wait a minute. Where'd you go? Oh, no. Shay Bannister, I inadvertently deleted you. I inadvertently got rid of you somehow. So if you could please type in again, I would appreciate it. Actually, I might be able to get you this way. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Alright. So, Shay Bannister, I'm going to type in my email address. If you could send me your contact information to that. Come on. Yeah. Send me your contact information to that email address that's in the chat right now. And then I can get you entered into the drawing. We need your contact information because we don't require you guys to be present in the chat room for when we do the drawing. Because, you know, the nature of what we do here, it's kind of hard to make sure that everybody's in the chat room. You know, we all have lives, right? So that's why we just get your contact information so that you don't have to be there. And then if you are the eventual winner of the Trivia Challenge drawing, we know how to get a hold of you that way. So if you could please do that, I'd appreciate it. All right, let me get caught up on what's going on here. We've got... Oh, it looks like in all of that shenanigans I was doing, Shantae has actually gotten herself on the 8-ball maybe. Yep, on the 8-ball. She's calling it in the corner, and they need Shantae to win this. They also need Susan to win, too, and she undercuts the 8, and she scratches. Yeah, name, address, and phone number, Shay. That's what we need. That way we know how to, we can, and email if you have one. If you don't want to give me your phone number, that way I can just email you with what the story, with, if you're the winner, I can email you and let you know, and that way, you know. But yeah, basically name, address, phone number, email. We need your address because if you're the winner, we need to be able to send you the prize, which is a Rail2Rail t-shirt. And I'll need to know what size you need, and then, but I don't need to know that now. And yes, I'm babbling, Romeo. Shut up. Oh, wow. Both Susan and Shantae have undercut their last 2 shots. And Tanya is just about to... Thank you, Shay Bannister. It's been 11 for a couple of years in Lincoln City, I think, where we're from. All right, so Tanya's won that. Shantae lost, so whoops. Oh, I've got the wrong score graphic up. I'm sorry. Sorry. Now I know what you're talking about. Ha! Sorry. All right, it is 10-8 right now. And it looks like Joe is about to close it out, actually, for Get 'em Girls. Yep, closed it out. So Get 'em Girls has defeated YFIO by a score of 11-8. Congratulations, Get 'em Girls. We're going to take a quick little commercial break here, kiddos. And we will be back in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Yes, lambs have tails, and sometimes they shake them more than once. All right.
It's great. It's everywhere. But your friend is playing, and you can't see the score. Enter Score Saloon, your door to the score. With Score Saloon, you can see the scores as they happen, know instantly when a match is finished, and who won. Go to scoresaloon.com to register for a free membership. Score Saloon, your door to the score. Bye. Okay. All right, here we go. We have 8-Ball Heat versus Here for the Party. On table, let's see, table 1 here, we have let's see, for Here for the Party, we have Jeanette playing Jordan. And on table 2, we've got Ruby playing Lori. Well, let's see. Okay. So on table 1, Jeanette Martinez plays with Mr. Q. They play out of San Antonio. And she just broke. And she is playing Jordan Moore, who plays with McDermott. They play out of Grand Prairie. Their advice for other players is to have fun and stay positive. And they put down as the best moments in pool secret chambers. I'm not sure what that means. Then over here on table 2, we have Ruby and Lori. Ruby Brown plays with a J&J Q for Here for the Party. And then Lori Larson plays with Lucasi for 8-Ball Heat.
Do you know you were muted? Or you just muted yourself?
So,
All right, what's going on? How are we doing?
we're doing good.
Still in the first games?
Yes. We just got started.
All right, so let me see if I can figure out who's who here.
Well, I believe this is Lori at the table on table 1,
Okay.
I think.
No,
No, that's
Jordan.
Jordan.
Yep. So that means that table 2 is Lori.
And that's actually Ruby. That's
Okay. Okay. Yep, Ruby.
Ruby's at the table over there,
And
yeah.
Jeanette is... Okay, there you go. The girl that's...
Beautiful.
The girl that's
Sit,
standing
sit,
up
sit,
talking
sit,
over
sit,
there.
sit. Oh.
The girl that's standing up talking over there with the glasses and the blonde hair. She's been listening to us this week.
Oh, really?
And I said, really, what's your chat handle? She goes, I don't have one, I just listen.
Okay, so Here for the Party, she just scratched.
Yep, so that's a loss. So Jordan, Nope.
So 8-Ball Heat gets a win.
Yep. So that was table 2, this is table 1. So coming up on table 2, should be Kathy and Alex. Kathy Robinson plays with the Rage Q, and here for the party is from San Antonio.
Yes.
And so she is playing Alex Black. Under Q's it says live hard, play hard. And these guys are out of the Women's Grand Prairie League, which is an all-girls league. And their best moments in pool is secret chambers.
Yes, I
That's
don't know what that means.
They don't know what it means either. So I just said, come here, little girl. I have a secret chamber for you.
Oh, for God's sakes. You did not.
I did. That's what I said to them. Which they laughed. They thought it was funny.
Take you anywhere.
You can't take me anywhere. All right. I am hilarious.
Well, okay.
Wow. All right. So Jordan's coming up to the table here on table 1, which is on your right. And Kathy is getting ready to break on table 2, which is on the left. Pharaoh 47, I would describe it just like that. A Lucasi with a Predator Z2 shaft. All right, so Jeanette here is looking to come off the rail. She's got just a 12 ball left. And Jordan still has her all of her balls left. And Jeanette might have done her a little bit of a favor there.
Oh.
No, maybe not now.
No, not really.
Well, I thought maybe she might have moved the 4 enough to make the 2, but no.
No,
and then the 12 rolled in there, so.
Yeah, and now the 4 doesn't. It doesn't have a pocket. It doesn't have any place to go.
Nope. Oh, and that rolled off for Jordan.
But actually, that's not too terribly bad.
No, it's not.
Forces.
This is Jeanette shooting.
Yeah, it forces Jeanette to actually do something with the 12. And she called a cross bank and actually broke up those balls a little bit for her.
And then rolled right in there again.
But now the 4 will go on the side.
will go on the side. Yep.
So.
Oh. And I would take the 4 here.
Yeah. I would too.
Because you might push the 2 or the 12 apart a little bit, but you need to. So you can do some things with that too. So I would hit this with a little bit of follow.
You have a shot on the 4, and it is your problem ball.
Yes.
It's time to take it.
Yep.
Make sure you make it.
And she's going to take the 3 here. See, that's the other problem with taking the 3, because you're going to be stretched out over the table. Why not take the easier shot? Yeah, and
the other option is, and I think she's trying to come back up into that.
She is. And break it out that way.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know. The 3's kind of makeable from there, but the 4 is still makeable. She's gotten some more separation with the 2. That probably makes her a bit more comfortable, but she can't make the 4 from here, so now she's got to play it safe. She might have given Jeanette the back cut. All right. I think it's time for Jordan to try to get out of here. The 2 goes in the corner.
The 2 will go in either side pocket or the corner.
Yep. And so I would take the 2, and I would float up, take the 7, come up table for the 4, then the 5.
Oh, I don't like that.
You know, like the.
No, because you have you have a little bit of a problem with that 6 ball.
Well, that's why actually I would take the 1 instead of the 7. I think there, you know, I would have started with the 2, come down for the 7, then take the 4 and the 1 to get me on the 6, and then come over for the 7.
See, I would have taken the 2 and actually set myself up for the 6 and taken that one right away, because it's a little easier to get, because on that shot you have to be straight.
Right.
Straight on, because you want to follow it up. And I think it's a little easier to do it with you know, off the 2 ball than it would be off of another ball. And she just opted for another safety.
Yeah. Yeah.
She left her a piece of it.
Which, I mean, that was not a bad thing, because now that 6 is makeable. So all of her balls now are out in the open and makeable. Unless.
And I don't think this will go back in the corner. I think the 6 is in the way.
No, she scratched. All right. Let's go down. Which is kind of like Showtime, only different.
If you say so.
So.
All right, so over here on
this table
2.
This is Kathy and Alex. So Alex is coming up to the table right now.
And let's see, she's shooting at, I believe she's shooting at solids.
Yep.
So she's called a 2 in the side pocket. Play the combination.
Wow.
Very nicely
done.
done.
That was a good combo. I don't even think I would have tried that combo.
I don't think so. I think the problem with
the screen is that it's wonky, making me
no,
think I'm having a stroke.
Is it really?
It looks like kind of.
Okay. No, I was thinking, you know, she made a hard shot, and then she's got another hard shot, and it just seems like you know, the pattern's not getting easier; it's getting harder.
Right.
But okay, so this is
Kathy.
Kathy at the table. Okay.
Yep.
On table 2.
Kathy's last name is Robinson. She plays with a Rage Q. Oh no! Wait! What? Now I'm confused. Oh yeah, she's the one with curly bangs. Yep, Kathy Robinson. Hey, I did not write anything on these sheets. Nothing. I am not responsible for any of it. That girl sitting down there in the blue sweatshirt with the pink hat reminds me of roommate.
Yeah.
Right? She kind of looks like a roommate.
Yeah.
Able to coax in that ball was Kathy. And Jordan overcuts the 6, and I think she
left it open.
Nope.
Left it open.
Left it open. So Jeanette's going to have 2 long shots.
Oh.
Rattles the 8. All right, Jordan. 1, 6, 8. Boom shakalaka. Bob's your uncle. What?
So Alex is shooting out of the pocket over here on the table 2. It's always
a joy and a pleasure. Yeah, that's what we'll describe it as.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
a joy and a pleasure
We enjoy that.
It's a joy and a pleasure.
In fact, if you can possibly have us shooting out of a pocket over a ball, that's even better.
Phew. I thought that one ball was going to sit up. A little far on the 6, but
It'll work.
yeah, she can play this to come over and back. She just needs a little angle on the 8.
She doesn't even have to play at that. You know, you can play at pocket speed and probably
She just
still
doesn't come too
still
far.
being in the landing zone.
Yeah. That was a little too much. Whew, she might just barely be in the window.
If she was going to stroke it that much, you can give a little bit more.
These
to
are the
use it.
kind of shots that separate the girls from the women.
This one right here?
Sure.
Beautiful.
Well, yeah, there you go. All right, so. Oops.
So that puts 8-ball heat up
Yep.
2-0.
2-0. Oh, shoot. Well, we didn't start to record again.
Oh. Okay. All right, so we got,
Here we go.
good heavens.
This is the troublemaker right here.
This one?
Yeah, this one's a troublemaker. Yeah.
That would be Brittany. Apparently Brittany's.
She's the one that said, put down secret chamber. They won't know what it means.
Okay.
I'm like, whatever.
All right, so coming up on table one, we have Brittany. I should probably Elfin. Are you sure?
I don't know.
Anyway,
Alfini, maybe.
and she is playing Christine
Avia.
Avia. Okay. Avia. And
It
this
might
is
be pronounced Avila, but
Christine at the table.
yep.
Kathy's got a little bit of a pickle over there.
As long as it's not dill, it's okay.
Well, it's, where do I go? She's calling the 11 in the corner. If she makes this, it would be a really good shot. If she doesn't, that cue ball is going to come down here by the 10. And it's probably going to wind up safe. She needed to stroke it just a little bit more. But she did leave a bank on the 3 that does not cut into the side pocket. And I don't think she's got enough room to be able to cut it into the corner. I think that side pocket just got really big. Nice
Wow,
bank.
nice bank.
All right, 8-ball heat.
Yeah, they're bringing the heat, man. They are now up 3-0. All right, so let me get my ducks in a row here. All right, so this should be Lori from 8-ball heat playing Jeanette. never mind.
Okay.
So
Christine's on table 1. Looks like she's going to try and play this 15 into the side pocket.
So Lori Larson from 8 Ball Heat is on getting ready. She's racking on table 2. She plays with a Lucasi cue.
All right, Brittany comes to the table. She's got solids. And
Or as I like to say, salads.
yeah, and a little bit of a mess. If the 6 goes by the 4, that would be a great place to start. Then you can,
Ooh.
well, you either wanted to draw that back, or you wanted to follow it forward, so that you get, if you followed it forward, you've got the 4 in the other side, right? Mm-hmm. And then you've got, things open. You could take the 7 over, or you can come down here and take the 3 and the 1 and take care of those, or you had options.
Right.
I don't think she felt. Oh, I don't know. I don't know why she missed that. It didn't look like it was that difficult of a shot. Maybe just a little bit of nerves.
Maybe.
First game jitters, kind of a thing. It's hard to tell. And stripes really haven't gotten much better. Well, you can cut the 9 into the corner pocket. You're going to come off the 10 unless you put draw on it.
Boy, Jeanette's taking care of business on table 2.
Wow.
Down to the 8 ball. And then she's got, or down to the, I'm sorry, she got the 5 up table. I didn't see that right away. Of course, she left herself wonky on the 5.
Oh, she did. She doesn't want to hit this too hard.
Oh, she missed it altogether, eh?
Yeah, she did. Christine.
Yes.
She made the 9. She knew she was going to run into the 10. Mm-hmm. I think she needed to back off just a little bit more, so that 10 didn't move it quite as much. Or, this is where you have to do one or the other, or I'm going to hit it. I'm going to hit it where it moves, and it moves pretty far. And you have to make a decision one way or the other. Right. You can't say, well, I'm going to, be wishy-washy about it. You kind of get a wishy-washy leave. So you decide, am I really going to back off on this, or am I going to push through it? Right. And worry about controlling the cue ball and making sure the cue ball is out in the middle of the table.
Yeah. Yep.
And you know from how the cue ball was going to come off the 9, where the 10 ball was going to go, and it was going to go back up table into the middle of the table. And that was a beautiful shot.
That was a really nice shot. Now, if she didn't go too far forward, my concern is that the 7 might be in her way for the 8, but
I think she's okay.
She might be okay.
I think she'll get better. Uh-oh.
BCAPL referee returns and settles into his chair.
Well.
Okay, everybody, got to behave now.
Oh, why? It's much more fun not to behave. And I'm here now, so,
Why are you trying to calm down, BCAPL referee?
Calm down from what?
They were doing errands.
Oh. They went baby shopping. How much you want to bet?
Oh, I bet. That would be kind of stressful.
I think it's fun. Lori's she's clearing out this table pretty well, and she's going to have to bank the 12 into the side pocket. Not quite sure that's what she was setting up for, but that's what she's got.
She hit it a little weird.
Is that a technical term?
Yes, it is. It's extremely technical. Kind of like
Define it.
Kind of like a smidgen is an actual measurement. Weird is off kilter, odd. What?
Smidge is an actual.
Smidgen. Smidgen is an actual measurement. It is. I don't remember what it is, but it's an actual measurement. Quit looking at me. BCAPL referee, tell her I'm right.
I know Jiffy is an actual measurement of time, but I don't know. I don't know that smidgen is.
I think it is. All right, keep taking my score sheet.
Cause
How am I supposed to keep score if you keep taking my score sheet?
I don't know. You're supposed to be keeping score and all that stuff over there since I moved.
Well, see, that's what you get, BCAPL referee, for going to watch somebody play pool. Or to go to a place to play pool.
He says he went to a place to play pool, for pool, and watched a guy, quote, practicing. Hit, miss, 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 make it, move to a different shot. Well.
All right, so we're getting a save here on table 1.
Sometimes you just need to take that little victory and move on.
There, smidgen. Non-uniformal. A small amount of something. Add a smidgen of cayenne. There, see, it's non-uniformal. I am non-uniformal.
You said it was an actual measurement.
It is, it's just not uniform. See, he says, so yes, Annie is right. It's a measurement. It's just not a defined measurement.
See, when you say measurement, it's like a centimeter, or that's a measurement.
So a smidgen. Whoa.
Whoa?
Whoa.
Whoa, what?
My computer just went whee.
Yeah, the soundboard shocked me a minute ago.
Wow.
That kind of made me a little nervous.
Wow.
All right, so back to the ladies here. Coming off the rail for the 8 ball. And here for the party is on the board. Oh, they have one. Sorry.
Yeah, that's their second win.
So 3-2 score.
Yep. Okay, so that takes care of table 1. We still have Jeanette and Alex on table. Wait, whoops.
Nope.
I'm sorry, this is Ruby.
This is Ruby.
Yeah.
And Ruby is playing Alex.
Ruby's playing Alex, and then on table 1 we have Kathy playing Brittany. So this is Brittany Racking, the troublemaker.
Why are you calling her a troublemaker? Because of the way she filled out the form?
Yeah, she's the one that said put secret chamber. She literally said, they're like, what do we put down for this? And she said, write secret chamber. They won't know what it means. It'll confuse them.
Hi, Debbie.
Welcome back, Debbie. Debbie has us on the big screen at home. We are large and in charge.
She has the tables on the big screen, not us, because we don't have a camera on us.
Thank God.
That would just be frightening.
Pretty much.
Let's see. Alex over here on table 2. She can pocket this. She's got a problem with the 15. It doesn't really have a pocket yet. But if she pockets this 10, she can possibly run into it and move it out.
He says they're not shopping for baby shopping until Monday until they know what they have.
Really? What's the fun in that?
You know, if you just buy clothes and put your kids in clothes, they're much more well-rounded than if you have gender specificity. I've never understood that. It's pink, it's got to be for girls. Whatever.
Alex is going to have a little problem. She left that 15 for last instead of...
Yep, it says taking care of business on it. She's
Either-
looking at it, but she's going to have to do some really serious moving. And she ends up scratching, which might not be a super bad thing.
Well, she gives up ball in hand to Ruby.
Yeah.
Now Ruby's got 6 balls on the table here that she needs to clear out. Her 1 ball is an issue. Her 4 ball is an issue. The 2 ball, a little bit of an issue. You just have to be on the right side of it. And then you've got the 5 on the rail, which, you know, as long as you're up table on that one, you're fine.
Yeah.
But I would be looking at either taking care of the 1 ball or taking care of the 4 ball. So
Yeah, with ball in hand, I would probably taking the 4 ball up table to open up that 7.
it's a 6.
I'm sorry, the 6. I don't know what I was looking at.
The 6 is still green, hon.
You know, ever since I was so proud of myself saying that I've never messed it up, I'm messing it up all the time now when I'm playing. I don't usually mess it up when I'm playing, and I'm just going to start messing it all up now, I'm pretty sure. All right, well, Alex is getting herself back up to the table, and Kathy is trying to figure out what she's going to do here with the 14. Well, let me see if I can take a look, Debbie, for Team Royce's memory. Come on. I don't know which one this is.
Ruby's going to have to... She's bridging up her other ball and shooting at her 6. I think she left the 15 open for Alex.
All right. So Alex gets the win there.
So that puts 8 Ball Heat up 4-2 over here for the party.
It do. Yes, it do. Doobie doobie doo. Shooby-doo-wah. All right, come on.
Doobie-doo.
I'm sorry, Debbie. My computer all of a sudden has decided to be bogged down and take forever to look up anything. All right, what else is going on here? Thank you, BCAPL referee, because my computer's still trying to load the dang page. Good Lord, love a duck.
She's having issues.
Well, my computer is. I need a new computer. All right, so what we've got going on now is on table 2, we've got Christine playing Jordan. It is Jordan's break, and I'm not sure where Christine got off to. Oh, there she is. And once again, 8-Ball Heat is up 4-2 over here for DeParty. 2 losses. Debbie Gallagher will put him out of the tournament. Jordan comes up dry. And this is Brittany on table 1, who is trying to... I don't know what she's really trying to do. Yeah, BCAPL referee is much more on the ball than I am, trust me.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't trust me?
Yeah.
Whatever, hoser. All right, so on table 1, Kathy is calling a safe. I am not sure that I... Oh, wait, now she's changed her mind. She's calling the 12 into the corner, which will send the cue ball down table towards the 5 and the 14, and she's trying to break out her 14, and she did a successful job of that.
Oh.
Her 15, I mean. I'm just going to start going by the ball color because I keep screwing it up. On the 50-yard line with the 8 here is Kathy on table 1.
She was worried about the scratch.
Mm-hmm. She was totally worried about the scratch.
Yeah.
She got to sleep.
All Brittany's got to do is she's got to pocket this ball and then just come off the rail and come back up table otherwise.
Not too hard.
That's okay.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
She would like to stay a little bit more, but
Yep.
close to that rail. But that'll work.
As long as she doesn't hang it in the pocket.
All right, so 8-ball heat, 5-2. And we have Lori at the table 2, working on the stripes.
All right, so coming up on table 1, we're having Jeanette, and it's either going to be Alex or possibly Michelle Reagan. They do have a sub on that team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They actually have 2 subs on that team. But no, it looks like Alex. So in our first match today, when it was getting near the end, one of the guys from Throwback 2 was down on his shot, and he was lining it up, and he had just the 15 and the 8. And I swear to God, I thought he was going to hit the 15, not the cue ball. Just the way he was doing, because his cue ball was up by where the girl from Here for the Party is just standing up in the corner, and the 15 was over by the side pocket. And he's totally down on it, and he still doesn't have the cue ball in front of him. He calls the 15, and then he gets back down on it. I think he's going to stroke the 15. All right, so Jeanette. She broke. She got a ball on the break. She got 3 balls on the break. She got 3 stripes on the break, even. Jeanette. All right, well, this is Alex's opportunity to take care of some problems. Not the least of which is now her 7 ball.
Yeah, it's
Jordan cuts the 15 in, but where are you going with the 8, Missy Doodle?
Where was your plan?
8 doesn't, unless the 8 goes by that 5, which it kind of looks like it might, but
it might.
oofta.
It's not a pocket I would have chosen
No, me either.
because it's little.
Yes, that 5 is ginormous.
She doesn't want to put draw on this ball.
No, she does not want to put draw on it. If she puts draw on this ball, it's going to go right in that side pocket. Corner pocket. The side of the corner pocket. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, if she had made that ball, if she would have scratched. She needed to be putting follow on it, or even center ball, but
Yeah.
follow.
Yeah.
Follow is the safest.
Yep.
way to play that shot. And she would have hit between the first diamond and the pocket on the rail and come back out.
All right, well, Jeanette broke the 8 ball out of that mess, but she still has the 14 and the 9 that are in trouble.
And Christine is just, she's playing a little Leslie pool here. Just going to put her balls in front of the pocket. And
if Jeanette goes ahead and strokes this, I would be getting a referee, but she went ahead and did that. I guess it was okay. So Jeanette's got the 9, the 10, and the 14. Alex, who's coming up the table, has the 3, the 4, the 5, the 7, and the 6. 3, it looks like she can back cut. She's got to figure out how to break up that 10 and 7. 6 looks like it might be makeable. And that's how she broke up the 10 and the 7, sort of.
You mean the 6?
No, I meant the 7.
Well, the 7 and 10 aren't broken up anymore.
Well, I said sort of.
They're friends.
They weren't broken up
They're
before.
friends hanging out on the rail.
She kind of repositioned the 10 ball.
The railbirds.
You know what?
What?
Stop it.
I don't have to.
Yes, you do.
I don't.
I can mute you.
I
As
don't
if
like
you aren't
sitting over
already.
here.
Why not? Why not? You can't see anything, can you? Mine. Mine. All mine.
Well, Alex.
But she got the 6, and she parked the 5 in front of that corner pocket. That's her pocket.
The 10 is still tied up with the 7, so that's not going anywhere.
Nope, not going anywhere anytime soon.
Jeanette's going to have to back cut this 9.
Bling in the bright lights.
And
that's not an angle on the 14 that's going to get her over to the 10.
it's not. She's
I
calling
mean,
it
she'll
all
get
the way
on
down.
that side of the table. I don't think she was really trying to make that. All right, you're Alex. How are you breaking out that 7?
I'm not.
You're not.
Not right this minute.
Okay. But you're not making the 4 and the 5 both either.
No. No, I think I'm just going to put the 4 down in front of this pocket here.
Oh,
And let the cue ball come down by the rail.
She's going to end up making both of these. Unless she plays it safe right now. On the 7. But she's not going to do that. No, maybe not. Maybe she's going to prove me wrong.
Maybe. But I don't think that 7's going in a pocket, so.
Well, the only thing that I think she might be able to do, and I think the 10 is too close, is bank the 7 back into the 5. And maybe make the 5.
Yeah, I think she'd hit the 10 and come down and hit the 8. Oh, she's calling the 5. She heard you.
Uh-oh. Coaching. Foul. Looky there.
Oh, my goodness.
Did she scratch? Nope,
No.
She didn't scratch.
No, she made the shot. She made the shot that you called. I'm, like, surprised.
Every once in a while I can get it right. Shut up, I hate you.
All right, and this is Christine over on table 2. She's got the 5 ball. She's going to come back up for the 7. All right.
Ooh, that could be dangerous.
Decide where you want that cue ball. That's going to decide your shot.
She's going to get snookered by the 14 here on table 1. She's going to have to kick at it. Although, the way she can bank, my guess is that Alex can kick pretty good. Oh, 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 oh! Oh, didn't even get a little safe, I don't think. Looks like Jeanette's going to try to put that 14 up table in the corner pocket. 14 ball, and oh no, she had a back cut on it. Makes it.
She had a plan for her
Yeah,
for her cue
she
ball.
sure did. And she's got angle to get herself back up here. Pulls the 10 off the rail. Wow.
Christine's got a little bit of a...
She got okay on the 8, though. Yeah, she's got to test her here because she's got the back cut on the 7. She's got the cut on the 7 into the corner.
But that's going to send the cue ball up table. She's not going to have a shot on the 8.
Exactly.
If she banks it,
she might have a shot on the 8.
she might have a shot on the 8. She's actually opting to play it safe, which isn't a bad idea.
No, unless, of course, she... Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Now, if that 8's at all off the rail, Jordan might try to bank it. Just like Alex did. And Alex gets the win. Alex for the win.
8-ball heat is up 7-2.
6. That's a 5.
Oh. Are you sure?
Yep. Now look at it.
Ah. What? What?
Who's bothering you?
Mr. Donner.
Oh, whatever, Mr. Donner. Jordan tried to force that 8-ball in over there, and she didn't make the 8-ball. She didn't block the 7. A whole lot of stuff didn't get accomplished there. About the only thing that worked out well for Jordan there is maybe Jordan is playing Christine. Maybe Christine will not have a shot on that 8-ball if she lets this cue ball. She doesn't do this right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But nope, she did it perfect. That's perfect.
And here for the party really needs this win.
They do, because right now they're with that win they are trailing 3-6. Do you want to see if he wants to come back? He can stay on a break if he wants. Do you want to see what he wants to do? He can go hang. He has a friend here. He can go hang with his friend if he wants for a while.
That's up to you.
Yeah, I'm good. You guys have a charge?
For a...
Down under there. Under there, those will work for your Android. Those black ones.
I missed.
You were trying to take my head off, weren't you?
Who, me? I would never do such a thing.
Yes, you would. Poppy Spud. What up, Poppy Spud?
Hey. This is mine.
All right, people, we have to be careful of standing up and down because we keep wonking out our camera. All right, guys, party's over. Leo's back.
I'm back.
Leo's back. Mr. Donner's in the chat room.
Have the Donner party?
Uh-huh. There you go. Well, I muted you so you could get all of your machinations done back there.
Yes. Okay, what is the red team's name?
It's here for the party.
And Rick
Here
Donner
for the
says
party.
yes, she would. You would totally take my cat off. Yeah, here for the potty. This is on table 1. We have, actually, let's see. Table 2 is Kathy and Jordan.
Yes.
Table 1, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Table 1
Is Esther?
Let me see this here
believe
because
it's
yeah, they
Esther
subbed
and-
somebody in. It's Esther. She plays with a Viking Q.
Okay.
And Esther is playing Brittany.
Esther is playing Brittany. So
And
Esther,
Brittany's at the table now. for
Esther came
8-ball
in
heat.
for Ruby. So that's Esther. Yeah, so that's where we stand.
All right.
You're sitting.
That's where we sit. Oh, it was a little tight. She almost got a 2 there. Okay. Here for the party is on table 1 is solids. I think she's cutting the 5 is what she called. Thin
Looks
cut.
like it.
Nice shot.
Yep, very nice shot.
And see if she gets a leave on anything. Yeah.
No, I think she didn't run into the 6, which was probably a good thing, because if she had, she would have pushed that 6 closer to the corner pocket. She still has, so she has that problem with the 6. It might go by the 12. I don't know.
It might go by the 12. Might go off the 12.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think Brittany rushed that a bit.
Perhaps. It looks to me like she could make the 7 off the 1 in the side. If it's a little tight to just go clean in the side, you can go off the 1 here.
Looks like she called the 1. She's
Oh,
gonna
the 1?
clean, yeah, she's gonna clean that 1
Oh.
up and take
Boy.
the 7 down table.
Yeah, that's okay. That's cool.
He says askantly,
Well,
with a tad bit of skepticism.
I'm not excited to shoot a tough 7 ball if I don't have to. I just shot it off the 1 in the side.
You know.
Although, I mean, who knows where the 1 on the side ends up, but I would have tried to shoot it at speed for it to end up by the pocket down on the other end of the table. And played for shape on the 3 on it, but yeah. I don't know. I don't think she can see the 6, so she's forced to shoot the 3 here. If she's straight enough to just jack up and draw the cue ball back a few inches, then she has a chance for the 6 anyway. Yeah, she's looking at what kind of angle she expects to have on the 6. And she's got an angle that is not head on. Yeah. So she wouldn't have been able probably to draw that back.
No.
She probably was scratched on the side. I wonder if she could cross bank that 6.
I don't know.
I think that that could be her only option here.
She called a 6 in the corner, but now she's reevaluating.
I'm sure it's like really tight.
Yeah, it is pretty tight. She'd have to go off the 6, off the 12. So maybe the 6 to the rail, if she can get it, to the 12 into the pocket, but that gets really complicated. And Lord knows, we do not like complicated.
Well, she called that, but she really hit the cross bank. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, she got her 6 ball out of there. It's in the open, so if 8 ball heat gives her a chance to, and then she's got a chance to do something with it. 8 ball heat's balls are pretty open too, so. Uh-oh. Bug. She's going to play safe. There's actually, I mean, this isn't a built-in safe. There's actually a chance that she's going to have a shot. Yeah, looks like she can hit it, but probably not make it. So that worked out okay for 8 ball heat.
Yes, that player's name is Brittany.
For Brittany, yeah.
I think Britney Spears.
Okay. I like that.
That word association thing for you.
And is this Britney Spears from 1999 or from 2009 or from 2016?
Yeah, which
those
Britney
are 3 different Britney
yes,
Spears.
Those are
right
3
there.
different Britney Spears.
All right. 8 ball heat is back to the table, and see how she solves this. I think that she's going to be trying to shoot the 15 and drift forward for the 9 on the side next. She might just elect to bump into the 8 here softly and push the 8 a few inches and then shoot the 9 in. She cut that a little on the thin side. So this is a good chance here for the party.
Here for the party.
She came out pretty good. Well, I'm not sure that Brittany can get to the 15 ball. She's going to have to back cut the 9, or maybe she'll just bank the 9 in. If she wanted to, she could also hit this with draw to not sell out the 8 ball. If she lets this roll forward, then that was not a good hit.
No.
Yeah, but that's the way it goes.
If Esther had not jacked her elbow there a little funny, she might have made that shot.
Well, it was a tough shot.
Yeah.
You know, it'd have been easier with ball in hand, but yeah, it was a tough shot, and it's hard not to flinch on shots like that sometimes. She's a little straight here. But she's forced to shoot a tough shot herself here. And she, depending on her speed, there might be a little bit of chance of scratch here.
That was pretty good speed.
Yeah.
All right, so Brittany has taken that game. So that gives 8 ball heat 7. And here for the party has 3, so that should bring up Christine and Lori on table 1. Christine has long hair. Yep, that's going to be Christine. Shoots with the Wily Woody. And she's playing Lori from 8 Ball Heat, who has the silver hair. That's what they wrote down.
Excellent. Oh, man.
All right. Oh, did she hang the 15 and scratch? Or was she solid?
She was striped, and she had a really thin cut on a ball in the side pocket, and she made the ball in the side pocket but scratched in the corner. And it was a little unfortunate.
All right, so this is Christine from Here for the Party.
All right.
Breaking on table 1.
Ooh.
Here for the Party really needs to have both of these players get a win.
3-1 right now.
It is, no, it's actually 7-3.
7-3.
Can you see if we can make that clearer? It's gotten really bad.
I'm sure it is my eyes. I took my glasses off. This was actually a pretty nice break. It's a little unfortunate that she did not make a ball on the break, but she got a reasonable spread here.
That's better. Thank you.
She's got a shot on the 3 in the corner. 7 does not go by the 9. The 2 does not go anywhere.
Lori has a funny little way of stroking. She pops up on every single shot as she's coming through it.
I can't tell if the 10-12. 10-12 looks pretty wired.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, she has a 9 ball. And maybe the 14 ball goes into the corner. She might be able to play shape for the 14 ball here. Get her balls out of there. At some point, if she was to, if the 3 doesn't go in and the 13 doesn't go in the corner, she can use the 11 to get shape for the 13 in the side. Now that's her pocket. She owns that pocket now, so. That's what I like to say. That's my pocket now. I own it.
Mine!
Mine.
No touchy.
Stay out. Don't be crowding my pocket. We'll see. We'll see.
Touching my pocket, I break
Yeah.
your face. That kind of a thing.
That's right. We'll see if she attempts to take ownership of the pocket from her. We may have a power struggle on our hands here.
Ooh, cool. Chick fight.
Well,
Did I get a face palm?
she evicted her from the pocket, but she didn't move into the pocket herself, so the pocket's available for rent. And she left a shot on the stripe. Oh. Uh-oh. She'd really like that ball to not come down here, and that was unfortunate for the party. Her stripes were in better positions before then. And have that ball come back all the way over here. It's a little hard. Nice shot on the 4 ball. So she might have to shoot the 7 in and come back up table to get a shot at the 1 ball. And she might even need to go rail first on the 1 ball just to give herself an angle to get the cue ball out of there. We'll see. We'll see what she leaves herself here.
Okay, you want to know how good I am?
Yeah.
I got kudos from BCAPL referee for a reference to a movie I've never seen.
So basically, this was a reference you just heard in standard lingo and didn't know what movie it applied to, and you repeated it.
Right.
That sounds good. Sounds
Yeah,
good.
right.
So did he tell you what movie it's from?
Emperor's New Groove.
I'm not familiar with that movie.
Me either.
BCAPL referee guy. He's a strange cat.
Yeah, not only is he a strange cat, he's a pretty smart cat.
Yeah, most smart people are strange.
He's got some skills, man.
So we're going to go ahead and get a referee here. She's 8-ball heat is going to be kicking into the 2 and the 3 here. And they just want to have a referee come and confirm that she makes a legal hit on a solid before any stripes are contacted.
Well, here for the party just got a win.
All right, here comes the referee.
Jordan actually had that game a couple of different times and just decided to give it away, I think. It was she had ball in hand. All right, why isn't this working? She had ball in hand and she just got a little wonky on the 8-ball and ended up turning the table back over, so not always a good thing. There we go.
She made a good hit, and she looks... I'm not sure that she really left anything here.
All right, let me get caught up here. We have Christine and Lori on table 1. That means we've got Jeanette and Brittany on table 2. Brittany is racking. Oh, apparently it's a David Spade thing.
Oh, yeah? The movie?
Emperor's New Groove.
Well, a David Spade movie is not exactly a Brainiac movie to go see. So he has eclectic taste. If you're coming on,
That he does.
I met David Spade once in the restroom of a casino. Just that's where I go to meet famous people. I think I appreciate that.
You know, Leo, some things just can't be unseen.
Yeah, maybe that was too much information. Let me start over. I once met David Spade at a casino.
Nice.
Oh well, you know, what can you do? Sorry, I didn't realize that was going to be so funny
I think
sounding.
You broke Adrienne, Leo.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's
headset off.
She needs to come up for air there. She's gasping.
Oh, what a crack up.
So that 2-ball over there might prove to be a problem for the 8-ball. I tell you, having experience with these tables, if the 2-ball is at all inside the lip of the pocket, that 8 is not going to go in there.
Yeah.
And as hard as I've tried to push a ball through there, it will not go. So if it's not in the lip, then she has a chance on it. If it is in the lip, then I'm going to shoot this 13 with follow and hit the side rail by the 8 and come back over to the end rail, and I'm going to bank the 8 in, because that's really the only option. If it does go, I'll hit this just a lot softer to drift over there to the 8 and shoot it in.
Well, but she still has. Oh, you're talking about the 15, not the 13.
Yeah, no, sorry.
And she still has a 15 on the table.
She has a 15 on the table. Oh, I need glasses.
It's right in front of you.
I think that ball rolled off on her a little bit. This table rolls a little bit to the left. Unfortunately.
Well, and I think it looks like it's got a lot of putts on it, a lot of chalky, powdery things on it, so it might need to be cleaned off a little bit.
That could be.
It certainly has a lot of putts on the side rails.
Well, she has a shot on the 3 with an angle. She needs to get the cue ball to a good location to have a shot on the 15, but the angle she has on the 13 can get her to where she can make that 15 ball and get by the 3 ball. She'll probably just hit this with follow, come up table toward the second diamond or the first diamond on the right. She might go high right. That's fine. But if the 8 don't go, there's not really a good path here to get good on the 8. So you might have to bank the 8 if the 8 don't go.
You know, that could be a country song.
You might have to bank the 8 if the 8 don't go.
Oh, she must have called safe. I was going to say, I don't know what Brittany was trying to do there, because she in no way, shape, or form got herself on the 6. But
if the 8 don't go, you might gotta bank it.
Yeah, something like that.
And this would be a cross bank if the 8 don't go, and she's actually in a pretty good position to cross bank it. But if the 8 goes, then this is the shot to shoot. So it's just tight, really tight. Yeah, she's going to take a minute. Yeah, look out, cue ball. She hit that really good too. I mean, she hit it about as good as you could to get it to go through there.
Yeah.
I think that ball was just in the lip of the pocket.
Yeah. That just got a whole bunch of stuff caroming around.
Oh. You know, she could shoot that ball on the side with follow and, you know, get a little better, but she's okay there.
All of a sudden, Brittany cannot pocket a ball there on table 2.
Very good.
And Lori gets the out here on table 1. So that gives them 8 for 8-ball heat. So that is going to bring up, it should bring up Esther and Jordan. And yes, it's Esther and Jordan. Jordan is breaking.
She's got 2 rail cut shots here on table 2. And they were tough. 8's in a pretty tough spot, though. She's got 6 in the corner, and if she hits it with good speed, she'll have a shot at the 8. It's not likely to be an easy shot, but she'll have a shot at the 8. So just bear down, make this ball. You don't want to hit this ball too soft. You need the cue ball to get back to the same end of the table you are now.
It might have been a little too hard.
Yeah, she put some draw on it, you know, and that kind of slowed the cue ball down from getting around. Mm-hmm. But that might be her comfortable way of making that shot is with speed and draw. See if she can spin into the 15 off the rail there. Okay, 8-ball heat breaking. Eight ball. Nope. That's a nice break. And nothing goes in. Yeah, so that means it's not a nice break. It's a terrible break if you're a breaker. Last
Jeanette's
thing you
going to
want.
get herself kind of funky on the 8 here. She might be able to bank it. So that's what she's calling.
I don't think so.
I think the 8's on the rail.
Yeah, I don't think she can bank it that tight.
It's going to go in the wrong pocket.
Look out.
Yep, wrong pocket.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Wow. All right, so I think Brittany got a little fortunate there to get that win. So that actually gives 8-ball heat 9.
And now they just lost 2.
Oh, jeez.
Hereford Departy lost. 8-ball heat won this one.
All right, so that gave, let's see here. That actually puts 8-ball heat on the hill. So
that was untimely.
Yes, we should have Kathy and Lori playing Christine and Alex. Wow, I didn't see what happened. How did that happen?
Well, the gal tried to cut a ball in, and the cue ball went up table and hit the 8 perfectly for the 8 to go straight into the corner pocket.
Wow. All right, so we're going to have
unlucky on both counts there.
We're going to have Kathy and Lori on table 2, and we're going to have Christine and Alex on table 1. And if either of the 8-ball heat ladies win their games, it's the match is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we were the Owls. The Owls are special. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hooty hoop. How much you want to bet she drinks about a quarter of it?
That doesn't equate to sip.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Now that I've said something, she's going to drink all of it.
Yeah.
She's just going to drink all of it. Look at that. Look, you see that? You see that? I can see that out of the corner of my eye. She tried to chug it all and just about choked on herself.
Nope, she's a lot like what my
Look at that. Look at that. It's over half gone.
It's like a little bit like my father was, you know. If he'd yell at me and I start sniveling, he'd like, "You stop crying, boy. I'll give you a reason to cry."
Yeah, my dad was the
Well,
same
now
way.
she'll give you a reason to complain about the water then.
Wow. Well, you know, just because of that.
Well, Adrian, welcome back.
Hi.
You water hoarder. That was Annie. Annie asked me to say that. It was actually my phrase.
I
It's
saw.
my phrase to work into the conversation. My phrase, water hoarder.
Oh, you gotta, yeah.
No, it wasn't, but I thought it'd be a good one to work in.
I still haven't gotten one. I don't think anybody's gonna give me one.
Well, we have here for the party. Both of them are at the table. When your back's against the wall, you like your players to be at the table. So hopefully they can work their way through this and just not give 8-Ball Heat, you know, any good opportunities. Keep control of the table.
And, you know, in all honesty, sometimes you gotta dig deep,
Yeah.
you know, and you gotta.
If you really, really want it.
really want it, you gotta dig deep and grind it out.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you know, don't take the low percentage shots, play your safeties, bide your time, be patient, and then when it's time to get out, get out.
Yeah, and that's another thing is sometimes it's not time to get out. It's just too much of a mess. And if it's not time to get out, then don't make all your balls
No.
until you hit the mess. It's okay to, if you have a specific suit you want, it's okay to make a ball to get that suit, and maybe make a break on one of your problems, and that's it. And then let your opponent try to clear all the balls and run into obstacles, and eventually give you back the table. And then you'll have a much easier time getting out sometimes. So sometimes there's a strategy involved. If you really need the win and the table is just too messy, then it's better to not try to win in that inning. Otherwise, you'll clear, 3 or 4 of your balls and free up a problem trying to do something fancy and miss, and now you've freed up that problem for your opponent too, probably.
Most
and
likely, yeah.
3 or 4 of your balls are gone, so it's an easier run for your opponent. And so that's a tough
that's
place to
something
be.
that people don't think about. You know, when you're running off balls off the table,
Yeah.
you're making it easier for your opponent to run off their balls.
So if you don't get there,
You know,
it's doubly worse.
Yeah. So if you have a major problem, the more balls you leave on the table, the more problems they have getting out.
Yeah.
So if you have to turn over the table, it's better to leave, not to run off those 3 or 4 balls.
Yep.
Especially if you know you're going to do it. Now, you may make a shot to get to a position to play the safety that you know you need to play. Because that's the way you get to that position, because there's no, the safety that you have right away is not a good one.
Yeah.
So you pocket a ball to get to where you need to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, like on this table here, I wouldn't be in a hurry to pocket anything.
Yeah, especially earlier on, you know.
Yeah, you see she's going to pocket the 14. She's got the 15 and the 11 tied up here.
Yeah, and I don't know if, what the plan is to break that up, but like here, you could play kind of a safe here and push the 9 ball down on this end of the table for maybe a potential breakout, but this could be a breakout here, but it's a long, tough shot. If she was in the middle of the table, I'd be, a lot more comfortable. She almost got a piece of it, but it's like the 13's blocking the 2-7. She can only see a sliver of the 3, so if you play defense with the 9, you could force your opponent to hit the 3 ball and break that up for you.
Exactly.
By hiding the 2 and the 7 from your opponent. You could force your opponent to solve your problem for you. And you can play your heart out, but sometimes a little bit of strategy of that mindset is required, and So she has a shot on the 2 ball. Looks like a little bit of cut. So the cue ball will go toward the 7 ball. And if she's not careful here, she could end up kind of snookered on the 13, and the 7 might come off the rail and go up table a little, and she may not have a good shot on the 7 afterwards. We'll see how it ends up. Yeah, something like that. Now she doesn't have a good shot on the 7, but if you're 8-ball heat here, you're like, well, now she's going to be forced to hit the 3 ball and solve my problem for me, you know. Huh? The 3 may have a pocket here.
That may.
It's still going to be tough if she makes this. Oh, well, she might run into the 7, and you know, who knows? You might get an easy lead afterwards. Let's see how this works out. Hopefully, she doesn't scratch off that. Okay. I wonder if the 11 goes in the side now.
I think it does.
So this could be an opportunity to run out the rack. If she hits this with follow, she needs to be careful. She may not have a shot. Yeah, she hit that with follow, and so from here, I see, if I'm in her shoes, I see the 3 don't go by the 9. I see the 7's on the rail. In my mind, if I kick into the 13 but use the rail where the 7 is, I feel really confident I can hit that 13. So I'm playing a kick safe here.
Right.
I'm just going to hit into the 13. Coming this way, now I have to hit harder, and there's a chance I might miss it or let the cue ball come back up table for her to make the 7. Because now I'm hitting it hard enough to try to make it, kind of like that. Whereas the other way, I would be just strictly playing safe. I'm not trying to make it so I can hit it softly. And I just would try not to leave my opponent a shot then.
Hey, Snooker.
She's going to have a lot of work here to try to get anywhere near that 3 ball. It's easy to scratch trying to get near it. You know, she didn't scratch, but I mean, it's just there wasn't a good way to get up table. So we'll see if she chooses to try to bank that or cut it. Either are options.
Kathy, over on table 2, she's down to her last ball before the 8, and she got a little straight, I think.
Well, so have to drop back, shoot the 8 in the corner. She can, from there, shoot the 8 in the other corner. This would be, you know, good for her team, good for her. That was good. Nice shot.
Okay. So here for the party is mounting a comeback. When we were playing at Nationals last year,
Yeah.
we had 3 separate times that our opponents got on the hill, and we had 4.
Oh, really? You guys came back?
We came back, and you're sitting there, and you're, and Marion and I were in. She was the anchor, and then I was right before that at the end.
Yep.
So there was like a gap there for I had to sit for a long time because that's where we were visitors, and that's where my break was, right? So I'm sitting there waiting, and I'm just thinking, just give me another chance.
Yeah.
Just give me another chance. Give me a chance.
Come on, girls. Keep winning. Keep winning. Oh, man, those are some exciting comebacks.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, and we did it 3 different times.
I have to say that I think that I see those kind of comebacks in teams more often than in singles.
I think it has to do with the dynamics.
There is a serious dynamic in teams, you know.
Yeah.
There really is, and a momentum, and people feed off each other.
I find it much easier to play in teams than it does to play by myself because I have that other energy and the team behind me, and you're not wanting to let your team down, and you're just and they're rooting for you and all that. So all that kind of feeds into me. So I have a real hard time playing singles and getting that kind
Motivating
of
yourself.
motivating myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, it's getting better.
Yeah.
But still, teams are still my, teams and scotch are my better sports.
Yeah, because you feel that additional pressure. And it would be nice to not need that pressure to force you to be super focused and in the moment.
Yeah.
But sometimes, but it helps.
It's
helps to
weird
force
that
you
way.
to focus.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that way, but yeah.
Well, let's see. She's going to play safe. She might be able to get the cue ball kind of behind the 8 ball. You don't want to bump into the 8. You hit this nice and easy on her right side, our left side. But don't let table roll get you. And I swear that very well could have been table roll. And it's unfortunate, but this table rolls to our left. It does. So she could pick up the cue ball and shoot the 3 into the bottom right corner and the 8 in the bottom right corner. Or she'd go this way and roll the cue ball toward the left rail with follow and shoot the 8 into the bottom right corner. Oh, she bumped the 8. I wonder if the 8 didn't go by the 13.
Maybe it didn't.
Okay. Well, she might be forced to play off the rail, off the 13. And it's pretty far from the pocket, so if she has to go off the rail and then kiss off the 13, it's a pretty tough shot to do here. She has a small margin for error. But if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. No, it went clean.
There we go.
All right, congratulations. They're still alive.
They're still alive. 10-6. So we got Esther coming up here, and she is playing Lori? Oh, Jean.
Okay, here for the party is breaking on table 1. And here for the party is shooting on table 2. Again, when your team is down and when my team is down, I like it when I see my teammates at the table.
It's 10-6.
All right, got a little bit of a spread there. Did not make a ball. So she's going to shoot the 5 ball. If she could kind of draw over into the 7 or around the 7, around there. All right. So 4 go in the corner. Yes, it does. She may need to leave the 2-7 there for the time being. Okay. It looks like there may be room to make the 1 by the 9. It'd be pretty tight. She can see the 7. I like shooting the 7 here. It's a tough shot, but if she misses it, I feel like there's a good chance it'll be in the jaws. She did not miss it. And if she had missed it and it's in the jaws there, you know, her opponent has 3 balls that don't go into that pocket now and don't go anywhere else. So that's not the end of the world. So she's going to try to slide by that 9, and that will bring the cue ball down here for the 2, possibly. Oh, that's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Yep, I don't think that the 11 goes, and if it does, I mean, she's so close to it, it's hard to cue it without fouling. Although I've seen a few of these fouls, and no one is calling them, so that was not a foul. That was a good hit. So that went. She just had to go rail first. No problem on that. I wonder if, she did not want to hit that 15 ball.
No, she didn't. No, she's got a problem there.
So she has a cut on the 14 ball that she could shoot, and you know she could try to cut the 15 ball. She might be banking the 15 here. I'm not sure. Nope, man, that's a nice shot. And she gets the 12 over. What is the? I'd like to know what pockets a 14 goes into, because she makes this, then she could see the 10, and she has an angle on the 10, so there's a lot of different things that she could do. She's pushing closer to straight in. She has an angle on the 10 to come underneath the 14 and the 8, if that helps at all. I mean, you can shoot the 14 and 8 up table if you need to. Or she could go for a breakout. Now, I like it. I'd like to not hit this real hard because I want a shot at the 8. Nice and easy. All right. The 2 ball helps slow it down. So she's still fine. I tell you, she is in focus. Very good. She did not want to be the one that loses for her team. I tell you what. If 8-ball heat doesn't win this game over here on table 2, well, we have ourselves a match. The momentum has switched.
It definitely has.
And if 8-ball heat is going to be feeling the heat if they don't win this game on table 2. They'll start feeling the heat all right. See if she tries to make it or she tries to put the cue ball behind the 8-ball and play safe. She tried to make it. See how her speed is. You can see that she was trying to keep her speed where she would leave it tough. But she's left an opportunity here. She's left an opportunity here for the party to get to 8.
Just when you thought it was safe, I have returned.
She's back.
That's right. Time to keep you people online. So on table 1, we're going to be having Kathy and Alex. Our score differs from the team's score in Score Saloon, but that doesn't mean it's not.
Ours is right.
Ours looks more right than what is in Score Saloon, so yes.
So here for the party has won that game.
So I've got it at 8 to 10.
Yep, 8-10. Now we have a match here.
Yes, we do.
This seems familiar, Annie.
Good job here. Good job here for the party to fight your way back into
Absolutely. Yeah, they were down to the nub
Yeah, I
As it
told
were.
Leo about our 3 matches that we did that with.
Yeah, Vegas.
Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas schmegas. On table 2, we're going to be having Christine and Brittany. So Kathy from Here for Da Party is breaking on table 1, and Brittany from 8 Ball Heat. What?
She can hear you because you talk really loud.
Good.
She probably finds it distracting.
Good.
Who are you talking to?
Christine, well, Alex is down there just looking at me. What? What? Fine.
She's so easily miffed.
Well, she's had to deal with you for a week and a half.
I got 2 more weeks of it.
Oh.
And I won't have you or Sandro as buffers.
A buffer is nice sometimes. I'll tell you, 8 Ball Heat, the gal there has
Brittany.
a really nice break there.
Yeah.
That's one of the better breaks I've seen in the female team tournament so far. And
Yeah, she's had some really good
doesn't
breaks.
mean it's an easy run out, but
No.
but she has a chance to do some damage here.
Yeah, and by our reckoning, 8 Ball Heat just needs one of these ladies to win.
Yeah.
And Alex hangs the 15.
Yeah.
Well,
That's her pocket.
that is
mine,
her pocket.
all mine.
Has she claimed stripes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's actually sitting a little bit with the 14 sitting there in front of
Yep.
the
Yeah.
4. And
Yep. The 8 looks like it'll go in the corner pocket where the 14 and the 4 are once those are cleaned up.
Agreed. Although cleaning up the 10 and the 12, I feel it's likely the 8's going to move
Yep.
in that process.
Yep. Oh, you know what? Oh,
Yeah, no,
the
she
table
had-
was still open.
It was open.
Oh,
Yeah, the table was still open.
what were you thinking?
We were thinking that maybe you might, for once, be right.
Fools we are, fools.
You know, she every once in a while lulls us into a false sense of security,
Yeah.
doesn't she?
Well, she sounds like she knows what she's talking about, and
I know,
every
she
once
says it
in a
with
while
such confidence.
we forget that she,
Makes it up as she goes
makes
along.
it, yeah.
Oh, thanks.
I see a shot at 10 here, and this could push the 8 out. Push to 7. She still has a 14. Oh,
Something good almost happened with that 14.
yeah. It's a little bit more open now.
Hey, Jordan sitting over there at the team table, I think exemplifies the whole mood for everybody on 8 Ball Heat. She's there with her head in her hands,
Yeah.
fist balled up in front of her mouth.
Yeah, this gets to be 10s.
Sure does. Wow, and Alex is if this had been earlier in the match, Alex would have nailed both that 15 and the 1. So she's gone a little cold here.
Boy, look at this shot that Here for the Party is setting up.
Yeah, this is Christine.
Boy, this is a tough spot if this is the shot you're having to shoot here. This is a tough shot. Shooting in the side is pretty tough too, though, but she wants to go all the way down with it. That's just a tough spot to be in to,
Yep.
when you're telling yourself, this is the shot I have to shoot. Oh, no.
I love this shot. This
But
is
I
my
don't see
favorite
anything
shot.
else that's good.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh,
yeah,
my gosh.
Yeah, it makes it tough.
Help me, Lord.
Makes it tough. So Kathy's going to try to cut the 10 ball in the corner pocket.
She gets it.
Took it off the 1. Push that 1 a little farther away from the pocket.
Stripes definitely look advantageous
Yeah.
here, especially with the 14.
Yep.
And And even the 11
slow
and
down,
the 12,
Brittany,
they
slow
go
down.
into things.
Brittany hit that last shot a little hard. She rolled way farther than she wanted to. And now she's complicated the 15 by running into the 14. Oh, that's a good shot by Brittany.
Yep, she put herself in a good
That was
spot
a
there.
really good shot by Brittany. All right, and that actually nailed it for him.
All right, so 8-ball Heat wins the match 11-8.
Yep.
Congratulations.
That they did. Sorry, did I interrupt you? I didn't mean to.
You kind of did.
I totally didn't mean to.
You're a liar.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Hugs all around. So you know what? Men's team matches would be far more entertaining if they would hug.
Men really behave differently than women when
Yes,
in competition.
they do. Okay, that was very diplomatically said. Now what? What are we doing here?
Well, we've got men's teams coming up next.
Okay.
We've got Handicap Kings versus Team Camo.
Team Camo?
Team Camo, yes.
Not camel, but camo.
Team Camo. Although Camo would apply in the desert too.
Yeah, it would. All right, so are we going to take a commercial break here?
We are.
All right, so we'll be back, kids.
Streaming. It's great. It's everywhere. But your friend is playing, and you can't see the score. Enter Score Saloon, your door to the score. With Score Saloon, you can see the scores as they happen, know instantly when a match is finished, and who won. Go to scoresaloon.com to register for a free membership. Score Saloon, your door to the score. Live streaming.
All right. It looks like we are getting ready to get going. We'll have some information for you momentarily on the teams that are competing here.
And speak of the devil, I have that information.
See?
Okay, so I found out the skinny on Team Camo's turquoise shirts.
Okay.
Their team captain told me that they have 3 new members, and he hasn't gotten shirts for them yet. So he says these aren't our regular shirts. Normally we wear camo, so that's the whole story.
I think the team captain is kind of snoozing at the job.
I think
He's
so.
let power go to his head. Now he just sits around.
Ken and I need to figure out the difference
That's
between
what I would
Ken
do.
and Billy. Okay, so Billy is on table 2.
Okay.
From Team Camo, and Ken is on table 1. Ken plays with the Muchi-Q, and Billy also plays with the Muchi-Q. And they are playing Tim and Pat from Handicap Kings. Tim is the redhead, and Pat is the big guy, is what they say. So, there you go.
Okay.
And we'll get to them when they get there. So.
All right, so this is a nice break on table 1. He's made a couple balls. He has pretty good spread for solids. He came a little far. Oh, well, no, there's a 3 there. I didn't see the 3. But he was getting on the 3 ball. He's got to be choosy because it's he's got 3 balls in there. They're all near each other, and that complicates things a bit. What he might be able to do is shoot the 3 thin with a little bit of left-hand spin and go to the side rail, the end rail, and actually come back up between the 7 and the 2 ball to get on the 7 or the 2. Looks like he can shoot the 5 or the 7 from there.
Okay. So the Handicap Kings, their best moment in pool was getting to watch T-Boy, Thomas Ibarra, win the men's open singles last night.
That was a
great
very both of those gentlemen, him and Juan, they were a lot of fun to watch.
Yep, a lot of fun. It was a great final. If you missed it, you can buy a DVD from Rail2Rail.
Yeah, it's worth it. Well, can't quite tell if he got there. If he has an angle running at the 2 ball, then he's in a little bit of trouble here. If he's got an angle coming on our side of the 2 ball, he's good. Yep, he'll make that work. So now it's a matter of, do I want to bump into the 8 or do I want to avoid the 8 going back and forth for the 8 in the other pocket? If I do bump into the 8, I want to bump into the 8 coming off the rail, not going into the rail. Ooh. And the reason for that is I don't want the cue ball to be stuck on the rail and the 8 to come out and me to have to shoot the 8 through a bunch of stripes. But if I kick into the 8 coming off the rail, then they're both coming off together, and there's a good chance I could shoot the 8 in the side or the corner. So I would be, thinking along those lines when I shoot that 2 ball, for example. Well, his 11 ball he's in a pretty tough spot here. He may have to play a defense at some point, but his 11 ball is in a tough spot. And a good defensive play that I like, would be to bring the cue ball down by the bottom left corner pocket. All of his stripes make it very difficult to kick at the 2 ball, and even if he kicks at the 2 ball and makes it, he has to come back up table because the 8 don't go by the 14 ball, so he can't just baby it. So and that might give him an opportunity to solve the 11 ball if he first shot jitters, first match jitters, and
yeah, that's something.
He'll settle down. I know that you feel.
If not in this rack, in his next
he'll
one.
settle down.
Yep.
You feel a lot of pressure when you first get going, and you gotta let that go and try not to let that weigh on you as
Yep.
the match goes on.
Well, and none of these players on either team have been on our stream before, so that's always unnerving for some people.
It can be, for sure. At least for normal people.
As far as I know, it's never bothered me.
Yeah.
I've never noticed that I've been actively conscious about it, so I don't know.
Well, he has a one-pocket bank shot. This is for me, this is one of the tougher banks in pool, I feel like, but I don't see another shot here. And that is to bank the ball into the bottom right corner. Yeah, it's not going to bank in the side, so. Maybe the 14 or the 15 might help the 8 go in. He has a pretty decent angle for this bank, so.
That was a great shot. So that puts, I don't know that we've set up a score graphic yet, so let me check here. Puts Team Camo up 1-0.
And Handicap Kings on table 2 is he hit a ball a little soft, and he's got a back cut now on the one ball if he wants to shoot the one. He doesn't have to shoot the one here, but I think that's what he was playing shape for, so he may just go ahead and commit to that. And I just want to see him hopefully not get the cue ball tied up with any of the stripes or behind the 8. Don't he? Well, in that case, he might have wished he'd hit a stripe, but he's kind of right back where he was before. But he's got the 2-ball. He can shoot the 2-ball with follow and come a couple of rails and come back toward the middle of the table. He might run into the 8. But if you get the cue ball back to the middle of the table, you expect to have a shot on either the 6 or the 7.
Okay, coming up here on table 1 from Team Camo, we have Gibby Ling, who plays with the Joss. And he is playing Ray Garcia, who plays with the Shone.
So the gentleman breaking here?
This is Gibby.
Gibby, okay.
It looks like Ling or Linz. I'm not sure which it is, but
Is his opponent?
No, his last name.
Okay.
His opponent is Ray. You got to be able to remember that. You can call me Ray or you can call me Jay, but you doesn't have to call me Johnson.
That's right.
Yep, I just dated myself
Yep,
again.
old school.
What was that? What was that from?
It was a beer commercial.
Well, that's what I thought.
You can call me. I think it was like one of them light beer versus tastes great, less filling kind of.
Oh, yeah. I think that's absolutely right.
Boy, this table is a little bit messy here. Table 1. Looks like he stripes. He got a little close to his work on the 14 ball, but it's already kind of lined up. He feels comfortable shooting it when they're that close together. He wants to take care of that ball because it was blocked by the 8, so that was his opportunity to free that ball. Might not be a bad thing that ball didn't go in. His opponent has a 7 in the side that could. That's not likely, probably, to really free his balls, but it will move things around. It might free one of the balls. The other ball is probably still going to be stuck in there, so that's an option if he wants to go that route. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not an open table. He made a stripe on the break. He's trying to choose stripes. All right, so this guy is going to try to go for this break out here and take stripes. Well, he can cut the 11 all the way down the table. It goes by the 1 ball.
So on table 2, Billy from Team Camo, on table 1, Kevin from Team Camo won. So we have Mike and Frank Sr. So this is Frank who plays with the Predator, and Mike Sossaman, who plays with the Players.
Okay.
So Mike Sossaman is breaking.
I think on table 1, he's looking at banking his 11 ball, and now he's looking at possibly cutting it. But he was looking at banking the 11 ball out of there and sending the cue ball to the rail and cinch it up to the 10 ball. But he might just be looking to go ahead and make this now. Yeah, that's a good shot, and he may have put some inside spin to get that breakout. And he
doesn't look like he got much reward for it.
Well, he got a reward. The 13's makeable, just not from where he is. But it goes into the other pocket, which is good for him, and the 8 doesn't go, which is good for him. So if he can find another ball to shoot, like I can't tell if he can see the 15. All right, so he's just going to go for this. I guess he can't see the 15. Yeah, he's going for the 13 on the side.
Off the 7? Is that what he's looking at, or is that why he's got his cue stick line that way?
Yep, that would be it. So it's going to need more than the 7, I think. I think it's going to have to go off the 15 also. That's too bad, because that ball was makeable. I mean, if you're on the other side of it. So it's too bad there wasn't something else that he could shoot there. Because he really made a nice shot before that point to cut that ball in the corner and break him out. So he's got a 2 down here on the rail. It might be a little bit more extreme of an angle than he'd like, but he also has a 5 ball, and the 1 doesn't have a pocket where the 2 does. I mean, if the 5 gets me on the 1, then I'm just going to shoot that now and solve the 2 later. If the 5 doesn't get me on the 1, then maybe I shoot the 2. Maybe he blocks that pocket. But his biggest concern should be the 1 ball at this point. Although I think this gentleman is going to free his 1 ball and get on the 13 ball here.
BCAPL referee to the rescue. Billy Saluga was a comedian that did that routine.
Oh,
and it was made popular by an Anheuser-Busch natural light beer commercial. Boy, Anheuser-Busch natural light. That's wow. That goes way back.
Yeah, it does. So he's going to come around the he doesn't want to touch the 15 here. He wants to leave the 15 where it is so he can shoot it in that same pocket. So that's why he's still okay. I actually works out pretty well for him, but that's why he was putting so much draw on the ball and trying to hit softly with spin to give the draw a chance to grab and avoid the 15 on the way out. But this actually is even better. You can shoot this with follow, maybe a touch of left spin, but it's not really necessary. And you're kind of just naturally on the 13. And
thanks to the point.
Yeah, well, that actually is, again, this works out in his favor because he has a natural angle to stun the ball straight over to the right and shoot the 8. You just have to make this little stop shot.
Okay. All right, he got that. So that was another win for Handicap Kings. So that puts them up 2-1.
In table 2, Camo, Team Camo, Mike just made a pretty tough shot down the rail, but he wasn't able to get shape on a shot, so he's in a tough spot here. I can't tell if he might have to shoot the 12, and so the 12 won't bank in the side where he's at now because the 6 is in the way. So he's going to double bank the 12 into the left side pocket.
All right, so we've got coming up on table 1, we've got Tommy. Let me get my sheet out here from Camo, Team Camo.
That's a good try.
Tommy Aramburo, who plays with the Howard Aikida cue. And he is playing Frank Jr., who plays with the Predator. And Frank's dad, Frank Sr., is playing on table 2.
Okay.
handicap kings.
Handicap. Oh, okay. So it's father-son right
Father-son here on
Oh,
hand,
that's awesome.
Yep. In the black. Father-son in the black.
Yep.
So. Gets a couple balls on the break.
Gets a couple balls and does not really have a shot. This one I almost kind of wish I didn't make anything. Let my opponent deal with it. Sometimes when you break and you don't have a shot, then what do? You know, and one thing that you can think about is one suit better than the other suit? In this case, I would say solids might be better than stripes. And what you might try to do is play a sort of safe where you're leaving your opponent nothing but stripes to shoot at, and invite them to take stripes if solids are better than stripes. He found a shot there, and well, he's solids. At least he's solids. So his opponent is stuck with stripes. That's good. I think I would leave the 4-7 alone. If anything, I'm gonna bank the 6 or bank the 6 on the side. But I really like at least the 7. I don't mind getting the 4 out of there, but if I get the 4 out of there, I'm not trying to make it because I want to leave the 7 right where it is. And if you hit this fairly softly, you might have a shot at the 3 next, and he does. Yeah, that's a good shot. The 1 is solvable if you are over. He might be able to make the 1 now, but if the cue ball definitely is, a few more inches to our right, then the 1 becomes makeable. So keep that in mind. If you feel like you can't hold the cue ball to get on the 4 ball or the 7 ball here, then just try to.
He's, a little close to his work there, eh?
Yeah, I just, it was a little scary to try to go into them. I'd have liked to see him bring the cue ball straight back up table the way it came in. But if there's any separation there, then this ball might be makeable, and it is. He doesn't want to get nudged to 10. Yeah, that's pretty clean living right there. Pretty clean living.
Well, his identifier is that he's lucky.
There you go.
That's what the team wrote down for him. So there
awesome.
you go.
All right. If he could shoot the 7 here, I like to shoot the 7 first. But if he's straight in on the 4, that's not so bad either. You just got to draw it back. He had an angle going into them. That's not so bad. Maybe some high right to come around 3 rails and shoot the 8 in the bottom left corner, maybe. No, he just cinched it there. Yep,
that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah, bottom. Yeah, now that I see more of the table, that was better. The high right's not a good idea. Too easy to get hooked behind the 10 ball or get fiddling. Too much movement on the cue ball. For some reason, I was kind of thinking that there was a stripe over there maybe that was in the way of that pocket. Well, he had a little bit of a mental lapse maybe there.
Yep.
I mean, it wasn't a gimme, but
well, the way he shot the rest of that rack,
yeah, I think he expects to make it. And so, son here, what's son's name?
Frank Jr.
Frank Jr. Frank has a problem ball for sure. But he has a 13 over there by it, so if he wants to be aggressive, he can use the 10 to get on, maybe on the 13, or he can use the 10 to get on the 14, 11, one of those. Okay. And if he can pop the cue ball off the rail a little and get straighter on the 11, then he can follow the 11 up table and use it to get on the 13 ball. He might be a little straight, and if you're a little straight, then you have to cheat the pocket a little here, and you can cheat these pockets. You just have to be careful about it. He's gonna go ahead and shoot this now. This for me is a little scary. I don't know if he can get good shape on the 11 for a breakout if he shoots the 11. Sorry, I don't know if he can get on the 13 for a breakout if he shoots the 11 here. And I don't know if he's flirting with the side pocket here.
Kind of looks
if
like
he's
it's
seeing
gonna
a
go
breakout,
there.
yeah.
Wow.
Ooh.
Well, he made the ball and got the breakout. That was a shot.
Maybe he's lucky.
It was a hell of a shot.
That was a hell of a shot. Maybe he's lucky. And he did not scratch. Not only did he not scratch on the side, he rattled the side and still broke out.
Yep.
So that's huge. That is huge.
Frank Sr. gets the game on table 2. So that actually makes it 3-1 in favor of Handicap Kings. Do you suppose they chose the name because they're now playing in a handicap league?
I think their captain considers himself handicapped in some way.
Well, that could be.
But maybe they have some friends or something, you know.
That could be.
Because there is like a wheelchair in there.
Yeah, I
but that
see
might
that.
Just be
I saw that after.
logo.
I just noticed the wheelchair in their logo.
Well, I know a lot of people that think that they are mentally handicapped.
Well, I certainly am mentally handicapped.
Yeah, I have my moments. Yeah, he's a little upset here because he didn't want to be straight in on this ball. That makes this job a lot tougher, and he's very straight. He might be forced here to shoot a stop shot and try to cut that ball down the rail. If the cue ball was further off the rail, you could try to do a rail first, but from how close the cue ball is to the rail there, I think you're just kind of asking for a disaster of getting hooked behind the 8 or following the 14 in with rail first. But it looks like he's going rail first. Yeah, and that's why I like he followed 14 in. If the cue ball was, another 2 inches off the rail, that becomes a safer shot.
Yep.
And
yeah, he needed to do something else with that cue ball. So that actually, he's gonna make him. Is he gonna make him shoot it, or is he gonna make him? Or is he gonna just give it to him?
Yeah, make him shoot it.
I've become a big fan of making him shoot it. The more I watch pool, and the more I see people make mistakes where you wouldn't think there was any way in hell they would. I'm more of a fan of making people shoot it out. All right, so the lucky one gets the win over Frank Jr. So that makes it. Let me make sure I'm doing the right thing here. 3-2.
Okay.
Handicap Kings up over Team Camo. So that means on table 1 we are having from Handicap Kings Ray Garcia and where did the sheet go? From Team Camo, it's right here. Ken West. Ken West plays with the Mucci, in case I didn't mention that before. All right, so Ray Garcia for the break. Ray made some really good shots his last time at the table. Mm-hmm. And he actually won his game.
Got a couple stripes in. Looks like maybe he has a shot on the 5.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 and the 2 are ugly. There's a chance he might, if he's being aggressive here, shoot this in with follow, and you can come one rail into the 14-4-2 there, 15-4-2. He might be playing aggressive here for no. All right, maybe one of these balls go.
I think the 4 goes.
Okay.
Martha Velasquez, we had Los Tejanos on the table earlier today, so if they keep winning, there's a good chance they'll get back on our table.
Yeah, I like this. You can come straight back up table toward the 8 ball. Give yourself a shot on the 1.
And if you miss that match, we do sell DVDs of the matches that we stream. You can just send us an email, click on the contact links on our webpage if you're there, or if not, let me know and I can type in an email address that you can send the email to for the DVD. Those are $20. And you get the whole team match.
Yep.
Everybody.
Shoot this in there nice and easy. He's probably trying to get on the 3 balls. I think that's the angle he has. He'd like to be straight in on the 3, but he just had more angle than that. So he might have to drift over, stun this down to the end rail, maybe come back a diamond or so from the end rail and shoot the 6 in the side. He didn't quite get any stun on it, but he's okay. It's just this is a tougher shot.
Okay, Martha, I typed my email address into the chat window. If you just send me an email there, we can converse about all the particulars for you getting that DVD.
Nice shot, good speed.
If you, Martha, if you go to, let me pull up the website here, so I can give you the link to the website that has all of the bracket information.
Oh my, that's 2 shots in the corner pocket there that Handicap Kings has missed, and that was unfortunate. Hopefully they'll settle down a little, because both of them are shots that that their players can make, and so it just maybe there's still a little bit of nerves and stuff, and you'd really hate for the match to get started too shaky, because you want to be able to get in your groove and stuff. So hopefully a couple deep breaths, and if he gets another opportunity here, and the Camo King here, or Team Camo, he's got to solve the 13 ball. So there's a chance that you will get another chance at the table here.
That's right, Vermeil. You are not allowed.
He's got a shot on the 12 in the side. Now that those 2 balls are gone from where they were, it makes this tougher for him to play defense, because those 2 balls were kind of in a good spot to keep his opponent from being able to kick at the 8 ball should he want to play it safe by leaving the cue ball on the side rail over there. Now those balls are gone, so his opponent can try to play a kick shot if he needed to.
No, Ramil, it's just links were not enabled for you. Links are not enabled on the Ustream or the YouTube chat for people that aren't moderators. It looks like if you were not able to post that link. Sometimes Adrienne won't even let me post links.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right. Is he stripes?
Yep. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
okay.
stripes.
Yeah, that's trouble.
I didn't hear him call anything, and slop doesn't count. So if he comes up with a great shot here, it'd be unfortunate if he didn't call it ahead of time.
That's going to sit up. Whoa. People knocking things down.
Yeah.
That's going to sit up pretty for Ray, unfortunately. For Billy.
His hole got deeper and deeper.
Yeah. Yep. If he had come off, the rail into the 13, his cue ball might have knocked the 8 ball in anyway, so.
Yeah, once he was in that position, I don't really have any good advice for what he could have done there.
All right, so that's going to bring up on table 1, Gibby and Frank Sr. Looks like they're going to try to get a referee on table 2. I'm not sure why. I've lost track of who's who on that table, so if the Team Camo guy's on the 8 ball, I doubt that there doesn't seem to be any reason to call a referee, so maybe they have a rule question.
I wasn't watching over there to know, what happened.
From how people are gesturing, I think the guy from Handicap,
Team
Pat.
Okay.
I think when he took a shot, and when he was drawn back, he hit the 14. And so they're questioning of whether or not it's just a replacement or if it's a foul.
Okay.
So it looked like it was just a replace of the ball.
And is Camo on the 8 ball or that? Okay,
yeah, Camo's on the 8 ball. So kind of a moot point either way.
Yep,
you know.
Yep, at this point.
So, all right. So that gives a win to Team Camo.
Okay. Handicap made a stripe. The 9 ball is available to him. The 12 ball is available to him. He's going to take solids. So both suits look pretty good here. The 7 doesn't go by the 9, but it'll go in off the 9 would be my consensus. The 8 ball is kind of tied up, or the 3 ball is kind of tied up also. I don't know if the 4, I kind of like stripes in this scenario. I'm curious to see how he solves the 7-3. I feel like the 3 might get complicated if he ends up running into the 9 when he makes the 7 ball. Something is going to move there. And he's a little funny on the 6 ball here, so. He might have to draw the 6 ball over to avoid either scratching or running into the 15 ball. Wow. And once he does that, he's kind of committed to shooting the 7 ball, I think, unless the 4 goes by the 14.
Frank Jr. makes 4 balls on the break, 3 of them solids. And solids have a couple of balls tied up. Go figure.
Yeah, funny how that works.
Poppy Spud, I think Frank was sitting in a chair off camera, which is why you didn't see him. But you should be seeing Frank Jr. on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, it looks like he's forced to shoot a combo. It's a lovely first shot to get started with, but I think he's not in a terribly quick hurry to move that 9 ball just yet. Well, we might be about to find out what happens here. But this could change the complexion of this rack a little bit. Okay, he did not move the 9. It went clean, but he drew back, so he can't really. He's got a tough shot on the 3. The 4, I think. Okay, the 4 goes because he's shooting it. So maybe he can solve the 2 ball coming back out off the rail here. Get the 2 ball out of there. No, the 2 must go on the side.
Yep. Well, yeah, it kind of looks that way. Let me see here.
But the 3 is a problem.
Yeah, that 2 goes on the side.
Okay.
Yeah. Rattled the 6. Yikes.
Well, one thing, he blocked the 11 ball down there, and so that's something he can take from this. You know, he might get another chance at the table.
Yep.
The 10 ball is a little bit funny, but the 12 ball could free up the 10 ball a little bit if he wants to go a route like that. Well, I guess he's going to... shooting the 9 is fine. The 8's still there, and that blocks the 3, so the 9 isn't impeding your opponent at all, really. So if he needs to shoot the 9 to get a better angle on the 12, that's okay. If he can see the 12 and make the 12, then that 12 ball could get your 11 out of where it is. And
Yeah, from where he is, he can't see the 12. Now he can.
He's pretty far from the 12, so he's going to need a fair amount of power. And so this is a good example of can you shoot with power but control? Because you need not too much draw. A little draw, but not too much. And it's easy to get too much.
It's a good thing that 6 ball was there.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's a little unlucky here to not have a shot now. Well, he's got a shot, but he's shooting a combo. But, you know, the 3's tied up. The 2 don't go by the 10 in the corner. So this is somewhat of a free shot for him. So
I think Gibby just said he was going to shoot the 10. So Frank Sr. gets up to take a look at it. Oh, no. I thought I saw him say 10, or heard him say 10.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. I like that too.
I tell you what, that 3 banks, that could
Yeah,
be
it
an
does.
option.
It totally does.
If he could block the 10 with the 2 ball and by that corner pocket, that could be an option. But those are both really difficult things. He went for a back cut. Maybe if you can get that in there to block that pocket. Look at this. Look at this. Well, even if he blocked the 11, he can make the 10 in the side.
Yeah.
So He's in a tough spot.
And I think the 10 goes anyway.
Okay.
But he's calling the side. That looks like really good speed there on that.
Well, now
He's got to make sure it comes over and back, huh?
Yeah, well, yeah, you can go over or back. You can shoot this with running English and come 3 rails around.
That's true.
Try to get, pretty much to where you are now. You don't want to underhit it, and you don't want to overhit it is all.
Right.
This back forth he's doing, you do run a little bit of risk of scratching in the side if you dig in too much. And you're wanting to dig in a fair amount with speed, so he's a little straighter than I think he might want to be. And so let's see if he scratches. And, yeah, I kind of like the 3 rail, running around with 3 rails there.
Yeah, I would have. Once you mentioned that, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes more sense. You're more room for error, more guaranteed to get where you need to be. I would think. Back and forth is just sketchy.
Well, it's especially he had some angle, but not a lot of angle.
Right.
So then you have to muscle it.
Yep.
And it's a little tougher to feel just how much muscle I need here, and how much muscle you need. It largely depends on how full or thin you happen to pocket that ball. And
yep. All right, so coming up on table 2 is Tommy and Tim. Tommy Aramburo, who plays with a Howard Aikita cue. He's the lucky one. And Tim Graham plays with a McDermott. All right, so Frank Sr. got his game. So that actually makes it 6-3 in favor of Handicap Kings. Okay, so coming up on table 1, from Team Camo, we have Ken West, and from Handicap Kings, we have Ray Garcia. Ray has won both of his games. Ken won his first game. Yeah, Ken's won both of his games too. So 2 undefeated guys.
see if they can keep it going.
Yeah. One of them's going to lose, though. They can't both win, Leo. As much as we'd like that.
We can't all be winners?
No. That's what's wrong with America today.
Well, I think we can all be winners. I know that I can be a winner even when I lose. And how do I be a winner even when I lose? By showing good sportsmanship, kids. Show good sportsmanship out there, kids, and you'll be a winner no matter what.
Yep.
That's the public service announcement for today. This is the sort of
this is the sort of stuff you get
brainwashing
at
stuff.
This
is sort of brainwashing stuff that kids get in school these days.
That's right. It is.
You're special, no matter what. Okay. Made a stripe. It's a little bit of a mess in there. But for the most part, his stripes came out. If he wants to be stripes, he has a 13 maybe in the side. If he wants to be solids, he has more problems to solve. But he has a 2 down there with which to solve them. Maybe even a 7. So, yikes. Well, he's gonna have to duck. But he took solids. And if his 2 and the 2's makeable. If the 7 is makeable too, then I like that he has ways to solve those things down there. So even if you have to duck here, it's not the end of the world. But he's calling something. He doesn't want to duck. He wants to be aggressive. He hit his ball first. He pushed the 1 out a little bit more, but the 7 in there a little bit more. So. You know, that might be a wash. But now the 9 is in front of that pocket, which
Romeo, referring to your brainwashing comments, says, "I wish I didn't know you to believe you."
yep, that's about right.
Pretty much.
All right. I don't know if he's just going to try to jack up and draw the cue ball back into the 3 ball maybe. He has a slight angle on this, so jacking, drawing back into 3 is okay, but it could be very easy to jack up and draw back and just miss the 3. Okay. He's going to, hard to tell what kind of angle he has here. But if you just miss the 3, then you might end up hooked on a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, the other camera angle. He's standing right in front of the camera, so we couldn't see it anyway.
So it might be better to, jack up just a little bit and soft draw the ball into the pocket, and then you're squirting the cue ball out of, 5 or 6 inches. But the angle he's coming in at it, he must be closer to the ball than we think, because he has a much sharper angle. So you can go all the way over there for the 13 ball and back. Okay.
I just scared Kenny. I showed him my cup of coffee.
Well, he's running out of options to solve the 11 ball. And it's getting tougher and tougher for him to, find a way to get on the 9 ball here.
Yep.
Looks like on table 2 we have a chance for...
I think this is a break and run. All right. So on table 2, Tim beats Tommy. So that puts Handicap Kings up 8. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
See enough of this to make it? He's going to go rail first. He needs to go over pretty far. He needs to almost hit that side pocket, just past the side pocket, I think. There to me is a scratch. I think if
he hits there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I think he needs to hit as close to the side pocket pretty much as he can to have a chance at making a 9. He may not even make it there.
Yeah, I agree with you. If he comes that low, he's going to hit the right side of the 9, more on the right side of the 9, and could score it off. Yeah, as the camera's looking at it. As the camera turns.
Yeah, as the camera turns. He's in a little bit of a tough spot here. But he could not really try to make this and go full into it and just hit this very easy and leave the cue ball down by the corner pocket here. He hit it too firm.
Too firm and too much on the side of the 9. So now both of his balls are in jail.
And with ball in hand, this might be a little easier for Team Camo to take care of this. Ken has a 1 ball he can use. He may have a 7 ball he can use. The thing that I don't like about the 7 ball is it keeps, unless you do it well, you end up with the cue ball stuck down there. If you play to kiss off the 9 with draw, then you can get the cue ball to kind of come back up table a little. Hopefully you don't scratch on the side. But if you have to hit with draw, all right, well, he didn't get the cue ball up, but the 5 ball came down for him, so that worked out well. If he has an angle on this, he can put a little spin on it, come out. He put some spin. He'd like that to stop. Okay. And I think he's got a path to the 6 ball here.
Yep.
I don't
would
know if
think
the
so.
3 goes by this. He's shooting a 3, so either the 3 goes or he's shooting a combo. Combo kind of scares me. Okay.
Yeah. I couldn't get to the other camera quick enough. But yeah, the 3 totally went.
I think he needs to shoot the 6 here. The 9 ball scares me a little bit if he shoots the 1 here. The 9, the 8, the 11, unless he babies this ball. Yeah. And I'm not sure if he can see the 6 from there, but and the cue ball might actually be more under the 9 if he makes that ball.
Yeah.
Because he hits it fuller, not thinner.
He kind of chicken winged it too, so that's
Well, I
always
mean,
a problem.
he was a little uncomfortable with. He knew that there was risk in that outcome, and we know that as players, and sometimes we chicken wing things because we know what we're doing might not work out.
Yep. I see it so much on the stream. I'm really conscious of it when I'm playing.
Yeah.
And I think, okay, don't chicken wing. You know, keep your arms straight.
Yeah.
And you know, I still miss, but still, you know, it's one of those subconscious things for me because I commentate so much.
He's. I like hitting those a draw and drawing over and back to the mill by the spot, just like that. He. I like the way he shot that.
Yeah.
The way he shot that gives him a chance to get on the 11. It was still a tough shot, but I like the way that he stroked it and tempted it. And he's just going to thin, from our side, the left side of the 1 with follow, and then it'll go straight at the 6 ball, shoot the 6 into the corner, and drift the cue ball forward for the 8.
Frank Sr. just made a nice shot on table 2, but pushed his 11 ball to the rail. So he had to kind of baby it, which meant that he was going to be tough on the 11.
Okay. Team Camo gets one.
Team Camo.
And handicap is...
All right, so coming up on table 1, we are going to have Gibby and Frank Jr. It is Gibby's break.
Handicap just made a good bank shot, a good controlled stroke on the table 2 to keep position for the 8 ball. He tightened up that bank a little bit, I think.
That was a great out by Frank Sr.
I see Son was over there cheering his dad on.
Yeah.
That's kind of a cool thing, father-son.
The team captain was joking around with me because we put on the sheet, some sort of identifier so we can tell everybody apart.
Yeah.
And he was joking around that he was going to put for Frank Sr., the old guy, or the older guy, and for Frank Jr., the one with muscles.
The before and after picture.
Yeah.
Well,
I said, hey, you can put whatever you want. Well,
He is a well put together young man.
He is. He's just kind of like a larger version of Jesus. That big guy from last night that was watching Juan.
A taller version.
Yeah, just taller version.
But I think Jesus' biceps are even a little bigger than it is.
Yep. All right, so table 1 is Gibby and Frank Jr. Table 2 is Mike and Tim.
Nice firm break, but he didn't get a great spread on table 1. He hit him pretty hard, but hitting him as clean or as fold as he could have. But he hit it hard, made a ball, but they didn't spread out terribly well. And they don't spread out necessarily well the harder you hit them.
No, that's fair, especially on 7-foot tables. If they do spread, they just come right back. So you end up with a little bit less than what you thought you might get anyway.
Well, he's made a stripe. And I think he may have shot a stripe without coming over there to look at what his options would be after. I think he has no shot there. And I think he expected to have a shot
I think he thought the 10 went through because he didn't look at it very carefully.
Yeah, a little unforced error there to not come over and have a look at what your results would be. But he's going to try to bank this. If he makes the bank, then that opens things up here a little bit. Well, he has problems too. His 6 ball only goes into the bottom left corner pocket, and his 1 and 3. Actually, the 1 and 3 are solvable. He just needs the cue ball in a very specific spot. So I might shoot the 7 here with very little to no right-hand spin. And the reason for that is I don't want to hit the 9, but I need the cue ball to come straight back over. And I'm playing to get shape for the 6 or the 1. That might be what I do here. 6, 1, 4, anything over there. If he can shoot the 1 in now, I'm okay with that. He was looking at it, but if not, then you shoot the 7, and you need to be very precise on if there's any right that you put on this, it's going to be very, very, very little. Okay, he's going to shoot the 2, and he's going to come down and solve some stuff over here.
Looking at this camera angle, I just switched to the other camera where that cue ball was. I don't think he was going to make the 1. You were talking about him hitting the 1. It looked like, I don't know, maybe, but it looked like it was
the
gonna be
camera
tight.
makes it look questionable.
Yeah.
I kind of think that 1 goes in. I think that 1's makeable. I think the camera's a liar.
Well, it could be. It adds pounds.
Well, it depends on, how many cameras are on you. But,
Sure.
only 1 camera on you can't really notice. But if you get
That's
3 or 4, then
Yeah.
people start noticing the poundage.
Yeah, that's true.
So
that's probably
if
true.
he doesn't want to, try to get perfect shape on those, I have a feeling he's going to try to run into things here. And he did. So now we'll never know that I was correct.
That's true.
He's
You know what
got a
I tell
shot.
Adrienne in those situations? I was right. Infinity, I win. So, and she has to believe me because I called infinity.
Yeah, there's just no way to top that.
No.
Think you could scratch on this? No, not withdraw. That was good. Okay. He's got a shot on the 1. He has an angle on the 1. He has a shot on the 6 with an angle to go to the 4. Yeah, so he has options here. I might shoot the 1 with follow. There's an angle there. You can shoot the 1 with follow and go to the end rail, come out between the 8 and the 14, and kind of drift toward up table through the 8 and the 14. And depending on how far I want to go, I don't really want to go that far. I kind of want to shoot the 6 next, and I can shoot the 6 with. If I get up by just past the 9 ball, I shoot the 6 in the corner, withdraw on left, and come around the 4 to shoot the 4 on the side maybe or something like that. Good. I like that he could hold the cue ball there. I liked that also. I didn't know if he could hold the cue ball in there. If he can just draw the cue ball over by the side pocket, or even better, if he could draw the cue ball straight back to lessen the angle on the 1, then that solves this rack. Yeah, that solves this rack. Hit this with follow. It sends the cue ball toward the 9. The only thing you want to be conscious of here is that you don't get snookered on the 9 or behind the 9. All right, he stunned it a little more to go up table and avoid the 9 instead of hitting it with roll and follow. That takes a 9 out of the picture there. Now he just has to bear down, give this, the best stroke you can. Very good.
All right, so Junior gets out. That puts Handicap Kings 1 step closer. This is a race to 13. They are up 9-4.
Well, it looks like a handicap on table 2 has a shot on the 5, but not really anything else. He can see the 3.
Nice.
And he may want to play,
Sorry.
get the 3 out of there and just open it up a little, but
We should be having Tommy and Pat coming up on table 1.
okay. Team Camo is breaking. Look, oh, cue ball did not scratch. And he came up dry. And it's a really nice spread. This looks suspiciously like one of my breaks, especially in Lincoln City a few weeks ago. Lots of these. Makes it tough to win races. Handicap has a 14 ball, maybe a 7 or 5 in the side, but I kind of like stripes, so I don't mind shooting the 14 ball here. Although solids, look pretty good too. Well, he's found himself in a tough spot. Yeah. He's looking at cutting the 9 in the side. The 6 ball might help that. The 8 ball might move a bit. We'll see what happens. Oh, he didn't hit hard enough.
Yeah, a little more on that. That 6 ball definitely would have helped.
That's a little bit of a letdown because he hit it. He hit it good enough to make it.
Yep.
Just didn't hit it hard enough. Well, his opponent is happy to have a chance back at the table. And he is solids. He's got a shot on the 3. Now his 2 that was tied up is more out in the open. The 6 still goes by the 9. Frankly, I like solids now. He needs to be careful if he tries to drift into the 10 ball. You might end up cinched to it. Okay. That was... It's getting a little interesting here. If he has an angle on the 5 where he can draw toward the 10, then that would be okay. And I think he might. Yeah, okay. Comes back up to the middle table. I like that. Looks like you could shoot the one with, you could like force follow stroke and push the cue ball through the one ball to come to the end rail and back in between the 10 and the 6 maybe. Or you can, always shoot the 2. Sit. Okay. All right, he's okay here. You can shoot the 2 into the corner with some follow. You just missed the 12 ball and kind of come to the side rail, over by the, between the 4 and the 9 ball. You kind of need to decide, what pocket you're going to shoot the 8 in. I'm not sure how big of a side pocket that is there. If you end up going in the corner of the side, but if you save the 4 for last, then that could be a way to get on to the 8 ball. But he came out a little too far. He's going to have to shoot the 4. Yeah, he's in a tough spot here. He could, I think he can slow roll it and not hook himself on the 10 from making the 7, but man, that's going to be a long, difficult shot because of how hard you have to hit it with follow to try to get the cue ball back to this end of the table. He can try to draw it out of there, like hit it firm with draw and hope he misses the 8 ball and is able to find a way to get back onto the 7 ball or go back forth between the 11 and 8 with draw and try to get back to that side. But this is a tough spot here. He could try to shoot this with high left and go right around the 8 ball and go toward the 7 for a thin cut on the 7. But you have to hit it really good to know that you're going to get around that 8 ball and not get hooked on anything. So he went the slow route and he was able to hold it. He has an angle. And I'll tell you, if the 8 goes to the side, hitting this shot very firm with good follow, I see the cue ball going to the end rail, going to the top right side rail, and coming out between the 13 and the 8, kind of toward the 14 and 12. And that could be your way to get on the side pocket, but you have to hit this really firm with good follow. Well, he had good follow, and look at it. Yeah, he had. He gave it a great shot. Good try. Oh, he's in a tough spot here. I think he's going to kick this in the corner. And I wish that I could think of a good alternative. But I don't see anything else here. That was a good try. He needs his opponent to make a mistake.
Yep.
You know. And, you know, he played with some heart there on that rack. That last shot before the 8, that is not an easy shot to make with stroke, you know.
Yep.
He showed some heart there to pocket that ball and get some good follow on it. And yeah, but sometimes it's just too tough of an uphill climb, you know. So he needs his opponent to get in trouble. And if his opponent gets in trouble, chances are, if you get back to the table, you're going to have a long, tough shot. So, you know, you got to be prepared for that. But you still have to be happy if you get a chance back at the table. And he's going to come down here for the 12. And he can just make the 12 and roll up, you know, toward the middle of the table. So he needs to decide now. If he saves the 11 for last, then you know that he's going to have to basically shoot the 8 in the side, which isn't the easiest shot on the table. Oh, man. I think maybe he got a little bit ahead of himself on that. Thinking about where he wanted the cue ball to be. Or, in the back of his mind, he was a little concerned about where the 11 was. It's funny. It just does not take much in this game to. It's, you know, such a mental game and focus, and the slightest little flinch is all it takes. Okay. Hopefully he can let that go.
Yep.
Because we all do that.
Yes.
And you still have, you still have games to play, and your team will pick you up. You know, you hope your team picks you up. Your team is in the lead. And
numbers are the name of the game. When it comes to buying or selling our house, and here, you want a real estate agent that is going to give you some good work.
Don't we all?
We would like to recommend Julie Lang at the Cascade team. Whether you live in Texas or Washington State or somewhere in between, give Julie a call at julielang.com. She works with real estate agents all around the country who can help you get the numbers you need when you are buying or selling a house. Okay, so coming up on table 1 is going to be... Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Oh, yes, I did. I just didn't do that. We have on table 2, we have Ken and Frank Sr., and on table 1, we have Billy and Frank Jr. And it looks like Frank Jr. scratched on the break. So, Handicap Kings need 3 more wins. Team Camo needs to get on their horse.
Yeah, and Team
or their
Camo
tank or whatever they need to get on.
Yeah. They're, you need to get in
gear
into their camo.
Their camo mindset.
He has ball in hand and it's open. It looks like there may be a 7-11 combo to free the 11. The 10's a little bit of a mess. The 10 might go off the 5 into the corner. That 12-14 is, you know, 2 balls in the pocket. Hopefully they're not blocked by each other. Yeah. He's going to take stripes. Gets that 9 out of there. The 11 goes in either pocket, either corner pocket. The 10 is in one of the worst spots it can be in pool. And he has helped it out. The 11 is still makeable. The 10 is makeable. But neither shot is easy. He has a 14 in the side. The 14 in the side could get him to the 9 ball, which can get him to, what else is over there? Something over there. And the 11's over, you know, it could get him to things. All right. So he can either get on the 9 here, or he can push through the 14 and go back forth to get on the 11 or 10. He decided to push through it. If you decide to shoot the 10 first, it's okay. Is he? Oh, I don't know what he's. Yeah, okay. If you shoot the 10 first, you have to make sure you get above the 11. You don't want to be below the 11. He got above the 11. That's great. This makes it possible for him to roll the 11 in and get on the 9. And the 9 gets, see where he's standing over there? If he shoots the 9 in with a little bit of right-hand spin, then he can get, he probably need any right-hand spin, but I mean the big part was he got the cue ball in a spot where he can shoot the 11 in, and the cue ball goes to the left, not to the right. And that was very big there. And it was good planning on his part to stroke it in a way to make sure he had a proper angle. And he can just kind of cinch this. I don't like rolling it forward because now he's too thin on the 9. But he could have just cinched it as a draw, cinch, stop shot.
Right.
And then it's a little less severe on the 9. Like the 9's still makeable, but holding the cue ball is a problem. But you could shoot this shot with a lot of draw to kill it, and that makes the shot a little tougher. And but you might hold it. You could try that. I think a pro could probably do it. I'm not sure that I could do it. Yeah, I just couldn't get there. It's a pretty thin back cut. That might be bankable. I think that goes by the 4 ball. He has a lot of traffic to get to the 10 ball. I mean, to get to the 8 ball, though. He's called the bank. Because of where the 8 ball is, I think he's going to be forced to hit this very firm and let the cue ball fly. And I'm probably shooting it with follow, and I'm trying to come 1 rail and back up table. That's why he hit that so firm. Yeah, he needed a little bit of a miracle there. Looks like he's good on the 1. Can shoot a stop shot there, and if he's straight, and he's on the 6. And the 3, and I think you kind of have to use the 5 before the 8. Either that or use the 5 to get on the 6 and save the 6 before the 8. Well, he was not straight in on that. He might be forced to shoot the 6 here. If he doesn't like, how close he is to the 3 to back cut the 3. So if you shoot the 6 here, you got to go around the table. You should be able to avoid the 8 and come around and avoid the 3 all at the same time. It was a pretty thin hit that he had to make there. So this to make handicap Keynes 1 closer.
Oops. All right, yeah, so Handicap Kings are at 11, and Team Camo's at 5. And if Frank Sr. can get out here, then they would be on the hill. So coming up on table 1 is going to be Gibby and Tim. Gibby would like to turn his night around. He has not won a game yet today.
This is his chance.
Yeah. Well, Brian Anderson, it is funny that you should ask who is going to be on the stream next. At what was supposed to be 9:30, or is supposed to be 9:30, in about an hour or so, we will be having judge, jury, and executioners, and the hitters.
Judge, jury, and executioners. Why have I not heard of that as a name for a pool team before?
Right? That's a pretty good name.
Yeah,
probably because it's awfully long to fit on a shirt.
It is pretty long.
Yeah.
It is pretty long, but it's a pretty good name.
It's a pretty good name, yeah. And I saw from last year, I saw some guys walking around with just the tip shirts.
Justin, what shirts?
Just the tip.
Yeah.
They played the G spots last year.
Yeah, there's just too many easy.
Yeah, I know.
Cheesy.
You were on your way to the airport when they were playing.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of rings a bell, actually.
I don't have any information on the hitters, Brian Anderson. Let me see what the executioner says. Executioners are from Katy, Texas.
Katy. Not sure where
we
that
actually
is.
thought they were going to be on the stream table earlier today, and so they filled out forms, and then there was a mistake in the way things were laid out. So
okay.
Yeah, the hitters, I'm not sure where they're from.
Well, we have a ball on the break.
Yep. So this
Made a
is
stripe.
Sorry, this is Tim from Handicap King. He's at the table on table 1.
He's got a shot at the 1. And he has an angle on the 1 to stun the cue ball over for the 5. I'm thinking that the 2 might be makeable if he can get a path to it at some point. So the solids have a chance here to be run. So I think I'm going to shoot the 1 like a stop shot and come up a little bit for the 5. If I don't get perfect on the 5, maybe I get on the 7, so I have a backup option. If I get too far for the 7, maybe I shoot the 4 or the 3, so, And then, the question is, does the 2 go? If the 2 goes, can I make the 2 and avoid the 12 ball, kind of spin around it so that I can get back out for the 6 ball? And hopefully all those things are yes. And even if I can't avoid the 12, I see, can I tell, by looking at it and experience or whatever, can I tell if I make the 2, I'm going to nick the 12. And if I know I'm going to nick the 12, then I know the cue ball will still have forward momentum, and I can put just a little bit of right-hand spin on it, go ahead and nick the 12, and then the cue ball goes off the 12, goes straight down into the rail, and comes back up toward the 10 ball, because I had a little bit of right-hand spin on it maybe. And those are kinds of things that you get a feel for, and you can see those things in time. So he has a fair amount of angle on the 5. This could be where he stuns this over and either gets on the 4 or gets on the 2. He might decide to leave it alone for now if he doesn't like how much angle he has on the 5 and risk, running into the 10 or whatever, which is okay. You don't have to shoot this now. That's why the 7 is there as kind of a backup plan. You pick the thing that you like best.
So we have the smartest and most helpful viewers on the planet.
Oh, lovely.
Penmaker types in and says Katy is on the western edge of Houston, so that people know where Katy, Texas is. Okay. And then Ramil, who's trying to get back into our good graces, tells us that Hitters is from Brazoria County, BCAPL, in Angleton, Texas. Or Angleton, Texas, actually.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think I've heard of that. I heard of Angleton.
Well, we had Angleton, a couple teams from Angleton earlier. I think of Scotch or something. Okay. But I'm not really sure where it is. So Frank Sr. gets his game. So that actually puts Handicap Kings on the hill. So that leaves us with Tim and Gibby here on table 1, with Tim at the table right now, and then coming up on table 2 from Team Camo is Mike, and from Handicap Kings is Pat.
Okay, well, we're getting down to the time when the 2 is going to play a bigger role here.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's taking a close look at it, so he's looking to see if it goes and what kind of angle he needs on it, to make it. And, based on his body language, I would say that it does go, and there is a place that could make it. It might be some work to get there.
The human Google Maps app says Angleton is a city in and the county seat of Brazoria County, Texas, United States, within the Houston, the Woodlands, Sugarland metropolitan area.
Ah, so it's like a suburb of Houston. Someone's being really helpful.
Not yet. Uh-oh, it looks like it's snowing where BCAPL referee is. Nice. You know what? It's been sunny and warm here. Today was a little cloudy. And it's dark now, so it's not sunny now.
Is BCAPL referee the one that lives in Alaska?
He's actually in Indiana.
Okay, I'm thinking of someone else.
You're thinking of Damien.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Damien. He was not able to get that. It might have been kind of tight. That might have been one of them shots where you almost have to carry him off of the 6 ball into the 2 ball or something. But yeah. Well, I still like the way that he was going through that rack. I thought that he was being deliberate and thoughtful, and I like that tempo. I like that mentality.
And Gibby just can't buy anything today.
Gibby's struggling. I think he's not comfortable. He's struggling, and I think he's fighting himself a little bit in his head.
I would agree with you.
That's a tough spot to be.
Yep. And it's tough to get comfortable.
Yeah. Especially when you're struggling.
Uh-oh. For some reason, I'm being glared at. Can't imagine why. Can you?
Mm-mm.
Who else? BCAPL referee.
The 6 is in the middle of the table, but it only has a couple pockets it goes into. So I'm a little leery of this.
I think it goes in between the 15 and the 3.
It would be a good thing if it does.
Yeah.
Yep, he's calling it. Okay. A little bit of a tester here, I'm sure. It's hard. It's easy to get distracted by balls on the way to the pocket, but it's best to block them out of your head. They're not there. If the ball goes, then those other balls, they don't exist. Very good. This could be for the match here.
It could be. It could very well be. Well, let's hope he didn't jinx them.
So,
Just saying.
He can tell if he needs to put left-hand spin on this or not, but he needs to avoid the 15. Yep, he did not need to put left-hand spin.
All right, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the match. 13-5, Handicap Kings defeat Team Camo. I think it was because Team Camo wasn't in their camo gear. They weren't their normal outfits.
Spotted.
You know, that's probably why they didn't do so well.
Yeah,
Anyway.
They don't feel comfortable if they aren't adequately camouflaged.
Right, exactly. All right, so we've got a little bit of break here. So 9:30 is our next scheduled match, so that's about an hour from now. We're going to ask a trivia question. Let's ask a trivia question. Well, you can do that. I might go to the bathroom. I know.
Yeah.
Who won the 2012 Women's 10-Ball World Championship held in Manila? The Thriller from Manila.
The Thriller from Manila.
Who won the 2012 Women's 10-Ball World Championship in Manila? Be the first person to answer that question correctly in either chat room, and you'll be entered into our drawing. Good night, Rick. Have a good one. We're out for a little while.
great. It's everywhere. But your friend is playing, and you can't see the score. Enter Score Saloon, your door to the score. With Score Saloon, you can see the scores as they happen, know instantly when a match is finished, and who won. Go to scoresaloon.com to register for a free membership. Score Saloon, your door to the score. Live streaming